Chapter 313. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment because this involved the political and business interests. It wasn't something that could be explained in a few sentences, and he didn't want Gu Nianji to know about these complicated things for the time being. He held Gu Nianji's hand and changed the topic. We won the lawsuit. Where are we going to celebrate? Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, where's the principal you owe me? When do you plan on returning it? Before the first court hearing, Hua Xiaoheng had promised her that he would return the interest and principal first before Hua Xiaoheng could speak. In Shi Xiang, who was sitting on Gu Nianji's other side, asked, Nianji, you lent Hua Xiao money? How much did you borrow? I'll return it to you when I get back. He was Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretary and was in charge of Hua Xiaoheng's salary and expenses. Zhao Yangzi also turned around and frowned. Nianji, even if you lent money to Hua Xiao, is it really okay to charge interest? He didn't mention how much money Hua Xiaoheng had raised Gu Nianji for 6 years, and even gave her a house later. When they heard Gu Nianji say principal, they naturally thought of interest. Gu Nianji was speechless. She really wanted to kick these two idiots out of the house. Hua Xiaoheng didn't explain. He propped one arm on the window and supported his head with his left fist. He looked at Gu Nianji with a slight smile and said dryly, Yeah, I worked so hard to raise her, and I only borrowed some money, and now I have to charge interest. I really raised an ingrate. Gu Nianji couldn't help pinching Hua Xiaoheng's hand. Was he teasing her on purpose? She would immediately pounce on him and kiss him to return the interest he had paid last time. Hua Xiaoheng saw that she had bitten her lower lip so hard that there were 2 teeth marks. He finally gave up on teasing her. He glanced at In Shi Xiang and Zhao Yangzi with an obvious warning. In Shi Xiang and Zhao Yangzi rubbed their noses and didn't get involved. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and asked Gu Nianji, his voice gentle, How do you want to celebrate? Gu Nianji wasn't very angry to begin with, and now that Hua Xiaoheng was willing to bend over and coax her with such a gentle voice, she was immediately overjoyed and stopped secretly pinching his wrist. Hugging his right arm, she rolled her eyes and said, Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe are right. You've been so good to me. I really shouldn't charge interest for lending you some money. How about this, Hua Xiao? You don't have to pay back the principal. I just want you to find a free day before the Lunar New Year to go shopping with me. Okay? She actually just wanted to be alone with Hua Xiaoheng one day. Even if they didn't do anything, just walking on the streets with him would make her feel incomparably satisfied. Like a pair of lovers, walking on the street, Gu Nianji added in her heart. Of course, she wouldn't do anything inappropriate, but she could still hold his hand, right? Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng expectantly. Her eyes were filled with longing and reliance. She trusted him wholeheartedly. Even someone with a heart of stone would soften in front of Gu Nianji's expression. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji silently and raised his hand to stroke her long hair. Okay, what day do you want? I'm fine with any day. Let's see when it's convenient for Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji's eyes sparkled, and her expression was like a lit firework. In Shi Xiang, who was sitting next to Gu Nianji, said, Nianji, do you want Brother Xiong to go shopping with you too? Gu Nianji was the most angry with In Shi Xiang and Zhao Yangzi today. If she had a lamp cord in her hand, she would have yanked on it and extinguished the 2 big light bulbs. She shook her head in dissatisfaction and sat closer to Hua Xiaoheng. She grumbled, Hua Xiao owes me money, not you guys. In Shi Xiang rolled his eyes at her. Even if she were to go shopping with Hua Xiao, how could they, as his personal secretaries, stay out of it? He knocked on Zhao Yangzi in the front seat. Is Hua Xiao free these days? Zhao Yangzi took out his electronic schedule to check. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, so he's free tomorrow. Today, Hua Xiao has to go to the Supreme Military Council to attend the last Chief of Staff meeting of the year. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't the Chief of Staff, but he was in charge of the Special Operations Forces. He had to give an annual summary at the military's year-end meeting. Tomorrow, then, Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, and her eyes almost sparkled. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Yes, tomorrow then. Hua Xiao, you're the best. Gu Nianji couldn't help herself. She lunged forward to hug Hua Xiaoheng's neck and kiss him. Hua Xiaoheng stopped her. He held the back of her neck with one hand and fastened her seatbelt with the other. Sit properly and fasten your seatbelt. In Xixiang found it funny. He poked Gu Nianji's shoulder. Nianji, you're already 18. You can't be a little kid and cuddle around Hua Xiao anymore. It's fine for us to watch, but if someone else sees, it'll cause trouble for Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji glanced at him. In Xixiang actually sensed a murderous intent in her eyes. He froze. When he looked again, there was only disdain left in Gu Nianji's eyes. She pursed her lips and said coolly, I'm doing this because there are no outsiders around. I'm not an idiot. Why would I do this in front of outsiders? If it weren't for Hua Xiaoheng's presence, she would have rolled her eyes all the way to the sky. I know. I'm just reminding you. In Xixiang snorted. He felt that Gu Nianji was getting more and more mischievous. She always talked back to him, and her eloquence was getting better and better. Even someone like him, who was known to be a good talker, couldn't out-talk her. Gu Nianji also knew that In Xixiang was right, but she still felt a little upset. She couldn't show it in front of Hua Xiaoheng, so she could only sniff and hang her head in the car seat. She looked sullen. Zhao Yangzi saw Gu Nianji's expression in the rearview mirror and felt sorry for her. He wanted to speak up for her. Big Xiong, you're such a busybody. Is Nianji the kind of person who doesn't know what's important? Also, Nianji just turned 18. She's still young. While Hua Xiaoheng doesn't have a girlfriend or fiancé, Nianji can still cling to him. When Hua Xiaoheng has someone in the future, Nianji won't be able to cling to him even if she wants to. It would have been better if Zhao Liangzi didn't try to persuade her. Now that he did, Gu Nianji wanted to cry even more. Brother Zhe, will you die if you don't speak up? In Xixiang felt that Zhao Yangzi's words were very reasonable. He nodded repeatedly. Well said, well said. Little Zhe, you're getting better at talking. You're starting to resemble me. Zhao Yangzi turned around and gave In Xixiang the middle finger. He also gave him a look of disdain. Gu Nianji's face instantly turned white. Her left hand had been holding onto Hua Xiaoheng's wrist. She was just about to let go when Hua Xiaoheng quickly grabbed her hand. Gu Nianji was a bit unhappy. She secretly used force to try and free her hand from Hua Xiaoheng's large palm. However, Hua Xiaoheng held onto her hand firmly. His grip was getting tighter and tighter, but it wasn't to the point where it hurt her and she couldn't break free. Hua Xiaoheng was only wearing a dark blue shirt and a standard military alpaca coat today. It wasn't a military uniform, so he was dressed more casually. He sat ramrod straight and didn't show any signs of discomfort. One of his hands was tucked into his wide sleeve, and his fingers were intertwined with Gu Nianji's. No matter how much Gu Nianji's little hand struggled in his palm, or even if she used her newly grown nails to pinch his palm, his expression didn't change. No one in the car knew that the two of them were still fighting a lawsuit in his coat sleeve. Gu Nianji struggled for a while and felt her arm get tired. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng, but he was still as calm as a mountain. He looked down at her. The words "stop it" were written in his deep eyes. It was as if she was being unreasonable. Gu Nianji felt ashamed again and stopped struggling. She sat in his hand for a while, unwilling to give up. Seeing that they were in the car and there were no outsiders, she slowly tilted her head and gently leaned on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. Hua Xiaoheng didn't move away, but he also didn't move his body to let her lean on him more comfortably. He only maintained his original position and didn't move. In Xixiang and Zhao Yangzi began preparing for Hua Xiaoheng's meeting and tomorrow's trip. They were so nervous and busy that they didn't notice the change in Gu Nianji's mood. Gu Nianji leaned on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder and slowly calmed down. Although she was still a bit jealous, she thought it was human nature. If she didn't have any emotions after hearing those words, she would have doubted whether she really liked Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's car drove to the entrance of his official residence when they returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. The car door opened. Fan Jian, who was driving, Zhao Liangzi, who was sitting in the front, and In Xixiang, who was sitting in the back, got out one after another to prepare for Hua Xiaoheng's meeting at the military headquarters. Only Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng were left in the car. Hua Xiaoheng finally let go of her hand. They had been holding hands the entire way, and as soon as they let go, they both felt a bit uncomfortable. Gu Nianji rubbed her left hand and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. She asked quietly, "Hua Xiao is going to the meeting?" "Yeah," Hua Xiaoheng replied. "You must be tired recently. Rest early." Gu Nianji originally wanted to ask when he would be back for dinner, but Hua Xiaoheng's words meant that he wouldn't be coming back to have dinner with her. Okay. Gu Nianji didn't look happy at all. She pouted slightly and thought about what Zhao Yangzi had said. It was like a thorn in her heart. Since the thorn had been planted, who knew what would happen in the future if it wasn't pulled out immediately? Gu Nianji didn't want to keep this thorn in her heart for the new year. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng's arm and glanced around to make sure no one was around before whispering in a Hua Xiaoheng's ear. "Hua Xiao, if you have another girlfriend or fiancé in the future, will you ignore me?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her without batting an eyelid. He removed her from his body and placed her on the seat. He replied dryly, "Of course. If you weren't my fiancé, why would I care about you?" Gu Nianji's tears gushed out instantly. She couldn't help punching Hua Xiaoheng. No. Even if you have a wife, you still have to care about me." She couldn't imagine Hua Xiaoheng ignoring her. In the past, she thought she could stay away from Hua Xiaoheng and leave quietly when he had another relationship. Now she knew that was very, very difficult to do. At least for now, she couldn't do it at all. "Hua Xiao, don't find another girlfriend, okay?" Gu Nianji begged him softly. Before she knew it, she was already half lying in his arms. "You said that if I seduce you, you'll be mine. How can you go back on your word?" "I didn't go back on my word." Hua Xiaoheng was still sitting upright, but his arm was weakly wrapped around Gu Nianji's waist. "I said that if you seduce me, I'll be yours. You can continue seducing me. Then what if someone else seduces you?" People in love couldn't help but worry about gains and losses. Even someone as confident as Gu Nianji would sometimes ask questions that lack confidence. Hua Xiaoheng caressed her face. "Then you have to work harder and do better than others. I've never seduced anyone before. I don't have enough experience." Gu Nianji stuttered. "Should I find someone else to practice with?" "Try it." "Gu Nianji, I dare you to seduce someone else." Hua Xiaoheng interrupted Gu Nianji. He was slightly displeased by her words. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng and asked timidly, "Hua Xiaoheng, are you also worried that I'll seduce someone else?" Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her for a while and said nonchalantly, "Yes, you're not good at seducing people. I'm worried that you'll embarrass me." Gu Nianji gasped and punched Hua Xiaoheng a few times unhappily. "Why would I embarrass you? I'm amazing. Just wait and see if you don't believe me." She puffed up her cheeks and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Her features were especially vivid and beautiful. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to push her too hard. Sometimes, pushing too hard would have the opposite effect. It was like a rubber band that would snap if it was too tight. "Be good." Hua Xiaoheng tightened his arms and pulled her to his side. "Don't seduce anyone else. If I find out, I'll break your legs." "Hua Xiaoheng, are you jealous?" Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng suspiciously. However, Hua Xiaoheng's expression was too calm. She couldn't see any changes in his emotions. "I'm never jealous." Hua Xiaoheng patted her face. "Don't think too much. I still have a meeting. Be good." "Okay, you rest early too. You have to go out with me tomorrow." Gu Nianji reminded Hua Xiaoheng again. "Don't worry." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "The whole day is yours tomorrow." Gu Nianji's mood improved. She extended a hand to Hua Xiaoheng. "You have to keep your promise." Slap. Hua Xiaoheng also extended his hand to give her a high five. Gu Nianji finally got out of the car happily. She didn't immediately enter the house. Instead, she stood at the door and waved at Hua Xiaoheng's car. She watched him leave. She turned around and entered Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Gu Nianji immediately returned to her room to tidy up. First, she showered and washed her hair. Then, she applied a variety of skincare products all over her body. She continuously applied facial masks to her face. Hydration, exfoliation, whitening, and nutritional masks. One by one, she used the most intensive procedures to maximize skincare. Although she was already fair enough, she couldn't help but stock up on a box of whitening facial masks. After completing this set of procedures, 3 to 4 gorgeous hours passed. After showering, she wrapped her hair up and went to the closet to find clothes for tomorrow's outing. She picked out and matched them for a long time. Finally, she chose a pea-green cashmere, turtleneck pullover, and slim-fit trousers. She could wear it with boots and a leather coat. Paired with a Hermes blue and purple rudder scarf and a large pair of Prada floating cloud sunglasses, she would definitely look stylish and handsome. Girls naturally like to tinker with these kinds of outfits. She unknowingly spent the entire afternoon in her room like this. When she was completely tidied up and came out of her room for dinner, her entire body seemed to glow. It could only be described as radiant. Song Jining was the only one sitting in the dining room. Seeing Gun Yinji walk in with a radiant face, Song Jining put down the iPad in her hand and nodded at Gun Yinji with a smile. Seeing that you're in such a good mood, you must have won the lawsuit, right? Gun Yinji couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She had been so busy with her own matters after returning that she had actually forgotten to tell Song Jining about the lawsuit. Gun Yinji quickly sat across from Song Jining and first told her about Bai Jini's sentence. Death penalty, but with a 2-year suspension. Song Jining stirred a bowl of thick sea cucumber soup in her hand as she mused, the Bais are powerful. If the death penalty isn't carried out immediately, she probably won't die. Gun Yinji pressed her hands on the dining table and said indignantly, I know. That's why I'll keep an eye on them. If they dare to bribe Bai Jini, I'll definitely not let them off the hook. Song Jining actually didn't try to persuade Gun Yinji to let the matter rest. She nodded solemnly. I don't understand the law, but I know that murder must be paid with one's life, and debts must be paid. Since Bai Jini killed Luo Xinxue, she must pay with her life. Gun Yinji couldn't help clapping her hands. Any Song, you're so right. Although I'm a law student, I also believe that murder must be paid with one's life, and debts must be paid. That's why I've never been in favor of abolishing the death penalty. The ancestors all said to repay evil with good. How to repay good with good? Why should the murderer receive more attention than the victim? Pleading for the murderer's life. Have you thought about the consequences of doing so? Just like the juvenile protection law, it doesn't protect real minors, it only encourages juvenile delinquency. Song Jining smiled as she listened to Gun Yinji ramble on about her understanding of the law. She nodded from time to time and chimed in with a few words, so that Gun Yinji could continue talking. The two of them chatted happily and took another bottle of red wine to drink as they chatted. The dinner went on for 2 hours, but they still hadn't had enough. When Hua Xiaoheng returned, it was already 9 p.m. He took off his coat and handed it to the orderly. He asked casually, Mrs. Song and Yinji are asleep, right? The orderly giggled. Good morning, Chief. Mrs. Song and Miss Yinji are still having dinner in the dining room. They're still eating? Hua Xiaoheng was surprised. How long have they been eating? More than 2 hours. It was just a casual dinner, but then Miss Gu said she wanted a drink, so she ordered a bottle of red wine to drink with Mrs. Song. Hua Xiaoheng walked to the dining room and saw that there wasn't just one bottle of red wine on the table. There were already 2 empty bottles. Gun Yinji was still shaking the empty bottle drunkenly. Her large, misty eyes were wide open. She said in a daze, Huh, why can't I pour it out? There's clearly more. It was the second watch. There were 10 watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words. Oh, intersection after intersection, oh. Chapter 314. Hua Xiaoheng reached out and took the bottle from her expressionlessly. I've already finished it. There's no more. Song Jining had a good tolerance for alcohol and looked at Gun Yinji's drunken state with amusement. Yinji's tolerance is too low. Don't let her drink outside again. Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank, but he replied nonchalantly, putting one hand on Gun Yinji's waist to help her up. He said to Song Jining, You should drink less too. Although it's red wine, I'm afraid the after-effects are quite strong after drinking so much. Song Jining stood up with a smile and pulled out her chair, shaking her head. This wine really isn't much. I can drink 2 bottles of white wine if I can. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. After some thought, Hua Xiaoheng told Song Jining about the contents of today's meeting. You can return to work at the Institute of High Energy Physics after the new year. Bai Genie has been sentenced, and the higher-ups want you to take over as the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Song Jining nodded, seemingly unsurprised. If there's someone stronger than me in the Institute, I don't mind not being the director, but if there's no one stronger than me, I don't want to do research under such a mediocre person. Scientist had some pride and unyielding character. Hua Xiaoheng understood his mother's mentality very well, and that was why he was arguing for her. Although she had been ill for 16 years and was almost out of touch with the times, no one had surpassed her past achievements. In terms of experience and ability, none of the people in the Institute of High Energy Physics were her match. You could take advantage of the new year to take a good look at the Institute's achievements over the years and determine the direction of future research. Hua Xiaoheng put his arm around Gun Yinji's waist and walked out of the cafeteria with Song Jining. The military still wants to restart the experiments. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk offending the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Cabinet to strongly support Song Jining's appointment as the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Although Song Jining was talented and capable, she had been ill for 16 years and had long lost her connections in the Ministry of Science and Technology. Of course, the Bais didn't want to support her, but in the end, the military only agreed to Hua Xiaoheng's proposal because she was the only survivor of the original experiments. Song Jining nodded firmly. I also want to restart the experiments. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have to return to the Institute. There was also the set of mysterious text message data on Hua Guanyuan's private phone that bypassed the mobile company. Song Jining had been thinking about it over and over again for the past few days. She already had a rough idea of what it was and couldn't wait to test it out. Once her interest in research was piqued, she didn't care about anything else. She only thought about her experiment and went to the 3rd floor without looking back. Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he watched Song Jining rush upstairs. He picked Gun Yinji up by the waist and entered her room. The door closed with a bang. The lights in the room were not turned on. It was pitch black. Hua Xiaoheng carried Gun Yinji into the house and placed her on the sofa, intending to turn on the lights. Darkness could embolden people. Although Gun Yinji was drunk, she wasn't unconscious. She knew it was Hua Xiaoheng who brought her in, so she refused to let him go. She pulled him to sit down with her and grabbed his collar. Mustering up her courage, she kissed him with trembling lips. Although Hua Xiaoheng was tough, his lips were still quite soft. Gun Yinji really liked kissing him. Her heart was pounding, and with the help of the alcohol, she grabbed his collar tightly and kissed his lips over and over again. It was as if she was eating a cake from top to bottom, from inside to outside, and she kept kissing him. Hua Xiaoheng didn't move. He maintained his lazy posture as he leaned back on the sofa. Gun Yinji hung on him like a pendant. She was drunk, so he didn't know if she was sober or not. She kissed him for a while, but he still didn't respond. He only held her waist so she wouldn't fall. Gun Yinji suddenly felt a bit ashamed. Without a word, she got off him and ran out the door. Where are you going? This is your room. Are you drunk? Hua Xiaoheng reached out and pulled her back. With a little force, he pulled her back into his arms. He took a wet tissue from the coffee table to wipe her hair and face. You're drunk. Sleep early. He carried her by the waist and walked to the bedroom. Gun Yinji buried her head in Hua Xiaoheng's arms and let him carry her to the bedroom. There were no lights in the room, but Gun Yinji's bedroom had a night light on all year round. It automatically turned on at night. The warm yellow light was very soothing. What Gun Yinji didn't know was that when the official residence was being built, Hua Xiaoheng had ordered people to install the night light she was used to in the bedroom. As soon as the bedroom door was opened, the warm yellow light poured out and sprinkled under their feet. Hua Xiaoheng carried her in and closed the bedroom door with a kick. He wanted to put her on the bed, but Gun Yinji refused. She twisted her body to get off and mumbled, I want to go to the bathroom. She had to brush her teeth and wash her face before going to bed. Even though she was drunk, she still remembered it clearly. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't dissuade her, so he carried her into the bathroom and put her down. He watched her hold the marble counter of the sink to steady herself before turning to leave. Gun Yinji looked at her face in the mirror in the bathroom. Her face was flushed red, and her lips were even redder. They were like roses blooming on a summer morning with dewdrops on them. She patted her face and looked down to pick up the electric toothbrush. She applied toothpaste and carefully brushed her teeth, then rinsed with mouthwash for a long time. She was actually still drunk, so her hands and feet weren't nimble. When she brushed her teeth and washed her face, she splashed a lot of water on her chest. Her ivory silk blouse was wet and stuck to her chest. It was wet, and she couldn't wring it dry no matter how hard she tried. It was very uncomfortable. Gunyinji took a dry towel to wipe herself, but it still wouldn't dry. She lowered her head and wanted to undo the long string of pearl buttons on her chest. However, it was already difficult for a drunk person to control their hands and feet, so it was even more difficult to undo so many pearl buttons on her chest. She undid them one by one, but the pearl buttons kept slipping from her hands as if they were smeared with oil. She couldn't undo a single one even after a long time. "Don't move. I'll hit you if you move again." Gunyinji frowned and pointed at the pearl buttons on her chest angrily. Hua Xiaoheng stood in Gunyinji's bedroom for a while, wondering if he should leave now or wait for her to come out of the bathroom. Not long after, he heard loud voices from Gunyinji's bathroom. He froze for a moment, then walked over to open the bathroom door. Gunyinji lowered her head and stood diagonally against the bathroom door. In front of her was the large mirror above the sink. Her hands were unbuttoning the buttons on her chest. She had already unbuttoned them halfway, revealing her snow-white breasts and a light pink pearlescent bra. The bra cups were very shallow and only barely covered the bottom of her breasts. Most of her white and tender bunnies were exposed. Every time she unbuttoned them, the softness of her breasts trembled. Looking at them in the mirror, it was even more thrilling. Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He held onto the bathroom door, unable to move forward or backward. Gunyinji had only unbuttoned half of the buttons after a long time and was already very impatient. She frowned and gritted her teeth. She wanted to use her hands to pull off all the remaining buttons. Hua Xiaoheng finally said, "Don't." Gunyinji heard the voice coming from behind her, and her entire body was still a bit sluggish. She turned around, bared her breasts, and looked at Hua Xiaoheng on the verge of tears. "I can't unbutton them." Hua Xiaoheng's hand on the door frame tightened. He saw Gunyinji standing under the bathroom light. She was hazy, like she was shrouded in a layer of fog. He couldn't see her clearly. Her skin was extremely white, but her cheeks were bright red. Her eyes were extremely dark and large, but her eyebrows were thin and curved like willows. They softened her always spirited expression and made her appear soft and squishy. When she looked at you with a face full of grievance, a pair of misty big eyes could melt a person's heart. Hua Xiaoheng walked over with extreme restraint and knelt on one knee in front of her. "I'll unbutton them for you." His fingers were very long, dry and warm. From time to time, they swept over the skin on Gunyinji's chest, like a breeze blowing over the surface of the water, causing ripples. Gunyinji looked down and saw Hua Xiaoheng's dark head on her chest. His slender fingers flew over her chest as he undid the pearl buttons one by one. Hua Xiaoheng tried his best not to touch the skin on Gunyinji's chest, but the pearl buttons were too small, so it wasn't easy to undo them. Sometimes, it was inevitable that he would accidentally graze a little. The feeling that occasionally brushed past was already enough to make Gunyinji's entire body tremble. She felt a bit weak in the legs, and quickly stretched her arms to support herself on the marble countertop of the sink to support herself so that she wouldn't fall. The bathroom was quiet, and only the sound of their breathing could be heard. The silence was a bit awkward, but it also seemed like something was breaking out of the ground. In order to break this strange silence, Hua Xiaoheng gulped. As he unbuttoned her, he asked her, "Did you shower?" Gunyinji nodded repeatedly. "I did. I showered all afternoon." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. "Since you've already showered, why did you take off your clothes?" "I got them wet when I was brushing my teeth and washing my face." Hua Xiaoheng's throat tightened again, and the veins on his forehead seemed to pop. "Where did you buy these clothes? Why do you have so many buttons?" Disregarding the large number, The key thing was that they were too small, and they were pearl buttons, so they were very fragile. Xiaoheng's hands were already strong, and he always felt like he could crush her pearl buttons into pieces if he wasn't careful. Gun Yinji grunted and turned to look at the mirror behind her. She asked in confusion, "I bought it last year. Doesn't it look good?" The pearl buttons were densely fastened all the way to her neck. In the words of her university roommate, Little Temptress, it was very abstinent and would make men want to tear their clothes off. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and finally undid the last pearl button. Both of them sighed in relief. Hua Xiaoheng looked up and saw the shallow bottom of Gun Yinji's bra. The bra was pearl powder, and under the bathroom lights, it actually felt like one with her skin. Gun Yinji slowly looked down and met Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. She stared at him quietly, wanting to look into the depths of his eyes and know what he was thinking. But when she really looked into Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, she couldn't think at all. Her mind was in a daze, and her body began to heat up. However, her large breasts were a bit cold. Gun Yinji felt her chest swell, and it was getting more and more bloated. She didn't know where the heat came from, but she didn't know what to do. Hua Xiaoheng maintained his position of kneeling on one knee and quietly looked at Gun Yinji. The look in his eyes gradually grew hot, but his hands only held the hem of her silk shirt. As he stared at her, Gun Yinji only heard a few crisp popping sounds. The buttons on the back of her bra were bursting from her increasingly full breasts. He only looked at her once, and the bra automatically burst? What kind of bra was this? He was too perverted. Gun Yinji's brain suddenly crashed. The two little white rabbits on her chest immediately happily jumped out of the restraints of the bra and jumped and trembled in front of Hua Xiaoheng. The dim light in Hua Xiaoheng's eyes suddenly became hot. He suddenly stood up and cupped the back of Gun Yinji's neck with one hand. He lowered his head and kissed her, but his other hand held the little white rabbits jumping on her chest. Perhaps he thought they were jumping too much, so he had to encircle them, press them down, and rub them with all his might. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng had kissed many times, but this was the first time she was being touched by Hua Xiaoheng. The contact of lips and tongues was already hot enough, but his palms were the real killer. Gun Yinji tilted her head back and wrapped her arms around Hua Xiaoheng's neck. She returned his kiss forcefully. She passionately opened her lips and welcomed the tip of his tongue to explore and wash her freshly clean mouth over and over again. His breath was so hot, and it was her favorite taste. Not only did she suck with all her might, but she also breathed with all her might. She wanted to let everything about him occupy all her senses and mind. His arms hugged her, his palms caressed her, and his lips and tongue kissed her. She enjoyed everything about him as if it were sweet syrup. Gun Yinji had been standing on her tiptoes for a long time, so she was a little tired. Perhaps it was because Hua Xiaoheng's rubbing had made her legs weak. Hua Xiaoheng sensed it and simply lifted her up by her legs. He placed her on the marble counter in front of the sink to sit. Gun Yinji thought he was pulling away to leave, so she panicked and wrapped her legs around Hua Xiaoheng's waist. Hua Xiaoheng's entire body tensed, and there was immediately movement below him. He quickly moved back to avoid Gun Yinji's touch. Gun Yinji thought Hua Xiaoheng was going to leave, so she couldn't care anymore. She wrapped her legs even tighter, and her entire body was practically hanging onto Hua Xiaoheng. A man who could endure this position wouldn't be a man anymore. Hua Xiaoheng abruptly lifted her up and carried her in his arms. He turned around and pressed her against the bathroom door. He kissed her from her lips all the way down to her collarbone, sucking and biting repeatedly until he left a strawberry mark. Gun Yinji's chest swelled with more pain. Her bra had long been pulled up by Hua Xiaoheng. His body was strong, so he could support her entire body with one arm. His other hand wrapped around her chest and rubbed it so hard that she trembled and her heart trembled. With such a strong hand, her chest was soft and shapeless. It should have hurt, but his forceful rubbing miraculously eased the swelling pain in her chest. Gun Yinji was unfamiliar with this feeling, but she didn't reject it at all. This kind of intimate skin-on-skin made her feel like they were in love and a pair of lovers. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng's neck tightly and felt his strong muscles. She then quietly slid down his neck to his shoulders. Her small hand pressed on his shoulders. It was really too hard, so she couldn't help but press harder. Unexpectedly, when she pressed harder, Xiaoheng's hand became even stronger. He rubbed Gunyinji like a small boat in the ocean, tossing and turning in the big waves. A seductive moan came from her throat. She waited for Xiaoheng to lose control and have sex with her. Xiaoheng was really addicted. He tried hard to forget that part of the memory, but his body was incredibly honest. As soon as he touched her, all his body's memories were awakened. That chaotic yet erotic night, those tumbling, deep, tight, and blissful times, you and me. That kind of unbreakable intimacy couldn't be thought about at all. Once he thought about it, he couldn't control it anymore. Xiaoheng's hand seemed to have a mind of its own as it slowly wandered to the lower part of Gunyinji's abdomen. He probed a few times and was about to go deeper. Gunyinji was extremely nervous and whispered in his ear, Xiao, this is my first time. First time. Those 3 words were like a bucket of cold water that sobered Xiaoheng up. His hand stopped moving, and his whole body was motionless. He pressed against Gunyinji's head and panted heavily. He looked down at her. The half-wet silk top had been kneaded like pickled vegetables by him. It hung on her arms and bared the beauty of her chest. Such a fair and delicate pair of bunnies had been kneaded into a mess by him. There were red marks and finger marks everywhere. He had lost too much control just now. Xiaoheng pursed his lips tightly and simply took off her top. He casually pulled down the pink bathrobe hanging on a bathroom door and wrapped it around Gunyinji's entire body. Then he opened the bathroom door and carried her out. He placed her on the bed and pulled the blankets to cover her. He got up to get a black t-shirt and threw it next to her pillow. Change into your pajamas and sleep early. We still have to go shopping tomorrow. Gunyinji was also panting under the blankets. She looked at Xiaoheng drowsily. She couldn't tell if she was happy or regretful. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. She would have been as she really wanted to give herself to Xiaoheng because she loved him and wanted to be with him. She wanted to make him happy so that she could be happy. Xiao. Gunyinji bit her lip and took off the bathrobe from under the blankets and threw it out. She grabbed the black t-shirt and put it on herself. She mumbled, "You don't like me?" Xiaoheng patted her head. "Don't let your imagination run wild." Gunyinji wanted to ask him why he had stopped just now. He had clearly been in a daze, but in the end, his rationality had won over his feelings. Gunyinji had always known that Xiaoheng was a very rational and restrained man. But when she thought about how his rationality had won over his feelings for her, she felt very uncomfortable. It was as if Xiaoheng didn't go wild just now because he didn't love her. She also knew that this kind of thinking was actually wrong. It was extreme and even pretentious, but she just couldn't help it. Xiaoheng didn't want to continue talking about this with her. He sat on the edge of her bed and adjusted the blankets for her. He changed the topic as if nothing had happened. "Where do you want to go tomorrow? Have you thought about it?" It was the 3rd watch. There were 10 watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words. Oh, no. Chapter 315. Gunyinji was taken aback. Her thoughts slowly turned to tomorrow's itinerary, and she couldn't help smiling again. "I've thought about it. There's so many places. Xiao has to accompany me." "Yeah, I'll spend the whole day with you tomorrow." Xiaoheng had already promised her last time. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Going out for a stroll would be considered as shopping for New Year's goods. Song Jining was divorced from Hua Guanchen, so she had no intention of returning to the Hua mansion for the new year. Therefore, Xiaoheng planned to spend New Year's Eve with Gunyinji and Song Jining at his official residence. Although he had an orderly who could prepare things for the new year with just a word, the meaning of a new year was to enjoy the fun of the new year. As expected, Gunyinji's thoughts were diverted. "All right, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Will the shopping mall close?" "I won't. It should be open until around 10 p.m. Xiaoheng wasn't very sure, but if they really had to close the door, they could just get someone to open it. He remembered that he had a childhood friend who owned a shopping mall. "Xiao, you haven't been home for New Year's in 6 years. Are you still not going back this year? Gu Nianji didn't know what Hua Xiaoheng was planning, so she couldn't help but ask. After all, that was Hua Xiaoheng's family. For the past 6 years, as long as Hua Xiaoheng wasn't on a mission, Gu Nianji would spend the holidays with him. Gu Nianji didn't know what Hua Xiaoheng would do since they were back in the imperial capital this year, and it was only an hour's drive back to the Hua residence. Hua Xiaoheng told her directly, "We'll spend the new year here this year. You, my mother, me, and Da Xiong." His 2 personal secretaries took turns to be on duty during the new year. Last year, Big Xiong went home for the new year. This year, it was little Zay's turn. Ah, really? Gu Nianji's earlier gloominess was completely swept away. She rubbed her palms together under the covers. Then I'll have to buy more stuff tomorrow. Let's have a good new year. You're going to prepare? Hua Xiaoheng stood up. Then all the more reason to sleep early. Okay, I'm going to bed. Good night, Hua Xiao. Gu Nianji smiled as she said goodbye. Good night. Hua Xiaoheng walked out and first closed the bedroom door, then the door to the suite outside. He stood in the corridor for a while before returning to the suite opposite his. After entering, he wanted to smoke again. Walking through the living room to the patio, he took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and smoked on the patio. His excited mood and body gradually calmed down. On the dark balcony, only the cigarette in his hand was emitting sparks. The soldiers lying in ambush not far away saw the sudden appearance on the balcony of the chief's official residence and hurriedly set up their binoculars. They only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that it was Hua Xiaoheng. They were very curious, but because of the rules, they couldn't speak, so they could only keep it to themselves and upload the images captured by the telescope to the cloud system. Zhao Liangzi sat alone in the central control room, absent-mindedly writing programs as he looked at the various duty systems. In Shixiao knocked on the door and asked, "Are you going home for the new year this year?" They were Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretaries, so they could take turns to go home for the new year. Last year, In Shixiao had gone home. This year, it would be Zhao Liangzi's turn. Zhao Liangzi's expression was grim. He shook his head and said, "I don't want to go home this year. I'll spend a new year here with Hua, Xiao, and Nianji." "What's wrong with you?" In Shixiao walked in and dragged a chair over to sit beside him. "You suddenly got angry at Nianji a few days ago, and today you said you won't be going home for the new year. You haven't been home in 2 years. Don't your parents miss you?" Zhao Liangzi chuckled and said without turning his head, "If I go back, they'll force me to go on blind dates and get married. It's better if I don't go back, so I don't have to fight with them every new year." "Huh? Didn't you like a girl?" In Shixiao didn't understand and simply dragged the chair closer. "Don't you know better than I do? You're still messing around with Nianji." Zhao Liangzi was in a bad mood and glared at In Shixiao. "So you don't know anything? What would I know? It's just a wild guess." In Shixiao slapped the table and laughed. "You were secretly giggling and chatting happily on the computer a few days ago, huh? Why are you turning on me in less than 2 days? Did that girl make you a cuckold?" For men, they could tolerate anything except being cuckolded. Zhao Liangzi threw a punch at In Shixiao's face. In Shixiao blocked it with a backhand and leaned to the side. His right hand almost reached for his gun out of habit. He shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Let's talk nicely." "Are you talking nicely?" Zhao Liangzi retorted. "Who talks nicely like you? Any man would get angry if he made someone a cuckold without thinking." In Shixiao quickly apologized. "Oh, you're really angry? I was just joking with you. You weren't like this before. Don't we always say that? Why are you angry today?" Zhao Liangzi propped his head on the computer table and said in annoyance, "I have something to do. Don't bother me." "You're really sad?" In Shixiao leaned over. "What's wrong? Maybe I can give you some advice if you tell me." "You?" Zhao Liangzi looked In Shixiao up and down and saw the bright smile on his face. He looked like a fresh graduate and couldn't help but despise him even more. "Have you ever had a girlfriend? Have you ever liked someone? If not, why are you acting all high and mighty in front of me? Go away." "Even if you haven't seen a pig, you've eaten pork before, okay? Do you look down on me that much?" In Shixiao patted Zhao Liangzi's shoulder. "I've seen a lot of people. I know more about women than you do. Come on, little Zay. Don't be careless and tell me everything." Zhao Yangzi glared at Yin Shixiang and thought about how Yin Shixiang was good at socializing with people. Maybe he really knew? Anyway, after thinking about it, he couldn't help but say it. He and Yin Shixiang were Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretaries together. They were comrades in arms and friends who had gone through life and death together. There was really nothing that couldn't be said. It's actually not a big deal. Zhao Yangzi scratched his head and put the computer to sleep in annoyance. He turned his computer chair around and crossed his arms to face Yin Shixiang. Things haven't even started yet. It's just that these few days I want to try to find her, but I can't find her every day. She's either in a meeting or on a business trip, or her phone is turned off. Do you think she doesn't like me and is deliberately trying to make me give up? He would be happy for a long time if she occasionally replied to his messages, even if it was just 1 or 2 words. But most of the time, he couldn't find her. This kind of situation was common. If he could still be silly and happy, then he would really be stupid and wouldn't be able to be the chief's personal secretary. Yin Shixiang glared at Zhao Yangzi. Look at you. Don't tell me you're Hua Xiao's personal secretary or my comrade in arms in the future. I'll give you 2 words, shame. Zhao Yangzi was speechless. Could they talk properly? Seeing Zhao Yangzi's expression change, Yin Shixiang said again, "What are you talking about? Things haven't even started yet, and it's already affecting your mood? I say, Comrade Little Zay, this isn't right. How much do you like her? All right, who is she? You've been talking for so long, but I still don't know her name." Yin Shixiang couldn't help but laugh at Zhao Yangzi's misfortune. Zhao Yangzi immediately stopped talking to him. He turned his chair around and went back to writing his program. No matter how much Yin Shixiang threatened or tempted him, Zhao Yangzi ignored him. Yin Shixiang had no choice but to rub his nose and remind him, Hua Xiao is taking Yinji shopping tomorrow. They'll definitely be incognito, so get someone to follow them. It'll be more difficult to protect her in secret. We can't let the chief find out, or we won't be able to have a good new year. Speaking of the new year, Yin Shixiang said, Hua Xiao is going back to the imperial capital this year. I don't know if he'll be going back to the Huas for the new year. I'll have to find out. Zhao Yangzi thought about it and said, he probably won't be going back to the Huas. Before he came back, Hua Xiao ordered the kitchen staff to prepare New Year's Eve dinner. He'll be staying with everyone in the greenhouse at the new official residence to celebrate the new year. Yeah, we haven't even had a greenhouse since we moved in. Yin Shixiang slapped his thigh. Fine, I won't be going back this year either. I'll go prepare something. You can make the arrangements for tomorrow. Got it. Zhao Yangzi finally found something to distract himself with. He opened the list of personnel and began making arrangements. Gun Yinji slept soundly that night. When she woke up the next day, it was only 7 in the morning. Thinking about going shopping with Hua Xiao today, just the 2 of them, she was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. This was the closest thing to a couple's date in her mind. Unfortunately, she could only laugh to herself. She hummed a song as she rushed into the bathroom to shower. Facing the large mirror in the bathroom, she couldn't help but think about their entanglement in the bathroom last night. Her face instantly blushed, and the pink color seeped out from the bottom of her skin. Even the best blush wouldn't be able to produce such an effect. No wonder Narza's blush was called Climax. It was indeed a simulation of a woman's extreme passion. Gun Yinji sat in front of the vanity and saw Narza's blush. She was actually a bit embarrassed to sweep it on her face. Forget it, she didn't have any blush on her face right now anyway. It was better than blush when she finished dressing up and changed her clothes. Her entire body seemed to glow. She was already beautiful, but now she was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Good morning, Miss Gu. Miss Gu, this way, please. The orderlies in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence blushed when they saw her. They were even more attentive than usual. Gun Yinji smiled and greeted them one by one. She walked to the dining room and sat down. She nodded to Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang, who were already sitting there. Brother Zay, Brother Xiong, good morning. Oh, Yinji, you look so good. Yin Shixiang looked at her with a strange smile. What's the good news lately? I see that you're looking pretty good. You're probably going to be lucky with the ladies soon. Lucky with the ladies? Gun Yinji touched her face and thought to herself that Big Xiong had good taste. She was indeed lucky with the ladies, Zhao Liangzi looked at her carefully and also knocked on the table with satisfaction. Nianji is indeed getting more and more beautiful. You'll be going to be university for postgraduate studies after the new year. I'm afraid there will be as many suitors as there are carps in the river. Pfft, who needs so many people chasing after them? Gu Nianji pursed her lips. I'll kill every single lascivious man that comes my way. I, Gu Nianji, am not such a casual person. I have high standards and don't like normal people. As she spoke, she looked at the dining room door. Where's Xiao? Is he up? Did he have breakfast? Her eyes were full of longing and concern. Zhao Yangzi, who was in a different mood, immediately saw it. He remembered that Gu Nianji seemed to have a different feeling for Hua Xiaoheng. He couldn't help but look at her again. Just as he was about to say something, Hua Xiaoheng finished his morning exercise and walked in. He wore a black short-sleeved t-shirt, camouflage pants, and flat military boots. His tall figure bathed in the morning sunlight as he walked in. It was the morning of New Year's Eve, and the air was chilly. However, seeing him warmed her heart to no end. She was just waiting to reap the fruits of midsummer. Gu Nianji was slightly mesmerized. She quickly lowered her head and smiled to hide her expression. Good morning, Hua Xiao. Good morning, Chief. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang greeted Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji immediately pulled out the chair next to her. Hua Xiao, sit here. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her, but didn't sit. Instead, he sat across from her, next to Yin Shixiang. Gu Nianji was embarrassed. She didn't know whether to stand or sit. It was very unbearable to look at her like this. Zhao Yangzi's heart ached for her. He got up and sat next to her. He smiled. Nianji, sit. If Hua Xiao doesn't sit, Brother Zhe will sit with you. Come on, orderly, where's breakfast? The orderlies hurriedly served their breakfast. Gu Nianji ate bird's nest lotus seed porridge with 2 plates of Xilong Bao. The lotus seed porridge was sweet and glutinous, and the Xilong Bao was fresh and fragrant. However, it was too much. She originally couldn't eat that much, but because she was angry with Hua Xiaoheng, she finished it all in one go. Hua Xiaoheng's breakfast was much more than hers. He ate quickly outside, but ate slowly at home. Everyone else had finished, but he still had a small portion on his plate. Gu Nianji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng from time to time. Seeing that he was still leisurely eating breakfast, she couldn't help but feel angrier. She scraped her spoon loudly. Even the slightly slow Yin Shixiang noticed something was wrong. He exchanged a look with Zhao Yangzi. Hua Xiaoheng finally looked at her and asked, Are you ready to go out? Yes. Gu Nianji nodded sullenly. She had to buy as much as she could today. When she was in a bad mood, shopping was the best way to relieve it. She still needed Hua Xiaoheng to pay for it. Gu Nianji said directly, but I don't have any money on my card. I have a lot of things to buy today. She stared at Hua Xiaoheng with wide eyes. Let's see if he's going to talk to me. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. Use my card. I'll drive you out today. Oh. Gu Nianji finally smiled. I still want to eat out today. Hua Xiao, can you still drive? The last time she had driven was when she had a small gathering with Hua Xiaoheng and a few of his childhood friends. Her driving skills had been average, so she had to call Fan Jian to pick them up in the end. You're questioning my driving skills? Hua Xiaoheng leaned back in his chair. I used to race in Formula 1 in Europe. I'm a professional driver. Oh, that good. Gu Nianji was shocked. Really? Didn't Hua Xiao join the army at 18? It's true. He pretended to be a professional driver. Yin Shixiang chuckled. Hua Xiao only trained for a month and could already compete with those professional racers. He almost won first place. So it was another mission. Hua Xiaoheng calmly swallowed the last mouthful of breakfast before saying, It was that time when I pretended to be an engaged couple with Do Qingyan and stayed in Europe for half a year. Gu Nianji was speechless. Thinking of those photos made her feel even worse. Hua Xiaoheng silently observed Gu Nianji's reaction. He knew her emotional changes like the back of his hand. Seeing that she was obviously unhappy, he had no choice but to explain, This kind of thing is very common. It's our daily work. Zhao Yangzi had wanted to say it, but he hadn't expected Hua Xiaoheng to beat him to it. His eyes drifted to Hua Xiaoheng again. Hua Xiao, who never bothered to explain, was only lenient with Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji knew this was the truth, but the barrier in her heart couldn't be easily overcome. She could only encourage herself to continue working hard. After breakfast, Gun Yinji returned to her room to wash her face and brush her teeth. She changed into clothes for going out. Today, she deliberately chose a high-necked cashmere sweater and slim-fit wool trousers. She wore knee-high heels and a mid-length leather coat that she liked very much. The smart and neat outfit paired with a Chanel Luboy bag was a perfect match. She put her keys, wallet, and phone in her carry-on bag, put on the Prada floating cloud glasses, and walked out the door with a smile. Hua Xiaoheng had already packed up and was waiting for her downstairs. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. They were both wearing mid-length leather coats, like a couple's outfit. Hua Xiaoheng also wore sunglasses, but it was a standard style, not as trendy as Gun Yinji's. However, Hua Xiaoheng's facial features were too beautiful. Any sunglasses on his face would quickly skyrocket. It wasn't a branded product, but it was better than a branded product. In fact, Hua Xiaoheng's sunglasses were specially made by the military. They had the function of taking photos and videos online and synchronizing them to the cloud. It was actually a pair of spy sunglasses. Gun Yinji reached out to Hua Xiaoheng. She still looked a little unhappy, but her face was small to begin with. Under the Prada floating cloud sunglasses, she looked even smaller. Even her expression was hidden. Hua Xiaoheng could tell at a glance that Gun Yinji was still angry. He was a little speechless, but he didn't want to spoil her unreasonable little habits. He reached out to her and let her hold him. They left the official residence and got into the Mercedes-Benz SUV in front of the gate. The car didn't look very impressive. In Hua Xiaoheng's opinion, the only good thing about it was that it was relatively sturdy. It had also been modified to make the windows and wheels bulletproof. Gun Yinji sat next to him and watched him start the car skillfully. They quickly drove out of the gate of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. They were going downtown to buy things, but it was actually just to go shopping. However, when they came out of the Special Operations Forces headquarters, the Mercedes-Benz SUV of the same model also drove out of the gate and in all directions. Gun Yinji saw this scene from the car window and was quite curious. She wanted to ask Hua Xiaoheng, but she remembered that she had been angry with him just now. Wouldn't it be too easy for Hua Xiaoheng if she recovered immediately? However, she wouldn't dare to really quarrel with Hua Xiaoheng even if she had 10 guts. Just like that, her anger was stuck in her throat. She couldn't go up or down. It was almost worrying her to death. It was the 4th night watch. There were 10 night watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 316. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to understand what she was thinking. He waited until the car was on the highway and there was nothing out of the ordinary before replying calmly. Although I'm going out with you incognito, there are too many people watching from the Special Forces. We have to be careful. Gun Yinji understood. It was to confuse the enemy. She sighed softly and looked up at Hua Xiaoheng's silhouette. He wasn't an ordinary man. Why did she have to use the standards of an ordinary man to judge him? The anger in her heart finally dissipated. She placed her hand on Hua Xiaoheng's arm. Hua Xiao, I'm not interrupting your driving, am I? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. No, I can drive with one hand. Then what are you doing with the other hand? Hugging you. Hua Xiaoheng raised his handsome long brows at her, his eyes containing a trace of affection that was hard to detect. Gun Yinji never thought that the serious Hua Xiaoheng would make such a suggestion. She wanted to climb into his arms so badly. What should she do? Hua Xiaoheng saw through her again. He held the steering wheel with his left hand and opened his right. Do you want to sit here? Sit here? Sit on his lap while he's driving? She almost suffocated from happiness just thinking about it. It would be a lie to say she wasn't tempted, but she was a good law student. Gun Yinji gulped and stammered. Titi, wouldn't it be against traffic regulations? It would be fine if they were caught by the traffic police, but it would be unsafe. Hua Xiaoheng saw that Gun Yinji was still hesitating when he finally had an idea. He retracted his hand and smiled casually. You don't want to? Forget it then. Who said she didn't want to? Gun Yinji stared blankly at Hua Xiaoheng, but he didn't turn his head to look at her. He continued to look straight ahead and calmly drove. There was only a faint smile on his lips. It was as if the ridiculous words just now hadn't come from him, but Gun Yinji's own imagination. It's not that I don't want to. Gun Yinji stammered an excuse. But it's not good for you to drive like that. It's so unsafe. Are you questioning my driving skills? Hua Xiaoheng finally glanced back at her. His gaze was neither heavy nor light as it paused on her red lips before he turned back to look at the road ahead. On the morning of Chinese New Year's Eve, there were very few cars on the highway in the capital. For a long time, there was only their car speeding along the huge road. The empty ring road didn't look real. It looked like a still oil painting. The roads were wide, and no one knew where they led. Gun Yinji looked out the window and thought to herself, why not? Anyway, there were no cars on the road, so they wouldn't affect anyone even if they drove sideways. Okay? The people from outside the capital had all gone home for the new year. The roads around the capital that used to be congested were now empty fields. Could she also let go of those rules and be wild for once? Gun Yinji's gaze shifted to the side of Hua Xiaoheng's face. Looking at his extraordinarily handsome face and immovable aura, she thought resentfully that he was a demon that could read people's minds, especially hers. As long as he wanted her to, she would be willing to do anything for him. He was constantly tempting her, flirting with her. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat when she thought about it. Was he flirting with her too? Then shouldn't she flirt back? But she couldn't let go in the car. Gun Yinji hesitated for a while, but couldn't resist the temptation in the end. She rubbed against Hua Xiaoheng and grabbed the buckle of her seatbelt. She asked quietly, will it really not affect your driving? Hua Xiaoheng stepped on the brakes, and the car quickly slowed down. He turned his head and smiled. His slender fingers rested on the pure black steering wheel. His eyes were glued to hers, and Gun Yinji was mesmerized by his stare. Her fingers undid the buckle of her seatbelt. Hua Xiaoheng pushed back the seat. Fortunately, the Mercedes-Benz SUV was spacious. Although Hua Xiaoheng was tall, the driver's seat could still fit two people. It wasn't narrow, but wasn't spacious either. The two of them sat in the same seat, so they could only stick close. Gun Yinji grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's arm and crawled over with trepidation. She sat on his lap. Her hands were suddenly at a loss, and she didn't know where to put them. Hua Xiaoheng rested his chin on her shoulder, and his deep voice echoed in her ear. Do you want to drive? Gun Yinji knew how to drive because she had learned from someone in the Special Operations Forces. She had her own driver's license, but she had never driven a car before. Because she had never been an adult before, she had never even gone out on the streets alone. She would either take a taxi or have someone drive her. She didn't have the opportunity to drive herself. Later, she turned 18 and became an adult, but it had only been 2 or 3 months. Gun Yinji had originally planned to wait until she went to school and pester Hua Xiaoheng to buy her a car. Now that she had the opportunity to touch the steering wheel, Gun Yinji said, "This isn't good, is it? How can I?" Her hands were already gripping the steering wheel. Hua Xiaoheng had long legs, so he stepped on the brakes and clutch. Gun Yinji only had to hold the steering wheel. However, they were on the Imperial Capital Highway on New Year's Eve, so there weren't that many changes for her to perform. She held the steering wheel, but it was just for show. After a while, she felt bored and shifted her body on Hua Xiaoheng's lap. The muscles on Hua Xiaoheng's leg were too hard. Gun Yinji felt that it wasn't as comfortable as sitting in the seat. Just as she was considering whether or not to return to her seat, she realized that the place she had moved from had gradually become a murderous thing standing up. It made her feel even more uncomfortable. Gun Yinji was speechless. Very quickly, he realized what it was. His mind, which had been bored to death just a moment ago, suddenly crashed with a buzz. Her body was stiff. She sat in Hua Xiaoheng's arms in a strange, half-suspended position. She didn't dare to move even if she was beaten to death. Hua Xiaoheng naturally knew the changes in his body. He was also very helpless. He had once graduated with full marks in the anti-seduction training. He had always been used as a role model by the instructors to future students, who knew that he would completely lose to Gunyenji. If the instructors from back then knew about this, they would definitely mock him to death. Seeing that Gunyenji's body was trembling more and more and was almost unreliable, Xiaoheng finally whispered, "Aren't you tired like this?" How could she not be tired? She was about to collapse from exhaustion. Gunyenji was crying. Usually, she always wanted to flirt with Xiaoheng and take advantage of him. She even took the initiative to ask for a kiss. Last night, she had even wanted to give herself to him. But today, when Xiaoheng's little brother was ready to go, Gunyenji finally realized that she was actually the Lord Yi of Lord Yi. When it came down to it, she was no match for an experienced driver like Xiaoheng at all. You, pull it back. Gunyenji struggled for a long time. Her legs finally couldn't support it anymore. She whimpered and suggested, "You're sticking out so much there. How am I supposed to sit? I can't pull it back. How am I supposed to sit? Sit on your own." Seeing Gunyenji's embarrassed and shy expression, Xiaoheng couldn't help teasing her. If it weren't for her blushing and the fact that Xiaoheng still had some psychological barriers with the girl he raised, he would have already lost control. Gunyenji trembled even more. She almost couldn't hold the steering wheel. Xiaoheng laughed. His chest vibrated slightly as he wrapped his arms around the steering wheel. A strong masculine scent enveloped Gunyenji. Gunyenji was almost drunk. She retracted her trembling hand and pinched Xiaoheng's arm hard. "Let me get off. Didn't you ask me yesterday if I liked you? Look at me. Do I not like you?" Xiaoheng lowered his voice to speak in Gunyenji's ear. His deep, magnetic voice directly hit Gunyenji's heart. The sound wave was so powerful that Gunyenji immediately knelt down. Her legs gave way, and she sat straight down. Xiaoheng quickly stepped back to avoid the danger of being collapsed by Gunyenji. Gunyenji sensed Xiaoheng's movement and instantly understood. She couldn't help but feel emboldened. She turned around with a smile and kissed his chin. "Huh? Aren't you pretty good? Why are you scared now?" Xiaoheng looked down at her little face that was asking for a beating. He removed one hand from the steering wheel and directly wrapped it around her chest. His large hand pressed there motionlessly. Gunyenji suddenly felt as if her acupuncture points had been hit. She couldn't move anymore. Her heart instantly beat so fast that it almost jumped out of her throat. Half of her body went numb from being covered by him. She weakly grabbed Xiaoheng's hand that was covering her chest and trembled as she begged for mercy. "Xiao, it's broad daylight. It's too damaging to your image if other people see. Chief, is it really okay to be so disrespectful?" Xiaoheng whispered, "It's okay. We're in the car." No one saw. The dark brown glass windows couldn't even be seen with binoculars. Besides, today was his personal day off. He couldn't put on airs and talk like an official every day. Gunyenji didn't know what to say. Xiaoheng was already kissing her. She leaned almost half of her body on the steering wheel. Xiaoheng kept kissing her earlobe, the back of her neck, and the side of her face from behind. Bit by bit, he didn't miss an inch of her skin. One of his arms hugged her tighter and tighter, pressing his hot and hard body against her back. He breathed heavily in her ear. Gunyenji only felt the heat building up in her body, but she couldn't find an outlet. Her heart and eyes were filled with him, and he was leaning behind her. The two of them were so close. She hated the fact that the clothes were an eyesore. She wanted nothing more than to take them off and stick together without any barriers. Her stiffness and helplessness slowly passed. She reached back and hugged Xiaoheng's neck. Just as she was about to kiss him, Xiaoheng paused. He paused and immediately said, "Go back to your seat." Gunyenji's mind was alarmed. She was still in a daze, but her body had already slipped away from Xiaoheng's lap and returned to her seat. Just as she buckled her seatbelt, she heard the siren from behind. Gunyenji quickly pulled down the rearview mirror in the car to check her makeup. Fortunately, only her hair was a bit messy. She just needed to tie it up into a ponytail. By the time she fixed her hair, Xiaoheng had already parked the car on the side of the road. In Xixiang, who was following Xiaoheng in the car not far away, was shocked. Mother asterisk her. who dared to stop their chief's car. He really wanted to see what kind of hero it was. Although it was Hua Xiaoheng's private car, it still had a military license plate. Cars with military license plates had always been able to do whatever they wanted, even in the imperial capital. Moreover, they hadn't broken any traffic rules. He looked at the police car number in front and immediately sent it to Zhao Yangzi. Zhao Yangzi was the mediator in the Special Operations Forces. When he saw the police car number from Xixiang, he immediately began a search. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng with amusement and scolded him. "It's all your fault. You finally pissed off the police, huh?" Hua Xiaoheng ignored her and listened to Zhao Yangzi report the identity of the police officer who had stopped him. Hua Xiao, the policewoman in the police car, is a trainee. Her name is Su Piaohong. Her father is the deputy chief of staff of the Military Operations Department, Su Giki. He's a colonel. Not long after, the valiant policewoman, Su Piaohong, knocked on Hua Xiaoheng's window. Driver's license. Hua Xiaoheng rolled down the window and looked out. Gun Yinji said, "So it's anti-policewoman." Su Piaohong looked up at Gun Yinji. "Your ID." Gun Yinji felt that she had done something bad in the car and was very embarrassed. She obediently took out her ID. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have been so obedient. She would only listen to Hua Xiaoheng unconditionally. She would think carefully about whether she should listen to other people. Su Piaohong looked at it. "You just turned 18? Gun Yinji didn't know what this had to do with her age. She wasn't driving, nor did she break any traffic rules. The policewoman's tone was as rigid as if she was interrogating a thief. Gun Yinji was a little unhappy. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and sat quietly in the driver's seat. Su Piaohong waited for a long time, but Gun Yinji didn't answer. She was a little unhappy and raised her voice to ask, "I'm asking you a question. What was wrong with your car just now?" Gun Yinji was a little embarrassed and angry. Her face darkened as she turned to look at Su Piaohong. "Please return my ID." "Return it to you? Why should I return it?" Su Piaohong was actually still a trainee policewoman, but she felt different when she put on her uniform. It was even more satisfying than when she used to rely on her family background. Gun Yinji was annoyed. "What's your name? What's your badge number? I want to file a complaint." "File a complaint? Why should I?" Su Piaohong was also a little flustered. She thought about what she had just done and felt that she had gone overboard. She bit her lip and glared at Gun Yinji before reluctantly handing the ID back to her. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "Sir, your driver's license." Hua Xiaoheng didn't look at her. He took out his wallet from his pocket and waved his driver's license at her. Su Piaohong wanted to take it, but Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't let her. He asked calmly, "May I ask which traffic rule I broke?" Su Piaohong was speechless. Strictly speaking, there wasn't any traffic rule violation. However, Su Piaohong noticed that their car was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Although they hadn't broken any traffic rules yet, what if another car drove over? Wouldn't that be a traffic jam? Even if there wasn't any traffic on the road today, she felt that she had the responsibility to educate drivers like that. Drivers who drove, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, were usually people who had drunk too much. However, after stopping them, Su Piaohong looked at their faces and thought that the woman might have been drinking. She looked drowsy, but the man sitting in the driver's seat was exceptionally calm and sober. He didn't look like he was drunk at all, so she checked on Gun Yinji first, then Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't expect both of them to be so uncooperative. She was a little angry. "If I say you broke traffic rules, then you broke traffic rules. As for which one, think about it yourself, and let me know when you've figured it out." Su Piaohong didn't have a high position, but she was arrogant. She knew that she was doing her job seriously and wasn't bullying others. Her attitude became even more arrogant. Although Gun Yinji didn't know the policewoman's identity, she knew that they had met a rookie police officer when she heard what she said. Moreover, it was a rookie who didn't know how to use her brain. Although she wasn't satisfied with the policewoman's attitude just now, Gun Yinji didn't want to make things difficult for her since she was doing her job seriously. She tried to smooth things over. "Police Annie, are you new to work? So what if I am?" Su Piaohong became cautious. "You're purposely making things difficult for me because I'm a rookie?" Gun Yinji was speechless. You're purposely making things difficult for me because I'm a rookie? If you're a rookie, go back and learn your police rules. Don't come out and force people to stop their cars. If the law enforcers don't understand the law themselves, how can they win the trust of the people? Don't you agree, Police Annie? Gun Yinji smiled. Okay, we're in a hurry. If Police Annie doesn't have anything else, we'll be leaving first. If the police couldn't even point out which offense the other party had committed when forcing them to stop their car, then it was the police's responsibility. Su Piaohong felt uncomfortable being called Police Annie by Gun Yinji. She couldn't help but say, I'm only 4 years older than you. I'm not good enough to be your Annie. Gun Yinji was speechless again. Hua Xiaohong was also getting impatient. He looked at Su Piaohong. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. We're in a hurry. Su Piaohong had just graduated from the police academy and hadn't officially become a police officer yet. Although with her family background, it was a given that she would become a regular officer. She was still a rookie intern at the moment. According to the police rules, interns were not allowed to carry out missions alone. They had to be accompanied by a regular officer. However, it was Lunar New Year's Eve, and most of the people in the police station had gone home for the new year. She had driven out for a drive on a whim and happened to see a Mercedes SUV driving fast and slow in front of her. It was an eyesore, and it even had a military license plate. She was angry when she saw it, and without a word, she turned on her police lights and chased after it. However, the two people in the car didn't seem to care about her. You can drive recklessly just because you're in a hurry? Su Piaohong had a fiery temper. She put her hands on her hips and lectured them. You were driving fast and slow just now. I suspect that you were drinking, and I'm going to conduct a breathalyzer test on you now. Gun Yinji shrugged. Why didn't you say so earlier? Go ahead and do the test. Don't waste our time. Su Piaohong looked at Hua Xiaohong, who was calm and collected, and then at Gun Yinji, who was blushing. She gritted her teeth and took out a breathalyzer filter from her police car. She walked over to Gun Yinji and knocked on the window. You, hold this in your mouth and blow. It was the 5th watch. There were 10 watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words. Oh, intersection or intersection, oh. Chapter 317. Gun Yinji rolled down the window and looked at Su Piaohong in shock. What? You want to test my alcohol content? Yeah, can I? Su Piaohong glared at her. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Gun Yinji was furious. She took out her phone from Lil Boy's bag and asked expressionlessly, your name and badge number. What are you doing? Su Piaohong's eyelids began to twitch. She had a bad feeling about this. I'm going to sue you. Gun Yinji enunciated each word. I'm going to ask your police station if there's any traffic rule that says we need to test a passenger's alcohol content. If that was the case, then not only would people who drank be banned for driving, but they would also be banned from riding in cars. Well, everyone would have to walk home after drinking outside. They couldn't even take the bus. The corners of Su Piaohong's mouth twitched. She was embarrassed. She had been pampered by her family since she was young. Her classmates and teachers knew her family background and took good care of her when she went to the police academy. She had never met someone who didn't take her seriously. With her family background, Su Piaohong could have found a better job, but she wanted to rely on her own abilities instead of her family's influence. In the end, she chose the most basic position in the Nanchang District Police Station. She even started as an intern. She felt that she was being honest and down-to-earth, but there were people who didn't cooperate with her. Either let us go, or tell me your name and badge number. I'm going to file a complaint. Gun Yinji smiled. She didn't want to teach this rookie a lesson. Su Piaohong had been working for more than half a year, and her colleagues had protected her well. She had never encountered such a difficult situation. Logic told her that she was wrong. She should let them go immediately. Even if she tested the driver's alcohol content, it would be useless. It was obvious that he wasn't drinking. Also, it was morning. How many people would drink so early in the morning? Most people in the Huaxia Empire didn't have this problem. But it wasn't her personality to give in like this. She had been pampered by her family for more than 20 years, and her uncompromising and straightforward personality had finally emerged. Su Piao's face darkened. She suddenly reached in and grabbed Gu Ninji's chin. Her other hand was about to force the filter into her mouth as she said, "Give me a test. I'll let you go if there's nothing wrong." Gu Ninji was furious, but before she could do anything, Hua Xiaoheng had already leaned over. He grabbed Su Piaoheng's wrist and pushed her away. He protected her against his chest and said calmly, "Trainee Su, you've already broken the law. How dare you attack a police officer?" Su Piaoheng felt a wave of heat wrap around her wrist, and goosebumps appeared all over her arm. She was caught off guard and stumbled. "You're too much." Su Piaoheng's face turned red with anger. She took out her phone and wanted to call her colleagues. In Shixiang finally caught up and parked his car behind the police car. He called out to Su Piaoheng, "Officer Su, we're all on the same side, so let's talk things out." As he spoke, he took out his ID and showed it to Su Piaoheng. He then turned to Hua Xiaoheng in the car. "Hello, Chief. Everything's fine now. Please leave. I'm here." Hua Xiaoheng looked at him and didn't say a word. He adjusted Gu Ninji's collar and scarf, then wound down the window and returned to his seat. He stepped on the gas, and the Mercedes SUV sped away in front of Su Piaoheng. She felt like her heart had been hit by a huge rock from being completely ignored. She stomped her feet angrily and shouted at In Shixiang, "Chief? What bullshit *T, Chief? I'm telling you, I'm not falling for this." So what if he had a military license plate? Her father was the deputy chief of staff of the operations department. Who had a higher rank than her father? In Su Piaoheng's mind, anyone with a higher rank than her father was an old man. They wouldn't even know how to drive. Therefore, she had never thought that the man in the car was the real chief. Due to the nature of Hua Xiaoheng's work, he was always hidden behind the scenes. Other than the special operations forces and some of the higher-ups in the army, there were too few people in other departments who actually knew him. Needless to say, Su Piaoheng's father was the colonel deputy chief of staff of the operations department, Su Giki. He wasn't at the level where Hua Xiaoheng was, so even her father had never seen Hua Xiaoheng in person. Of course, he had heard of Hua Xiaoheng's name. Su Piaoheng had always liked to draw a clear line between herself and the people she belonged to. Therefore, she had no idea who Hua Xiaoheng was. "Watch your mouth." In Shixiang couldn't bear to hear people talk about Hua Xiaoheng like that. "Just based on what you said just now, I can file a complaint against you until I resign." Su Piaoheng's face turned even redder. Complaint. All you know is to file a complaint. I'm just doing my job. These people shouldn't force her to bring up her father. She didn't want to. "Are you sure you're doing your job and not dereliction of duty?" In Shixiang sneered. Zhao Yangzi had already told him over the phone that it was illegal for a female police trainee to be out on a mission alone. Therefore, he only said, "Get your partner to talk to me. You're just a police trainee. You don't have the right to interrogate me." Su Piaoheng froze. That's right. She shouldn't be out on a mission alone. Moreover, she was just out for a ride in a police car. Su Piaoheng's face darkened. "Now you're scared?" In Shixiang folded his hands behind his back, his expression cold and stern. "Do you know that you went overboard just now? If it weren't for your father, we would have arrested you and locked you up a long time ago." "Arrest me? Why?" Su Piaoheng was furious. How did this person know who her father was? And he was so arrogant towards her. She despised people who use their power to bully others the most. "Why?" "Because you're obstructing military work." In Shixiang tried to scare her. "Moreover, you're illegal. The chief's car didn't break any traffic rules. How could you stop him? He's driving fast and slow at times." Su Piaoheng was very displeased. Her heart skipped a beat as she recalled the big hand holding her wrist. She forced herself to calm down. "It's dangerous to drive like that. It's the same as drunk driving. We have to stop him and educate him. You have to care about whether he's driving fast or slow. He's not obstructing traffic. Why did you have to stop him?" In Shixiang thought that the policewoman was out of her mind. "You used your connections to get into the police station, didn't you? You don't even know such basic traffic rules. I don't know who opened the back door for you." In Shixiang's last sentence really angered Su Piaoheng. She had been holding back her grievances for a long time. Finally, she burst into tears and pointed at In Xixiao. I didn't use my family's connections. I got on my own. Are you sure? You don't even know the traffic rules. How dare a trainee police officer drive on the road alone? How did you pass the exam with your own abilities? In Xixiang saw that there was nothing much to do on Lunar New Year's Eve, so he decided to teach this lady a lesson. It was raining anyway. Of course I got in. Su Piaohong took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her tears. If I relied on my family, how could I only be a trainee police officer? In Xixiang rolled his eyes. Officer Su, don't tell me you don't know that the police are also part of the disciplinary force? Don't tell me you don't know that the disciplinary force goes through a background check before they enter? Background check? No way. Su Piaohong was suspicious. Even a small police officer needs a background check. As long as it's a background check, your family background can't be hidden from others. Your father is the deputy chief of staff. He's a colonel, right? How could the people in the police station not know? In Xixiang shook his head. You're really lucky today that our chief is in a good mood. Otherwise, you've been calling him chief for so long. Who is he? Su Piaohong tried to change the topic. She didn't want to think about what In Xixiang had just said. She didn't want to know that he got his job because of his family's connections. Let's put it this way. My military rank is lieutenant colonel, but I'm just his personal secretary. In Xixiang hinted. Got it. What's your name? Su Piaohong's heart skipped a beat. A person with the rank of lieutenant colonel as his personal secretary had to be at least a major general. But that man just now, even though he looked mature and handsome, was definitely a young man. He wasn't like her father, who was almost 50 years old. I'm In Xixiang, Chief Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretary. Since your father is a soldier, you can go back and ask him. You'll know who Hua Xiaoheng is. In Xixiang finished speaking and turned to leave. He had to continue following Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji's car. He couldn't follow too closely, so it was fine for him to chase after them now. Su Piaohong listened to In Xixiang's words and stood by the empty road in a daze. The sky was still blue, and the clouds were still white. But something seemed different. After a while, she finally called home. Dad, it's Piaohong. Piaohong, when are you coming home? It's Lunar New Year's Eve today. Are you still at work? Do you want Dad to send a car to pick you up? Deputy Chief of Staff Su asked anxiously. Su Piaohong's heart warmed, and she said a few nice words to her father before asking, Dad, do you know who Hua Xiaoheng is? Hua Xiaoheng? Of course I do. Why are you asking about him? Deputy Chief of Staff Su was stunned. He didn't expect his daughter, who had always been aloof, to ask about military matters. Is he famous? Su Piaohong asked. More powerful than Dad? You silly child. How can I compare to him? Although Deputy Chief of Staff Su said that, he was actually very happy. He's a young talent, a 28-year-old Major General. He's the first since the founding of the nation. Oh, so it's true. Su Piaohong gasped. I might have done something wrong today. She was on the verge of tears. What's wrong? Calm down, tell me slowly. Deputy Chief of Staff Su's heart immediately ached. What's the big deal? Dad will settle it for you. Wasn't it just a small police station? One phone call, and the bureau chief would come over with gifts to pay a New Year's visit. Su Piaohong's eyes flashed when she heard her father say that. She lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her uniform. She stammered, It's like this. I was on duty today and stopped a car at the 3rd Ring Road. I found Hua Xiaoheng. The name rolled on the tip of her tongue for a long time before she spat it out. Just the mention of it left a lingering taste in her mouth. Deputy Chief of Staff Su exclaimed, Oh! He jumped up from the sofa and walked quickly to the study. He kicked the door open and asked in a low voice, Did you really stop Major General Hua's military vehicle? Obstructing military operations was a big mistake. Deputy Chief of Staff Su's forehead was sweating profusely. No, it wasn't a military vehicle, although it had a military plate. Su Piaohong bit her lip as she searched for the Mercedes-Benz SUV's license plate number in the police car system. It's his personal car. Deputy Chief of Staff Su let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief. As long as he wasn't on duty, then will I be fine? Su Piaohong asked anxiously. He was sitting in the car with a young lady. That depends on what he did. Deputy Chief of Staff Su caught his breath. Even if he's a major general, he'll be punished for breaking traffic rules. Ha ha! Deputy Chief of Staff Su was elated at the thought of doing Hua Xiaoheng a favor. His relationship with Hua Xiaoheng was too difficult. His daughter's luck this time might be an opportunity. Unexpectedly, Su Piaohong stammered, "Daddy, he didn't break any traffic rules." What? Deputy Chief of Staff Su felt his blood pressure rise again. He almost couldn't stand straight. He supported himself against the wall as he walked to the sofa in the study. He took a deep breath and asked through gritted teeth, "He didn't break any traffic rules. Why did you stop him?" As he spoke, his mind raced. Who were you on duty with today? If there was no other choice, he could only push the blame to the official police officer who was with his daughter. Deputy Chief of Staff Su sighed. His daughter was perfect in every way, except that she was too arrogant. She didn't even know the basics of the world. She had to marry someone with power in the future, someone who could really protect her. Otherwise, she'd be in big trouble. Su Piaohong was even more embarrassed. She continued to stammer, "No one was with me. I was on duty alone. Deputy Chief of Staff Su was dumbfounded. "That's against the rules. You're the trainee police officer. You can't be on duty alone." I just wanted to help everyone." Su Piaohong could tell that something was wrong. Her eyes reddened. "My colleague is busy and has to go home for the new year. I wanted to help her." She hadn't expected something like this to happen. She felt wronged and scared, but at the same time, she felt lucky. After all, if it wasn't for this, she wouldn't have had the chance to interact with someone like Major General Hua. Su Piaohong had always been clean and had a high opinion of herself. Although she knew that her father was in a high position, she had never wanted to use her family's power to take advantage of others. She hadn't been like the other second-generation rich kids who racked their brains to make friends with the rich and powerful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen a job as a basic police officer. Deputy Chief of Staff Su heard that his daughter was about to cry. He frowned and thought for a long time before asking, "Then your colleague was absent without reason?" "Not really." Su Piaohong's voice became softer. "I wasn't on duty at this time of day. I just wanted to familiarize myself with work. I also wanted to go for a ride." After listening for a long time, Deputy Chief of Staff Su finally understood. Today's incident was all because of his daughter's own actions. He turned around on the sofa awkwardly and unbuttoned his thick military uniform. He asked carefully, "Did Hua Xiao say anything when you stopped him?" "No. He said he had something to do," and drove off. Then his personal secretary, Yin Shixiang, came over to explain to me. "Yin Shixiang? I think I know him." Deputy Chief of Staff Su finally heard a familiar name. "All right, come back quickly. I'll think of a way to make it up to you." They were all from the military. Although they weren't in the same system, they should be able to talk. Deputy Chief of Staff Su turned around to look for Yin Shixiang's number. After going through a few people, he finally got through to Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang didn't make things difficult for Su Piaohong's father when he saw that it was a call from Su Piaohong's father. She was just a child and didn't know any better. He had scared her earlier, so he was more polite to Deputy Chief of Staff Su. He smiled and said, "Deputy Chief of Staff Su, you're too kind. It's already good enough that your daughter is working at the grassroots level. It's okay if she makes a little mistake at work, as long as she doesn't cause any big trouble. Our chief went to buy New Year's goods today and is very busy. He didn't mean to make things difficult for your daughter." Deputy Chief of Staff Su was finally relieved. However, he was surprised to hear that Hua Xiaoheng had only bought New Year's goods today. The Hua family didn't prepare anything? Aren't those orderlies too careless? Why did they have to make the chief do it himself? Deputy Chief of Staff soon knew that the Hua family was all in the imperial capital. Although he wasn't familiar with Hua Xiaoheng, he had interacted with Grandfather Hua and Hua Guanchen before. Yin Shixiang was talking to Deputy Chief of Staff Su through his earpiece as he skillfully parked the car in the parking lot of the Chengnan shopping plaza. "Our chief's new official residence has just been completed. He plans to spend the new year there and won't be returning to the Hua family for now. All right, I'll stop here. I still have something to do. Happy New Year to Deputy Chief of Staff Sue. Oh, go ahead. Happy New Year to you too. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue hadn't finished his sentence when the other side hung up. Deputy Chief of Staff Sue thought about it and called his daughter, Sue Piaohong. Piaohong, hurry home. I have something to ask you. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were already shopping in the Chengnan shopping plaza. It was a large area and could be called a pedestrian street. There were shops on both sides and railings in the middle of the road. Cars couldn't enter, so pedestrians could only walk. It was already New Year's Eve, but there were still many people here. Everyone was happily running in and out of the shops to buy New Year's goods. Gu Nianji had never been here before. She tilted her head and looked around. She took out her phone to check which shops there were. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in a hurry. He stood quietly by her side and waited for her to check where she wanted to go before following her. It was a 6-night watch. There were 10 night watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words long. Chapter 3:18. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji looked around the square and chose the nearest supermarket. Apparently, it was selling Lunar New Year goods from a well-known brand. Even a single fried melon seed had its origins. Gu Nianji looked at the large introduction at the stall and laughed so hard her shoulders shook. She pulled Hua Xiaoheng over and asked, Hua Xiao, do you want to eat melon seeds? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and didn't say anything. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng, who was wearing sunglasses and didn't smile. She thought to herself, fine, I know you don't eat melon seeds. Eating melon seeds is so bad for your image, but she had to buy about 10 caddies because there would be guests during the Lunar New Year. Melon seeds were a must-have snack. These sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds, and watermelon seeds. Give me 5 caddies each. Gu Nianji happily pointed at the stall. Hua Xiaoheng held her hand down and said to the salesperson selling melon seeds, 2 caddies each is enough. Oh, 2 caddies is enough? Gu Nianji was unhappy. If there are a lot of people coming, are you still going to buy melon seeds? People don't come to my house for Lunar New Year greetings to eat melon seeds. Hua Xiaoheng took the melon seeds from the salesperson and diverted Gu Nianji's attention. Didn't you say you wanted to buy rice cakes? Chen's rice cakes is a famous brand. I had them when I was young. They're really good. Chen's rice cakes? You like them? Then I have to try them. Gu Nianji squeezed her way to the stall selling rice cakes. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the 3 packets of melon seeds wrapped in red paper and shook his head. He silently followed behind Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji stood at the Chen's rice cake stall for a while. She couldn't resist the sticky stuff at all. Finally, she asked for one. 5 caddies. Hua Xiaoheng had to stop her again. 1 caddy is enough. It's a vegetable, not rice. Gu Nianji was about to go crazy. Didn't you say it was delicious? What's wrong with buying a little more? It's not like we don't have money. Hua Xiaoheng ignored her and took a kilo of rice cakes from the seller. He held them in one hand along with the melon seeds and held Gu Nianji's hand with the other. He turned to look at her. There's a lot of glutinous rice in Chen's rice cakes. Your stomach isn't good, so it's not suitable for you to eat too much of this kind of glutinous food. So he was still thinking for her sake. Gu Nianji's gloominess disappeared in an instant. She took Hua Xiaoheng's arm and continued walking. After walking for a while, she remembered. Hua Xiao, isn't it a little heavy for you to carry it? Shall we rent a shopping cart over there? There was a unified shopping cart rental place on the pedestrian street. Every shop could push their cart in, and the specifications were the same. Okay, go and push one over. It wasn't that Hua Xiaoheng couldn't carry it, but seeing that Gu Nianji was buying more and more things, he might not be able to carry it all by himself. Gu Nianji happily rented a shopping cart. She took the melon seeds and rice cakes from Hua Xiaoheng and placed them in the cart before continuing to shop. Hua Xiao, is New Year's Eve dinner ready? Gu Nianji saw the supermarket that sold vegetables, fruits, and meat. There was tender and fresh lotus root inside, and she wanted to eat lotus root stewed with spare ribs. Hua Xiaoheng also saw what Gu Nianji wanted. Lotus root was a healthy food. Go buy it if you want. You can put aside if you can't eat it. Not only did his official residence have a refrigerator in the kitchen, but there was also a freezer. He could store as many things as he wanted. With a shopping cart, it was even more convenient for Gunyanji to buy things. The official residence had seafood and meat, so she didn't need to buy them. The vegetables and fruits were also specially provided. She was only buying them now for the sake of novelty. Hua Xiaoheng felt that most of the things in the cart wouldn't be for her to eat, so he took her to a supermarket that specialized in traditional desserts. There were many ancient traditional sweets there, such as malt candy, pine nut candy, osmanthus candy, malt candy, poria cake, rose crystal cake, pea cake, donkey roll, and other delicious and good-looking pastries. They couldn't be found anywhere else and were unique New Year traditions in the imperial capital. The chef in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence didn't know how to make these things, so he bought them for Gunyanji to try. Gunyanji smiled. Her large, bright eyes curved into two crescent moons, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly feathers. When she looked up at Hua Xiaoheng, her gaze was focused and affectionate, and she leaned against his side with great reliance. Hua Xiaoheng pushed the shopping cart along the streets of the shopping plaza. There were many people on the road, but he didn't look around. He put one hand on the cart's handle and held Gunyanji tightly with the other. He was tall and had a strong presence. Even if they didn't know his identity and status, many women turned to look at him just by looking at his appearance. Gunyanji felt warm from walking, so she planned to buy a small ice cream to eat. Although it was New Year's Eve, the shops on the shopping street had ample heating. After getting in the car and returning to the official residence, the central air conditioning was set at 25 degrees, so she wouldn't freeze. Hua Xiaoheng didn't object. He sat alone in front of a cafe on the street and ordered a cup of black coffee. He lit a cigarette and sat there calmly, smoking while waiting for her. A beautiful young woman wearing a mink coat walked over with a cigarette between her pale fingers. She raised her eyebrows at Hua Xiaoheng. "Sir, can I borrow a light?" Hua Xiaoheng blew out a puff of pure white smoke and said dryly, "No." The woman didn't expect to be rejected, and her expression changed. She simply sat across from Hua Xiaoheng. "Sir, do you have to be so cruel? I'm just borrowing a light. Do you have to be so cruel?" Hua Xiaoheng wore sunglasses and looked the woman up and down before looking away. He pretended nothing had happened and looked into the distance. He had no intention of replying at all. The woman sat awkwardly for a while, but finally couldn't stand Hua Xiaoheng's coldness. She snorted softly and stood up to leave. She deliberately muttered, "What a jerk. Why are you so arrogant?" Hua Xiaoheng ignored her and pretended not to hear her. Not long after, another young girl dressed like a student walked over and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng. "Handsome, I made a bet with my classmate. You'll look even more handsome if you take off your sunglasses. Do you want to work with me and split the money 50-50 if we win?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't move and still had no intention of speaking. It was as if the young girl standing in front of him didn't exist. Handsome. The young girl was even bolder than the beautiful young woman. She actually wanted to go up and help him take off his sunglasses. Very few men would be willing to push away a young girl who was so close to their chest. Hua Xiaoheng looked up. Although he was wearing sunglasses, the young girl felt his aura was too powerful. She almost stopped breathing. Her entire body was enveloped in his gaze, and she couldn't move. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "Scram." His words were like a bolt of lightning to the young girl's head. Her face instantly turned red. She couldn't care less about her bet with her classmate. She burst into tears and ran away. Gunyanji had only been gone for less than 10 minutes when 4 or 5 girls tried to hit on Hua Xiaoheng. Handsome men were a scarce resource these days. Young girls were already more daring than grown men to openly hit on them on the street. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head speechlessly. He was glad that Gunyanji had grown up with him and didn't have the guts to openly hit on men outside. When Gunyanji returned from buying ice cream, she happened to see Hua Xiaoheng use the word scram to chase away another beauty who tried to hit on him. "TSK, Hua Xiao, you really don't have any tender feelings for the fair sex." Gunyanji sat across from him and licked the ice cream cone in her hand. She asked him, "Do you want some?" Hua Xiaoheng put out his cigarette and threw it into the trash can under the trees. He took a sip of black coffee and smiled at Gunyanji. "Yes, You really want some? Gu Nianji was put in a difficult position. She was just being polite. She had never seen Hua Xiaoheng eat ice cream. She didn't even want to buy it for him. Then I'll buy you another one. You don't have to buy another one. Hua Xiaoheng crooked his finger at her. Just this one. Oh. But I've already eaten this one. Gu Nianji was sweating profusely. Not only had she eaten it, but she had also licked the ice cream cone from top to bottom. It's okay. I don't mind you. Hua Xiaoheng's lips curved into a faint smile. His long legs stretched out leisurely, almost reaching Gu Nianji's feet. He fiddled with the coffee cup in front of him and looked down slightly. You're not giving it to me? Here. Why not? Gu Nianji quickly pushed the ice cream cone in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Here for you. Hua Xiaoheng didn't use his hands to take it. He only stared at Gu Nianji and opened his mouth slightly. Feed me. In that instant, not only was Gu Nianji petrified, but Zhao Liangze, who was on the other side of the surveillance camera, and Yin Shixiang, who could hear the conversation through the headphones, were also stunned. What the F***CK? Was Hua Xiao possessed? Gu Nianji's face was so red it could drip blood. Even the tips of her ears were bright red, spreading all the way to her neck. Hua Xiao, you. Gu Nianji's hands were trembling, but Hua Xiaoheng had already reached out to hold her wrist. He steadily pulled the ice cream cone from her hand towards himself, then lowered his head to take a bite. He bit off the tip of the ice cream cone. Gu Nianji watched her ice cream cone go down in the blink of an eye. The corners of her mouth twitched, but the next moment, she froze again. Hua Xiaoheng held her wrist again and fed the ice cream cone from her hand to her own lips. The ice cream cone, with its rich milky flavor and icy chill, lingered on Gu Nianji's lips. She reflexively took a bite, right where Hua Xiaoheng had just bitten her. This was an indirect kiss in front of so many people. On the morning of New Year's Eve, although the sun was shining brightly, it was still cold and dry outside the shopping mall in the southern district of the imperial capital. However, Gu Nianji only felt that her entire body was burning hot. Even a few bites of her favorite ice cream cone couldn't cool her down. Zhao Liangze, who was far away at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, instinctively cut off all contact with the sunglasses Hua Xiaoheng was wearing. He also completely erased the image from the central surveillance computer. Nothing was saved. His heart was pounding. He finally had an answer to the slight awkwardness and uneasiness he had been feeling for the past few days. But when did the two of them start? Or was it only one of them who was interested and the other was just playing along? Yin Shixiang realized that there was no sound coming from his earpiece, but he didn't care. He just stared fixedly at the beautiful man and woman at the entrance of the cafe, not far away. They were sharing an ice cream cone. When did the two of them hook up? Yin Shixiang felt a pang in his heart. Damn it. The superior that he had wholeheartedly respected like a god, and the little girl that he had wholeheartedly loved like a daughter, had gotten together just like that. What was this supposed to do to him? How was he supposed to address them in the future? It was fine if they were together, but what was the meaning of publicly flaunting their affection on the streets to bully single dogs like him? Yin Shixiang raised the newspaper in his hand even higher in anger to block his view. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. However, not long after, he quietly lowered the height of the newspaper and peeked at Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji from the top of the newspaper without blinking. Hua Xiao, I thought you didn't like sweets? Gu Nianji's face was burning. She had no choice but to make conversation. She only dared to look down at the ice cream cone in her hand. Hua Xiaoheng simply took her wrist and pulled her towards him. Come here. Gu Nianji was pulled over by him and sat on his lap with his arms around her waist. The sun had already risen high in the sky, and the sunlight shone on the pedestrian street. It didn't have any warmth, and the clear and transparent light set off the clear blue sky and white clouds. It made one's heart jump with joy. Gu Nianji's body stiffened for a while before finally softening. Why was she afraid? Wasn't this what she had always hoped for? Holding hands under the sun, hugging, kissing, Gu Nianji thought about it and licked her lips. She actually boldly walked up to Hua Xiaoheng and quickly kissed him on the lips. Then, before he could respond, she quickly tried to pull away. However, She underestimated Hua Xiaoheng's reaction. His large hand was wrapped around her waist, and she couldn't move at all. She couldn't run, even if she wanted to. You want to run after flirting with me? Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with a half-smile. You're quite brave, aren't you? He leaned close to her to speak, and his hot breath lingered in her ear. He didn't say anything sweet, but his tone was the most intimate whisper between lovers. Gun Yinji trembled so hard she almost fainted. Happiness came too suddenly, and she couldn't believe it was real. Hua Xiao, didn't you say that you're mine only if I flirted with you? Then why are you acting like this today? Does that mean I flirted with you? Gun Yinji reached out to poke Hua Xiaoheng's chest. His hard chest muscles felt good. Did I say that? Hua Xiaoheng cocked his head and looked around nonchalantly. Luckily, the evergreen tree in front of the cafe blocked many pedestrians' view, so not many people saw. He stood up with Gun Yinji in his arms. Do you still want to buy something? Of course, I haven't finished yet. But not here. Let's go to Xi'an Plaza. Gun Yinji was in a great mood. She held Hua Xiaoheng's hand tightly and refused to let go. The two of them were like a couple, their fingers tightly intertwined as they left the shopping plaza in the southern district of the imperial capital. When they arrived at the parking lot, Hua Xiaoheng put the things they bought that day in the trunk and drove Gun Yinji to Xi'an Plaza to buy a gift. The earpiece didn't have the familiar alternating sound of electricity, so Hua Xiaoheng roughly knew how shocked Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang were. He didn't plan on comforting them, nor did he plan on explaining. But he didn't want to explain, and he didn't want Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang to ask. At that moment, Yin Shixiang also got in the car and was arguing with Zhao Liangzi over the earpiece. Big Xiong, what else did you see? Zhao Liangzi asked over the phone. I cut off all contact just now so that Hua Xiao wouldn't leave any records. Do you think it's easy for me? What else could you see? Yin Shixiang said sarcastically. Isn't it just being lovey-dovey? Nianji even kissed Hua Xiao. TSK, this child is so daring. Zhao Liangzi. Holy **T. He lost big time. You should have cut it off later. Really? Nianji's Hua Xiao. Or Hua Xiao's Nianji. Of course it's Nianji's Hua Xiao. Yin Shixiang remembered very clearly that Gun Nianji's kiss wasn't even considered a kiss. It was just a fleeting glance across Hua Xiaoheng's lips. Unfortunately, from his angle, he couldn't see clearly if Gun Yinji had really kissed him. After all, he was very confident in Hua Xiaoheng's skills. Even at such a close distance, if Hua Xiao didn't want Gun Yinji to kiss him, she wouldn't be able to do so even if she lay on top of him. Yin Shixiang had such skills himself, so Hua Xiaoheng could only be faster and stronger than him. Oh, is it really Nianji's Hua Xiao? Zhao Liangzi's heart sank. He recalled the look in Nianji's eyes that day in the interrogation room. It was deep-rooted love. But with Hua Xiao's age and experience, was he someone an 18-year-old girl like Gun Yinji could handle? Also, she had always worshipped Hua Xiao like a god. Also, were her feelings for Hua Xiaoheng really love? Zhao Liangzi thought further and further than Yin Shixiao. Even if Gun Yinji really loved Hua Xiaoheng, she wouldn't be able to pass the background check alone. There was no way the two of them could be together, so why waste time? More importantly, everyone in the military knew that Hua Xiaoheng was Gun Yinji's guardian. If the two of them were together now, then Hua Xiao would really have one more stain on his record. Zhao Liangzi was very frustrated. He hadn't smoked in a long time, so he finally walked to the open space outside. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Yin Shixiang was still talking to him through the earpiece. Little Zay, when do you think these two got together? We two personal secretaries are so derelict in our duties. We don't know anything about the chief's love life. Zhao Liangzi blew out a ring of smoke and steeled his heart. He nodded. Yes, we were too slow. That's why Hua Xiao used this method to reveal it to us. Otherwise, we don't know how long we would have been confused. Oh, you're saying Hua Xiao did it on purpose? Yin Shixiang was shocked. Then Hua Xiao knew we were peeping and still let Nianji kiss him? Are you stupid? Zhao Liangzi put one hand in his trouser pocket and took a deep drag. Hua Xiao didn't do anything. It was Nianji who took the initiative. You have to remember, it was Nianji who took the initiative. It was the 7th night watch. There were 10 night watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words long. Chapter 319. Yin Shixiang started the car, confused. After driving out of the parking lot, he asked Zhao Yangzi, "What do you mean? Does it matter who makes the first move?" Of course it matters. Zhao Yangzi's mood worsened, but he had to think of Hua Xiaoheng. It must be Nianji who makes the first move. You idiot. If Hua Xiaoheng made the first move, then he wouldn't be able to stay in the military anymore. He would never have any hope of being promoted in this lifetime. Yin Shixiang suddenly understood, and his expression darkened. After a long silence, he asked sternly, "Where are they now?" Zhao Yangzi tossed the cigarette butt away and returned to the central control room to re-establish the connection with Hua Xiaoheng's sunglasses. Hua Xiaoheng also felt the faint sound of electricity in his headphones return, but he didn't say anything and continued to drive. Gu Nianji leaned on his shoulder and refused to let go for even a second. He let her be. Even if he didn't use his hand, he could still drive. Gu Nianji leaned on his shoulder and refused to let go. Zhao Yangzi checked the location and informed Yin Shixiang. Hua Xiaoheng's car is heading towards Sion Square. Roger. Yin Shixiang turned on the GPS and found Hua Xiaoheng's car. He chased after it as he spoke to Zhao Yangzi. "Little Zhe, I think this is dangerous. Let's think of a way to get rid of Nianji's stupid idea." Zhao Yangzi said sullenly. "You also think Hua Xiaoheng and Nianji aren't a good match?" "They're quite a good match. He's handsome and she's pretty, but they're not a good match in age. They're from 2 different generations." Yin Shixiang couldn't accept the 2 of them being together, be it rationally or emotionally. "But I understand that Nianji has feelings for Hua Xiaoheng. I don't blame her. Hua Xiaoheng is such a good man. Who knows how many women covet him, but he only treats Nianji well. How can a little girl like Nianji resist an old driver like Hua Xiaoheng?" "Yeah, that's what I think too." Zhao Yangzi finally agreed with Yin Shixiang. "Do you remember when we went on a mission in Japan last year? Hua Xiaoheng said he was already married." "Last year in Japan? Oh, I remember too." Yin Shixiang slapped the steering wheel in realization. So Hua Xiaoheng really doesn't have a choice. He already has a girlfriend, so he won't hook up with Nianji, right? Zhao Yangzi sighed and said word by word. "Remember, Hua Xiao did not seduce Nianji. It's because Nianji is pestering him so much that he doesn't know how to reject her. That's why he deliberately made it public in front of us, so that we could help him think of a solution." Yin Shixiang scratched the back of his head. "Can't he just tell us directly?" "You're an idiot today." Zhao Yangzi couldn't take it anymore. He slammed the computer table and yelled at him. "How could you say something like that directly? How is Nianji supposed to conduct herself?" "I'm warning you, you're so stupid. Don't get involved in this. I'll think of something." "Bah, you're the idiot who exceeded the limit," Yin Shixiang retorted. "You haven't even sorted out your own mess yet, and you want to interfere with Hua Xiao and Nianji's business? I advise you to take it easy, or else you'll end up swinging." Both of them were in a bad mood. They tried to ease their tension by arguing and attacking each other. They only stopped fighting when Yin Shixiang got out of the car in the underground parking lot of Sion Square. After a round of venting, both of them finally calmed down. "Big Xiong, you have to keep this a secret. We can't let the military know. If they accidentally find out, you have to insist that it was Nianji who initiated it, and Hua Xiao is trying to reject her. Do you hear me? Nianji isn't a soldier, so it's fine if she takes the initiative. If Hua Xiao takes the initiative, he'll be dead meat." Zhao Yangzi frowned and began to search the central control system. He was afraid that there were still videos that hadn't been deleted. "Also, hurry up and follow Hua Xiao and Nianji. Tell them you're helping them carry their things, just in case Nianji does something even worse." Yin Shixiang nodded. "I understand. I'll go right now." He looked at his phone and found Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's location. They were already on the 8th floor of Sion Square. Most of the world-famous stores were gathered here. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji walked out of the Chanel flagship store on the 8th floor of Scion Square. Gu Nianji picked out 2 more outfits for Song Jining. One was a black and white dress, and the other was a light coffee-colored pantsuit. They could be worn at important occasions. She also bought 2 matching handbags. Why didn't you buy one for yourself? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the bags Gu Nianji was carrying. They were all gifts for other people. Gu Nianji shook her head. Auntie is wearing Chanel, so I won't wear it. I don't want to wear the same thing. It's not the same style. Hua Xiaoheng stopped holding her hand. How can it be the same? Also, you've always bought Chanel's youth line. It's not even the same line as my mother's. It's the same brand, so it's the same thing. Gu Nianji giggled. She actually didn't want people to say she and Song Jining were wearing mother-daughter outfits. She wanted to be Song Jining's daughter-in-law. She didn't want to be her daughter. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and picked up his phone. There's a Hermes flagship store up ahead. You can go there and pick something you like. He knew Gu Nianji liked Hermes scarves. She didn't seem to like anything else. Gu Nianji happened to be interested in a new bucket bag from Hermes. She wanted to see the real thing, so she quickly nodded. Let's go have a look at Hermes. The two of them walked to the Hermes flagship store and unexpectedly ran into Hua Xiaoheng's childhood friend, Xue Jingjiang. Xue Jingjiang had his own store on the 9th floor. He often shopped there, so it was natural to run into him. However, he had a worried expression on his face today. He was as excited to see Hua Xiaoheng as if he were the god of fortune. He quickly dragged Hua Xiaoheng to the 9th floor to talk. Gu Nianji saw this and said considerately, "Then I'll go to Hermes by myself and look for you guys on the 9th floor. Nianji, right? I remember you. Go to the Hermes flagship store and buy whatever you want. Tell them to put under my name, Xue Jingjiang. Treat it as a Lunar New Year gift from me to little sister Nianji." Xue Jingjiang was very generous to Gu Nianji and was already calling her brother. "That's not necessary." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "How can my people use your money?" "Okay." Xue Jingjiang was only being polite to Gu Nianji. Since Hua Xiaoheng had said so, he knew he didn't need money, so he didn't argue with him. It was almost the Lunar New Year anyway. He could just give Gu Nianji a big red packet and everything would be settled. He pulled Hua Xiaoheng along. "Let's go upstairs and talk." Hua Xiaoheng remembered that he had promised Gu Nianji that he would spend the whole day with her. How could he leave her alone? He smiled and rejected Xue Jingjiang. "What's the matter? I'm on vacation right now. Where should I go for the Lunar New Year?" Xue Jingjiang said, "Hua Xiao, my dear Hua Xiao, I beg you. I won't be able to enjoy the Lunar New Year if I don't talk to you today." Hua Xiaoheng chuckled and insisted. "I'm afraid I can't help you if it's urgent. If it's not, let's talk about it after the Lunar New Year. What do you think?" Xue Jingjiang's matter was both urgent and not urgent. As long as he could find someone like Hua Xiaoheng to help him, everything would be fine. Xue Jingjiang let out a long sigh and nodded. "All right, I understand. I'll visit you at your house after the Lunar New Year. Let's talk about it then." Although Hua Xiaoheng didn't return to the Huas on Lunar New Year's Eve, he had to take a day off from the 1st to the 15th. It would be best to meet him there. "Okay, let me know in advance when you're going to visit. I'll wait for you at home." "That's a good brother." Xue Jingjiang was overjoyed. He slapped Hua Xiaoheng on the shoulder. "Okay, then I won't hold you up. Go do what you need to do. Go do what you need to do." Xue Jingjiang was all smiles as he strode back to the 9th floor. He had been worried for almost a month. He had finally found someone who was capable and willing to help him solve his problems. When he returned to the 9th floor, he called his 2 partners. "Okay, don't worry. I've contacted Hua Xiao. If Hua Xiao agrees, Gu Yanran won't refuse." After Hua Xiaoheng sent Xue Jingjiang off, he looked up to see that Gu Nianji had already reached the Hermes flagship store. She was about to enter. He followed her unhurriedly and heard Yin Shixiang's voice from behind. "Hua Xiao, I've finally found you. Oh, where's Nianji?" Yin Shixiang looked left and right behind him, but didn't see Gu Nianji because she had already walked into the Hermes flagship store. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and turned to look at Yin Shixiang expressionlessly. "Why are you here? And how did I discover you?" According to the Special Operations Forces regulations, even if Hua Xiaoheng went out incognito, he would have all sorts of guard around him, both in the open and in the dark. Yin Shixiang was Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretary. Personal secretaries usually couldn't interfere with his private time. Even if they had to take care of him, they had to follow him from afar and not let him discover them. But Yin Shixiang had not only let him discover him, but had also walked over to greet him. He was asking for it. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him calmly. Although he didn't show any expression or movement, his gaze alone was enough to make Yin Shixiang want to die. But he had no choice. He had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Not only did it have to do with Hua Xiao's future, but it also had to do with Gun Yinji's lifelong happiness. No matter how weak his legs were, he couldn't back down from Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, where's Yinji? Yin Shixiang feigned a cheerful smile. I saw her just now. How did she disappear in the blink of an eye? Just now? When was that? Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin and scrutinized Yin Shixiang. What are you trying to say? Yin Shixiang was deathly afraid of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was his superior. No matter how he looked at it, Yin Shixiang couldn't disobey Hua Xiaoheng. He had to be loyal to him. This was his mission and duty as a soldier. But Gun Yinji had just turned 18, and he had also watched her grow up. Loyalty and love fought fiercely in Yin Shixiang's mind. In the end, loyalty won. He said to Hua Xiaoheng calmly, Hua Xiao, I saw what happened between you and Yinji at the Nanqing shopping mall. Yeah, Hua Xiaoheng didn't care. He turned and walked toward the Hermes flagship store. That's it. Hua Xiao, don't make things difficult for yourself. It's time for us to help you settle it. Yin Shixiang braced himself to show his loyalty. Yinji is young, and you're so outstanding. It's not strange for her to have such muddled thoughts. Don't spoil her too much. The more you spoil her, the worse it will be. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Why was Yin Shixiang's reaction different from what he had expected? I know that you let us see you outside today because you wanted us to help you. It's Yinji's fault for having such thoughts, but you have to understand her and forgive her. Don't make it too hard for her. Yin Shixiang tried his best to persuade him. Even he was touched. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless again. Don't go out with Yinji if something happens in the future. Don't give the little girl too much hope. It'll be easier to separate them in the future. Yin Shixiang nagged. He suddenly realized that he had the potential to be a nanny. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? Who's easier to separate, Yinji and I? Yes. Yin Shixiang slapped his thigh. You're so many years older than Yinji, and we still don't have a clue about her background. How can you be with her, right? So many years older, so many years older, so many years older. That was a terrible thing to say. Hua Xiaoheng silently endured it. He didn't want to lower himself to Yin Shixiang's level. He only glared at him. What does it have to do with you? How does it have nothing to do with me? Yin Shixiang was about to shout. You're my superior. I also watched Yinji grow up. Of course I want you to be well. Stop it, Chief. Yinji doesn't know any better. Are you the same? You won't have a future if you're with her. You're saying she won't pass the background check? Hua Xiaoheng tried to translate Yin Shixiang's words into something he could understand. Yin Shixiang froze. How did it get to the background check? Hua Xiaoheng looked at him. He didn't want to say it, but he knew that Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi truly treated Yinji like family. They were the two most important people in Yinji's life, so he casually mentioned, we already know the name of Yinji's father. We're currently investigating him. What? Yin Shixiang screamed. The passers-by were shocked. He quickly covered his mouth and lowered his voice to ask Hua Xiaoheng, you really found out the name of Yinji's father? If they even knew his name, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to find him? But even if they found Yinji's family and found out about her past, Hua Xiaoheng had watched her grow up. Hua Xiaoheng was her guardian. Even though the two of them got together after Gun Yinji became an adult, no matter how he looked at it, it would be used by his political enemies to attack him. It would be very detrimental to Hua Xiaoheng's future. Also, Yin Shixiang felt that the age difference between the two of them was too large. If a 3-year age gap was considered a generation gap, then Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji had a 3 1/3 generation gap to cross. Yeah, I found it a few days ago. Because I was delayed by other things, I couldn't find the time to investigate. I'll start looking after it after the new year. Hua Xiaoheng said as he walked to the entrance of the Hermes flagship store. Not only were Hermes products famous for being expensive, but they were also famous for their hunger marketing. Money alone wasn't enough to buy things from there. Hermes employees were also famous for being snobbish and especially good at playing tricks. If you weren't on their VIP list and wanted to buy a classic bag from their store, it was really a classic case of spending money to get punished. They would first say that they were out of stock, then you would have to buy a bunch of random things in the store and get close to the employees. After half a year, they would finally give you a bag as if it was charity and it wasn't free. It would range from tens of thousands of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it had to be paid in full. They didn't accept installments. Even then, it was like they were doing you a great favor. But despite such harsh conditions, there were still countless women chasing after Hermes bags on the blue planet. Even though most people wouldn't own a Hermes bag in their lifetime, because even if they could afford it, they might not sell it to them. Gun Yinji was currently faced with such a dilemma. Hua Xiaoheng had bought all her Hermes items for her, so she didn't think much when she came here. She thought it would be like Chanel, where she could buy it as long as she had the money. In the end, when she saw the classic pearl blue bucket bag, the smiling, beautiful employee lied to her without blinking. "I'm sorry, miss, but this bag is out of stock." Gun Yinji pointed at the pearl blue bucket bag in the display case and asked incredulously, "Isn't there one over there?" "That one?" The beautiful employee didn't even blink. "That one was reserved. It's the last one in our store." Gun Yinji was speechless. Fine, if that was the case, she wouldn't force it. Gun Yinji reluctantly looked at the bucket bag again and whispered, "Will you still have a bucket bag like this one?" The beautiful employee smiled but didn't say anything. She stood behind the counter with dignity, her eyes already looking in the direction of the door. Gun Yinji really liked the bucket bag, so even though the employee was ignoring her, she still braced herself and said, "Then if you restock in the future, can you let me know in advance? I can reserve it and even put down a deposit." The beautiful shop assistant glanced at her, smiled, and still had a non-committal look on her face. Gun Yinji really didn't expect that selling something would make this woman feel superior. Oof. Isn't it just a bag? It's like food during the end of the world. You won't die even if you don't have it. It's not like it's a necessity. Gun Yinji silently complained in her heart and turned to leave. Yinji, In Shixiang saw her come out and quickly came over to greet her. "Hey, what's going on? Who made you unhappy? Brother Xiong? Why are you here?" Gun Yinji looked up to see In Shixiang and couldn't help looking at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his leather pockets and said dryly, "There's no shopping cart here, so Big Xiong came to help us carry things." Carry things, carry things, carry things. In Shixiang instantly wanted to cry. He was also a dignified lieutenant colonel, but he was reduced to a servant carrying things for others, but he couldn't argue. He couldn't tell Gun Yinji, "Yinji, I'm here to watch over you and not let you continue pestering Hua Xiao." It was the 8th night watch. There were 10 night watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words long. Chapter 320. Gun Yinji could only smile at In Shixiang's question and spread her hands. "Then Brother Xiong will be disappointed. I don't have anything for you to carry. I want to buy it, but they won't sell it." She looked back at the Hermes flagship store and shook her head regretfully. "What do you want to buy?" Hua Xiaoheng noticed that Gun Yinji was still carrying a Chanel bag and not a Hermes bag. "Are they out of stock? How about we go to the main Hermes store in Europe?" Gun Yinji shrugged and was a bit unhappy. "They won't sell it to you even if they have it. It's the same at the main store." "What's wrong?" In Shixiang knew Gun Yinji wasn't someone who liked to throw tantrums, so there had to be a reason for her behavior. Gun Yinji glanced at the Hermes flagship store behind her. "Here, I just like their new pearlescent blue bucket bag this year. There's only one left, and it's in the display case. They said someone reserved it." "Forget it." I asked her if I could make a reservation or even a deposit. She said that she would inform me when the stock was available, but she ignored me. She had to admit that the store was bullying its customers to this extent. Hua Xiaoheng understood and pressed a hand on Gun Yinji's shoulder. "Pearlescent blue bucket bag? I'll go take a look." Hua Xiaoheng walked towards the Hermes flagship store. The eyes of the beautiful shop assistant who had ignored Gunyinji earlier suddenly lit up. She walked up to the door and asked a tall, handsome man wearing sunglasses, "Sir, how may I help you?" Hua Xiaoheng stood in the middle of the store and glanced around the Hermes flagship store without batting an eyelid. He pointed at the pearl blue bucket bag in the display case and asked, "Do you have this color bag in stock?" "We don't have it in stock, but we do." The beautiful employee was about to offer some other Hermes items like belts and scarves for Hua Xiaoheng to buy when Hua Xiaoheng pulled out an ordinary-looking card and waved it in front of the employee. "Do you have it in stock?" Hermes Global Celebrity VIP card. This wasn't a normal VIP card. The main Hermes store in Europe distributed less than 100 of these cards globally. He didn't expect someone from the Huaxia Empire to have such a card. The beautiful shop assistant felt her blood boil and immediately said respectfully, "We have it in stock. Do you want it?" "How many?" "Ugh." The beautiful shop assistant choked and hurriedly went to check the inventory list. She then trotted over and said attentively, "Including the items in the display cabinet, there are a total of 4. "Isn't this reserved?" Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in the pockets of his leather coat and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the pearl blue bucket bag in the display case. The design of this bag was very simple, and the workmanship was fine. It was simple yet interesting, and the style was new. It was not like the famous Hermes Platinum bag, which had cheap knockoffs. No, there's no reservation. The beautiful shop assistant made it very clear. "Do you want one?" "I'll take all 4, Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly, "including the showpiece." "Ah, do you want all of them to be the same color?" the beautiful shop assistant asked worriedly. "Yeah." Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around. The beautiful shop assistant didn't have a choice. "Please wait, sir. I'll go get the bag for you." As she spoke, she immediately took the showpiece out of the display case and brought it to the storage room in the back. She checked all 4 pearl blue bucket bags and put them in a dust-proof bag after confirming that there were no flaws. She then put them in a Hermes paper bag. "May I know your name, sir?" The beautiful shop assistant walked out from the back with 4 Hermes paper bags. "These are the Hermes pearl blue bucket bags you wanted. There are 4 of them in total, and they're the only 4 in the entire country." She then tried to persuade Hua Xiaoheng. "But why did you buy 4 identical bucket bags? We also have bucket bags in other colors, and they're all very pretty, like coral red, peach pink. For women's bags, the brighter the smaller ones were, the more elegant the bigger ones were, the easier it was to match and not stain the eyes." This was common sense. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't care about this. He directly handed the card to the shop assistant. "I'll sign the bill." The shop assistant was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her whole body trembled as she took the card. If the special VIP card had only surprised her, then the bill signing was even more shocking. Hermes never took credit, but there was a list of people who could sign the bill. There were less than 10 people on it, and all 10 of them didn't have names, only code numbers. In this list, Hua Xiaoheng's code number was 6. This meant that the man in front of her was not only very rich, but also the most powerful of the powerful. The executive manager, store manager, and others swarmed out of the flagship store and greeted Hua Xiaoheng respectfully. The beautiful shop assistant's eyes immediately became fiery. It was as if she had a hook growing out of it. She wanted nothing more than to hook Hua Xiaoheng's gaze. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't look at her. With a serious expression, he signed the bill with a pen and turned to wave at Gun Yinji, who was outside the door. Gun Yinji ran in happily and beamed at the 4 paper bags in Hua Xiaoheng's hands. "Here you go." Hua Xiaoheng handed the 4 Hermes paper bags to her. "I bought 4 pearl blue bucket bags. Are they enough?" Gun Yinji was speechless. Why did he buy 4? Just one was enough, right? Gun Yinji wisely didn't ask anything. She only looked at Hua Xiaoheng suspiciously as she took the 4 Hermes paper bags. The beautiful shop assistant next to her immediately recognized Gun Yinji as the young girl she had chased away with no stock. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else, nor did he say anything to humiliate her. He simply took the paper bags from Gunyinji and held her hand. He didn't look at anyone and walked out the door as if nothing had happened. This kind of silent contempt was actually more shameful than a verbal attack. The beautiful shop assistant's body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. As soon as they left, the managers of the Hermes flagship store began to educate their employees. Remember the card in that man's hand. If you see anyone with such a card in the future, you must immediately report it to the higher-ups. Also, if a customer asks if they have stock, you must carefully deal with them before you figure out their identity. You must not ignore them. It would be terrible if a situation like today happened again. The managers could only hope that the man who had just left wouldn't hold it against them. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to fire the shop assistant. The beautiful shop assistant who had been smiling but not speaking was now depressed and could only cry but not speak. Walking out of the Hermes flagship store, Hua Xiaoheng tossed the large and small paper bags in his hands to Yin Shixiao. Yin Shixiao was there to carry the bags, so he could only accept it with a smile. The paper bags weren't heavy anyway. Yin Shixiao took the opportunity to talk to Gunyinji. Nyinji, what did you buy? Gunyinji pointed to the Chanel paper bag. This is a Lunar New Year gift for Annie Song. Hua Xiao just bought those two for me. She smiled and asked Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, why did you buy 4 identical bucket bags? I thought you didn't like to have the same stock. Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly, I bought all the bucket bags in this color. No one will have the same stock as you. Gunyinji, that was 2F** King heroic, all right? Gunyinji's eyes burned even more. Although it was broad daylight, she wanted to throw herself at Hua Xiaoheng and kiss him. However, with Yin Shixiao glaring at her, she was too embarrassed to show off her affection in front of someone she knew. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. Where else are we going? I still have gifts to buy. Gunyinji quickly replied. Where will Brother Xiong spend the New Year this year? I want to buy gifts for Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe, my 3 college roommates, and Senior Huang from the B University Law faculty. Actually, Gunyinji didn't mention Hua Xiaoheng's family and relatives. Yin Shixiao quickly said, I'm not going home this year. I'll spend the New Year here with you guys. He thought about it and said, Little Zhe isn't going home for the New Year either. We're going to have a good time this year. Yin Shixiao walked on the other side of Gunyinji. Gunyinji held Hua Xiaoheng's hand and walked in the middle. She had already decided what she wanted to buy, so she went straight to the remaining stores. She bought ties, belts, cashmere scarves, gloves, and the new IPA de Mini and IPA de Air. She bought a lot of everything. In the end, even Hua Xiaoheng's hands were filled with shopping bags of all sizes. No matter how capable Yin Shixiao was, he only had 2 hands. He really couldn't carry it all. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the time again. Do you want to go for lunch? It was actually past 3 in the afternoon, so they could go back and have New Year's dinner. Gunyinji shook her head. I'm not hungry. She then asked Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiao, Are you guys hungry? Yin Shixiao also shook his head. I bought a pizza over there when you went shopping. Hua Xiaoheng said directly, I'm not hungry. Then let's go back and eat something good. Gunyinji remembered the fresh lotus root she bought and announced, I want to eat lotus root stewed with pork ribs. Then let's go back. Hua Xiaoheng gestured for them to walk towards the elevator. Yin Shixiao looked at the things in his hands and said, Ninji, you really know how to spend money. These things are enough to pay for a down payment on a 2-bedroom apartment in the 4th Ring Road. Gunyinji was a bit embarrassed. She murmured to Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, I'm borrowing these from you. I'll return them to you when I go back to school. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Yin Shixiao and shook Gunyinji's hand. You earned this yourself. You don't have to return it to me. Oh, I earned it? Gunyinji was very happy. I can earn this much just from a lawsuit. Then won't I be able to buy a house soon? Why do you want to buy a house? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. The elevator doors opened, and the 3 of them went straight down to the underground parking lot. Gunyinji took advantage of Yin Shixiao's inattention to smile at Hua Xiaoheng. I want to buy a house and marry a handsome guy. Handsome? Do you want to come home with me? Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and smiled. He pinched the tip of her ear. You're even making fun of me. Ninji, you're getting bold? You spoiled me. I'm happy. Gu Nianji hugged Hua Xiaoheng's arm and swayed it from side to side. In Shixiang turned around and saw it. He felt his eyelids twitch. He couldn't help coughing. He said to Gu Nianji, "Nianji, we're outside. Be careful of your image." "What image?" Gu Nianji was unhappy. "I didn't do anything disgraceful or shameless. Am I right, Hua Xiao?" Hua Xiaoheng grunted, but still pulled his arm out of Gu Nianji's embrace. He straightened up and ignored her. In Shixiang sighed inwardly and braced himself to stand between Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. He separated them and tried to talk to Gu Nianji. "Nianji wants to buy a house. You're buying it in the imperial capital, right? Didn't Hua Xiao give you a house in Sea City?" Gu Nianji thought of the penthouse and the days she lived with Hua Xiaoheng. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for her to reminisce for a long time. She nodded. "Yes, he gave it to me. But how can I live alone in Sea City when you're staying in the imperial capital? Right, Hua Xiao?" Hua Xiaoheng thought it was all nonsense, so he didn't say anything. Gu Nianji and In Shixiang were both very talkative. When the two of them met, no one else would speak. Hua Xiaoheng was already used to it. But when he heard Hua Xiaoheng's silence, In Shixiang was even more convinced that Zhao Liang's analysis was correct. It seemed like the falling flowers had feelings for each other, but the heartless stream had no feelings for each other. How could a man like Hua Xiaoheng, at his age and with his status, be interested in a young girl like Gu Nianji? In Shixiang felt that he hadn't misjudged him. Hua Xiao was upright, so he was immediately happy. Gu Nianji knew that Hua Xiaoheng just didn't want to talk out of habit. If he didn't agree, he would definitely object, so she was even happier. In Shixiang and Gu Nianji became even more excited and started chatting nonstop. But because the two of them had completely opposite thoughts, they always talked in completely different directions. Gu Nianji frowned a few times. What was wrong with Brother Xiong today? He was always hitting her. Hua Xiaoheng listened to them and didn't think it was a big deal. He was thinking about the work he would be doing after the new year, such as the military restarting the experiment investigation. Although he was one of the leaders of the investigation team, many things couldn't be decided by him alone. He also had to investigate the whereabouts of Gu Nianji's father, Gu Xiang. His gaze fell on Gu Nianji's radiant face from time to time, and his lips curled into a smile that he didn't even notice. Soon, the elevator dinged and reached the ground floor. The three of them came out of the elevator and found Hua Xiaoheng's car. In Shixiang put the paper bags in the trunk and said, "Nianji, do you want to take Brother Xiong's car?" "No." Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. "I'll take Hua Xiao's car." Hua Xiaoheng glared at In Shixiang. "Take your car and stop being so wishy-washy." In Shixiang really wanted to cry a hero's tears. Who did he offend? How dare he call him wishy-washy? Gu Nianji smiled as she got into Hua Xiaoheng's car. She was a bit embarrassed at first, so she didn't say anything. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have the habit of starting conversation, so the car was silent until they reached the highway. Gu Nianji finally complained to Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, don't you think Brother Xiong is acting weird today?" Hua Xiaoheng drove calmly. "Maybe it's his period, so he's being awkward." Gu Nianji laughed so hard she almost hiccuped. Her mood miraculously improved. She turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng's handsome profile. I didn't think Hua Xiao's dry humor could be so deadly. Deadly how? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her indifferently. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised. Although they weren't peach blossom eyes like Hijichu's, they were clear and deep. They could completely electrocute someone when they occasionally gave off an electric current. "I'm dying of laughter." Gu Nianji covered her mouth and laughed. "Isn't it deadly?" Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled up imperceptibly. He skillfully changed lanes on the highway and changed the topic. "We'll probably be preparing for New Year's Eve dinner when we get back. Go shower first. I need to go to the office." Gu Nianji agreed. She gradually recovered her liveliness and chatter. She chatted happily in the car. Hua Xiaoheng only needed to occasionally reply with a few okay, and oh. Although she was very attached to Hua Xiaoheng, she really didn't need him to take care of her too much. She would be satisfied as long as she stayed by his side. She didn't need him to coax her. She would coax herself. Maybe all she wanted was companionship. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help reaching out to stroke Gun Yinji's hair. Still not tired? Not tired. Not tired at all. Gun Yinji showed Hua Xiaoheng the muscles on her arms. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He only flexed his arms. His incomparably strong and well-defined muscles were exposed under his leather jacket. They almost burst the sleeves of his leather jacket. Gun Yinji looked at his muscles and then at her own slender arms and legs. She decisively withdrew her hands and puffed out her chest. You want to compare size? Who's afraid of who? From the corner of his eye, Hua Xiaoheng saw Gun Yinji's defiant expression and puffed out chest. He couldn't help but smile. This time it was a real smile. The smile on his lips bloomed and spread to his handsome, indifferent face. It was a flower of hope that bloomed in despair. Gun Yinji's eyes widened. If they weren't in the car, she really would have pounced on him and eaten Hua Xiaoheng. With a beautiful man in front of her, it was already very good to be able to resist not making a move. It was a piece of cake to be moved. Let it move. Gun Yinji's eyes were glued to Hua Xiaoheng's face the entire way. Hua Xiaoheng occasionally turned to look at her, and his mood became better and better. When the two cars arrived at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces one after another, it was already 5 in the afternoon. It was 5 in the afternoon on New Year's Eve in the imperial capital. The sky was already completely dark. The weather was very cold, but the night sky was clear. There was no possibility of snow. The cold, dry wind blew wildly, and the fallen leaves on the ground had long been swept away. However, there was a thick liveliness in the air. This was the wonderful mood of hundreds of millions of people celebrating a festival together. Gun Yinji saw the brightly lit official residence gradually appear in front of her eyes. She sighed softly. She had only lived here for a few days, but she actually felt like she had lived here for a lifetime. She clenched her fists. She must work hard to become someone who could live here with Hua Xiaoheng for the rest of her life. This was the 9th chapter. There was still the last chapter. There were 10 chapters today, and each chapter was 5,000 words. There were 50,000 words in total. Dear friends, remember to vote monthly in recommendation. Chapter 321. Hua Xiaoheng parked the car in front of the large iron gates of the official residence. The sentinel, standing guard at the gate, saluted him. As soon as Gun Yinji got out of the car, she shrank back from the cold wind that blew against her face. It was really too cold, but it was still warm in the car. It was like March in the spring, but when they came out, it was the middle of winter. Hua Xiaoheng got out from the other side of the car with his cashmere scarf in his hand. He walked over to Gun Yinji and wrapped it around her tightly. In order to look good, Gun Yinji only wore a Hermes scarf around her neck. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Hua Xiaoheng's warm cashmere scarf wrapped around her neck was like his warm embrace, always following her like a shadow. Gun Yinji stroked the scarf and looked at Hua Xiaoheng's neck. She quickly said, Hua Xiao, aren't you cold? Let's go in quickly. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. You call that cold? I can even wear a thin shirt. Back then, when he went out for a mission, he once hid on the roof of a church in Moscow at -50°C for an entire night, wearing only a leather jacket. Yin Shixiang had already caught up to them and parked his car behind them. He jumped out of the car and shouted, I finally caught up to you. Huh? Why did he go in? Hua Xiaoheng used the car key to remotely open the trunk and glanced at Yin Shixiang. I'll leave it to you. He nodded at Gun Yinji. You go in first. I need to go to the office to do something. Gun Yinji waved at him. Come back soon, Hua Xiao. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng had left, Yin Shixiang glared at Gun Yinji with a look of disapproval. Yinji, come over here. Help me carry a few paper bags. The happiness in Gun Yinji's heart melted like snow under the sun when Yin Shixiang looked at her. She pursed her lips and walked over to help him pick up the Chanel bags. Brother Xiong, I heard that you're on your period. That's why you're picking on me? Ba ba ba. Yin Shixiang was furious. He almost rolled up his sleeves and started a fight with Gun Yinji. Who did you hear that? Who did you hear that from? Tell him to come out and fight me one-on-one. His grandfather's hero. He even dared to make fun of him. Let's see if he doesn't teach him a lesson. Gun Yinji turned her head in amusement and gestured in the direction of Hua Xiaoheng's departure. Here, I heard it from him. Who is he? He. In Shixiang looked in the direction Gun Yinji was pointing at and was about to stomp his feet. When he saw that it was Hua Xiaoheng, he was like a balloon that had been popped by a needle. Gun Yinji had finally won. She made a face at him proudly and walked through the iron gates with the paper bag in hand. She was even humming an unknown song. In Shixiang looked at her lively and cute appearance and couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. But he quickly realized that it was wrong. He couldn't indulge her like this. What needed to be said had to be said, and all the education needed had to be kept up. Although he spoiled her, he had to be reasonable. I can't spoil a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hua Xiao spoiled her too much. He gave her whatever she wanted. Now that Ninji himself wanted it, he couldn't bear to reject her. In Shixiang vaguely felt that Hua Xiao, who spoiled Gun Ninji unconditionally, wasn't like his style of dealing with people. But he didn't think too deeply about why it was like this. Or rather, he subconsciously didn't dare to think too deeply. From their perspective, Hua Xiao had to be right. If he was wrong, it had to be someone else's fault. Even if that person was Gun Yinji. In Shixiang sighed deeply again. Why couldn't this brat like someone else? He, Brother Xiong, was also a handsome and talented young man. There was also little Zhe, who was even more handsome and elegant. There were also many women who were interested in them, yet she treated them like family and had other feelings for Hua Xiao. What a biased little girl. She had bad taste. In fact, he knew that although Gun Yinji's background was unknown, if the person she liked wasn't Hua Xiaoheng, they definitely wouldn't object. In fact, they would do their best to help her pursue that person. Only Hua Xiaoheng couldn't. He was their hope and their glory. They wouldn't allow any stain to exist on their idol and symbol. Even if the Special Operations Forces could accept Gun Yinji, after all, they had watched her grow up and had a relationship with her, the rest of the military would never accept her. In Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi knew better than anyone else how much hope the old men of the Military Supreme Council had for Hua Xiaoheng. What if they found out about Gun Yinji's silly thoughts? In Shixiang couldn't help but shiver. He had been so hot that he felt dry, but now his entire body was cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The cold winds of winter in the imperial capital really lived up to their reputation. It was New Year's Eve when Hua Xiaoheng arrived at his office building. There were only staff on duty in the building. Most people had gone home for the new year. In the empty hallway, the sound of Hua Xiaoheng's leather boots was very bright. He came out of the elevator and arrived at his office door. He saw only Zhao Liangzi standing at the door in the huge office and saluting him with a serious expression. Hua Xiaoheng nodded at him. It's time for New Year's Eve dinner. You can go back first. He opened the door and entered. Just as he was about to close the door, Zhao Liangzi stuck a foot out and blocked the gap. He said to Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, I have something to say. Come in then. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and let go of him. He walked to his desk and sat down. Zhao Liangzi reached out to the wall beside the door and turned on the lights in the room. He didn't turn on the main lights. He only turned on the floor lamp behind Hua Xiaoheng. The color of the lamp was also a warm yellow. It was very similar to the night light in Gun Yinji's bedroom. Zhao Liangzi walked to Hua Xiaoheng's desk and stood still. His mind raced for a way to speak. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him calmly and sat leisurely on the office chair. His long legs stretched out in front of him and his arms rested on the armrests. He waited quietly for Zhao Liangzi to speak. The pressure of silence was unparalleled. When you couldn't hear anything, your thoughts and senses would magnify all your feelings to infinity, whether it was joy or fear. Therefore, the most powerful way to extort a confession wasn't to torture. It was to lock the suspect up in a small, dark room where they couldn't see the light of day or hear sound. It was absolutely silent. 2 hours was enough to drive a person to the wall, let alone a few days. Zhao Liangzi felt like he was in a small, dark room that was absolutely silent. He took a deep breath and said to Hua Xiaoheng in one breath, Hua Xiao, I've erased the images of you and Gunyinji outside today from the central control. I've erased it completely. No one will ever see it. It was this matter again. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at Zhao Yangzi. Why did you erase it? You better give me a reasonable reason. Hua Xiao, Nianji is young and doesn't know any better. Please be more tolerant. Zhao Yangzi gritted his teeth. His legs were trembling. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was too frightening. Zhao Yangzi was more timid than Yin Shixiang and couldn't take a beating as well. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng as if he really wanted to hit someone. I've always been very tolerant. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was still calm. What are you trying to say? Then don't be too tolerant. Zhao Yangzi mustered his courage and shouted with his eyes almost closed. You're so good in Yinji. How can a little girl take it? Isn't it natural for her to like you? But you don't like her, and you can't be with her, so don't give her any more hope. The greatest pain in the world wasn't getting what you wanted, but getting it and losing it. Hua Xiaoheng's expression darkened. He didn't change his posture in the office chair, but his hands were clenched into fists where Zhao Yangzi couldn't see. He actually had the same opinion as Yin Shixiao. They both thought he and Ninji wouldn't work out together. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in the habit of explaining things to people. It was fine as long as you understood his actions, but it didn't matter if you didn't understand, as long as you carried out his orders. He was a major general in the military and a commander, not a kindergarten teacher. He didn't have the responsibility of teaching and explaining to his subordinates. He had probably exhausted all his patience with Gunyinji in this lifetime. Xiaoheng looked down and said dryly, Got it. Get out. Zhao Yangzi almost lost his balance when he heard this. His legs trembled, and he almost fell onto Hua Xiaoheng's desk. Hua Xiao, you really got it? Yeah. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his computer and opened a program with a calm expression. He said to Zhao Liangzi, If you don't want to get out, help me find someone from the National Household Registration and Identification System. No problem. Who? Zhao Yangzi saw that Hua Xiaoheng didn't seem to be angry, and he finally calmed down. He quickly worked hard to show his loyalty. I'm looking for someone named Gu Xianwen. Hua Xiaoheng wrote the name on the paper. His handwriting was strong and forceful. He was a very steady and reliable man. Zhao Yangzi felt bad for Nianji for a long time. He was such a good man. Too bad he wasn't Nianji's Gu Xianwen. Zhao Yangzi took the note and looked at it. He turned to walk out and asked casually, No problem. Who's looking for him? Hua Xiaoheng looked up at him. It's the name of Nianji's father. Nianji's father? What? Nianji's father? Hua Xiao, you found out about Nianji's background. Zhao Yangzi turned around abruptly and rushed to Hua Xiaoheng's desk. Is this true? We'll have to find this person and do a DNA test to know whether it's true or not, Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly. Go now. We still have to go back for New Year's dinner tonight. Roger, Chief. Zhao Yangzi's conflicted mood instantly improved. He walked out briskly and closed the office door for Hua Xiaoheng. He hummed a tune as he went to his computer to search for Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng waited until his office door was closed before looking up from behind the computer. He looked in the direction of the main door and picked up his phone to call the kitchen of his official residence. Yes, Nianji wants stewed ribs with lotus root. Remember to make it for her. In Hua Xiaoheng's official residence, Gunyinji brought her spoils of war from the day back to her room. She had to carefully wrap it up and write some greeting cards before sending it out. In the kitchen downstairs, 7 or 8 cooks and orderlies were busily preparing for New Year's dinner. This was their chief's first New Year's dinner in the new official residence. They had to perform well. The chief had specifically called to tell them to make stewed ribs with lotus root, so they immediately started preparing it. Stewed ribs with lotus root wasn't a test of the chef's skills, but the ingredients. Only the freshest lotus root and the most tender ribs could create the texture of this dish. They had the best special pork in their freezer, so they naturally had spare ribs. However, they didn't have fresh lotus root. Frozen lotus root tasted a bit dry after thawing and didn't taste good. Today, the chief had bought some fresh lotus root from outside, but it wasn't special, so it wasn't easy to make it for the chief. After some discussion, they made an urgent call to the Special Operations Base to have them send some fresh lotus root over. The Special Operations Base had a pond specifically for growing lotus roots. Lotus root was a necessity, so it wasn't hard to find. They immediately went down to the pond to dig up fresh lotus root. Then, they drove quickly to the Special Operations Forces headquarters in half an hour. If they were any further away, they would have had to use a helicopter. Gun Yinji didn't know how much effort Hua Xiaoheng had put into making her stewed ribs with lotus root, but Yin Shixiang knew. He walked to the official residence's kitchen with his hands behind his back. He watched as the fresh and tender lotus roots were chopped into hob cubes, which were then tossed into the broth before being placed into the fragrant pork ribs soup to continue stewing. Before the call, the orderlies and cooks had already cleaned up the spare ribs, removed the froth, and boiled them over low heat. When the fresh lotus root was delivered half an hour later, the spare ribs were almost done. Stewing fresh lotus root was easy, and the Special Supply Base's lotus root was of the best quality and had the softest texture. Therefore, it didn't take long to stew. As soon as the casserole was opened, a delicious aroma wafted over. Everyone in the kitchen was laughing. Yin Shixiang also chuckled. If Hua Xiao continued to spoil her like this, even if they broke up in the future, would Yinji still be able to live with someone else? It was difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. He walked out of the kitchen and looked at the staircase on both sides of the living room. After some thought, he still walked up. Yinji? Yin Shixiang knocked on Gun Yinji's door. It's me, Brother Xiong. Gun Yinji had just finished showering and was wearing a pink bathrobe to open the door with her hair wrapped up. Yin Shixiang froze. Showering? Hurry up and change. How can I meet people dressed like this? Gun Yinji looked at her bathrobe that covered her from head to toe and smiled. Brother Xiong isn't an outsider. Please sit, I'll go change. Yin Shixiang walked in and sat in her living room. He looked around. This was his first time in Gun Yinji's suite. As soon as he entered, he saw a square living room with an exquisite sofa in the middle of the room. The sofa was very wide, and two people could sleep side by side on it without crowding. It felt very sturdy and strong when sitting on it. It wasn't the kind of soft sofa that would collapse as soon as you sat on it. It was obviously very high quality and expensive. It didn't even have a logo, so it must have been custom-made. On the south wall facing the door was a cherry wood table with a pot of orchid on it. On the east side were rows of bookshelves that were made to look like treasure rooms. In addition to books of all sizes, there were also some decorations. Most of the decorations were warm porcelain with vibrant colors like coral pink, aqua green, and sapphire blue. The shapes were simple and elegant. Bowls, plates, and cups were placed in every corner of the bookshelves. They were the famous macaron color, and he didn't know which dynasty they were from. Although Yin Shixiang didn't know much about these things, he knew that Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't have allowed someone to put counterfeits in Gun Yinji's room. Thinking about it, he felt uncomfortable sitting there again. Gun Yinji changed her clothes and came out. Because it was New Year's, she purposely chose a bright red checkerboard cashmere sweater with cropped sleeves. Her collarbones were slightly exposed, and her slender wrists were even more alluring. However, her wrists were bare, and she didn't wear any bracelets or bracelets. Her pants were cropped pants, a mix of black cashmere and wool. Her delicate ankles were exposed, and she wore a pair of fluffy, white slippers. She sat in front of Yin Shixiang. Her hair was still a bit wet, because Yin Shixiang was sitting there. She didn't use a hairdryer to dry her hair, but used a large towel to continuously dry it. Yin Shixiang saw this and walked behind the sofa to say to Gun Yinji, "Let me dry it for you." When he was with Gun Yinji in the United States, Yin Shixiang had dried her hair more than once, so he could be considered an experienced worker. Gun Yinji took a longan from the coffee table in front of her and opened it. Raising her hand, she offered it to Yin Shixiang. "Brother Xiong, eat this?" Yin Shixiang opened his mouth and took it. He didn't touch Gun Yinji's fingers at all. He mumbled, "Thank you. Brother Xiong, you don't have to be so polite with me." Gun Yinji smiled brightly. She was in a great mood. "I didn't take your sarcastic words at Sion Square to heart." Yin Shixiang almost smiled wryly. "Yinji, I won't blame you if you're not happy." "Brother Xiong, don't say that. Who are we? Being able to argue is considered a good relationship. right? Treating each other like guests is just a polite saying. The truth is treating each other like ice. Gun Yinji plucked a longan for herself and put it in her mouth. The sweet fruit nourished her taste buds, and she almost meowed and curled up comfortably. It's good that you know. In Shixiang sighed. He kept drying Gun Yinji's hair, but he didn't know where to start. The room was quiet for a while, and Gun Yinji felt even more strange. There was never an awkward silence when she and In Shixiang were there. I wonder what kind of delicious dishes will be served for New Year's Eve dinner tonight. Gun Yinji could only say, and Brother Zhe, shouldn't he be home for New Year's this year? Why isn't he leaving? I remember he was at the base last year, and Brother Xiong went home. In Shixiang could finally speak now that Zhao Liangzi was mentioned. He didn't hesitate to sell Zhao Liangzi's little secret. Little Zhe, he didn't want to go home himself. Once he got home, his family urged him to get married and force him to go on all kinds of blind dates. He was miserable, so he could only find an excuse not to go home. Gun Yinji was amused. Oh, Brother Zhe still needs blind dates? If a man like him goes out, girls will throw themselves at him in droves? Okay. This was the last night watch and the 10th night watch. There were 10 night watches today, and each watch was 5,000 words. Dear friends, remember to vote monthly in recommendation. Chapter 322. In Shixiang only wanted to chuckle at Gun Yinji's confidence in Zhao Liangzi. Is that true? How come I don't see you pouncing on your brother Zhe? Aren't you a girl? Me? Gun Yinji pointed at herself. How could I pounce on brother Zhe? He's my brother. My biological brother. Kiss my ass. In Shixiang couldn't take it anymore. How is he your biological brother? Oh, Brother Xiong, are you jealous? Gun Yinji teased In Shixiang on purpose. I see you as my biological brother, too. You two are neck and neck. Don't laugh at me. Pfft. You little girl, you're getting all over me. In Shixiang purposely tightened his grip on the towel, causing Gun Yinji to protect her hair and glare at him. Brother Xiong, just say it if you don't want to dry my hair. What kind of hero are you playing tricks behind my back? Fine, I'm just teasing you. Your hair is almost dry. Just use the hairdryer and it'll be fine. In Shixiang saw that Gun Yinji was about to explode and stopped teasing her. He let go and put down the towel to rub Gun Yinji's half-wet hair. Ninji Hua, Xiao. Little Zhe and I watch you grow up. Little Zhe and I treat you like our biological sister. Hua Xiao also treats you like a junior. Did you forget that he always told you to call him uncle? Why haven't you called him that recently? Gun Yinji was speechless at In Shixiang's words. It wasn't time for their relationship to be made public yet, and even if it was, Gun Yinji would listen to him completely. His status was special, and Gun Yinji didn't want to cause him trouble. She trusted him 100%, so she couldn't refute In Shixiang's words. She could only nod perfunctorily. I know. You're all doing this for my own good, especially Hua Xiao. That's right. In Shixiang slapped his thigh again. Hua Xiao dotes on you as a junior. In the future, when you find a boyfriend and get married, Hua Xiao will definitely give you a huge red packet. The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. She was a bit unhappy and stood up to smile at In Shixiang. Brother Xiong, why are you suddenly so concerned about my marriage? I'm only 18. Why do you think I'm married? According to the law, the age of marriage for women is 20. Brother Xiong, do you want me to break the law? Which girl in a modern society would get married at the age of 18? Even if she wanted to, the law wouldn't allow it. In Shixiang was caught off guard by Gun Yinji and quickly interrupted her with a smile. I didn't say you were getting married right away. Find a boyfriend first, spend some time together, and then get married 2 years later. Isn't that good? I'll only be 20 in 2 years. I don't want to get married so early. Gun Yinji glared at In Shixiang and thought to herself, unless I marry Hua Xiao. In fact, Hua Xiao still refused to acknowledge her as his official girlfriend. It was too early to talk about marriage. Gun Yinji didn't want to talk about it anymore, so she turned the gun to In Shixiang. I'm so young, so I'm not in a hurry at all. But Brother Xiong, you'll be 27 this year. right? Don't talk about marriage. You don't even have a girlfriend. TSK. You're not even anxious yourself, but you're actually anxious for an 18-year-old girl like me. As expected of a lawyer, she was good at stabbing people. Her words almost made In Shixiang vomit blood. He braced himself against the back of the sofa and leaped over. Sitting on the sofa, he crossed his arms and rolled his eyes at Gun Yinji. Who talks like that? Why do you care if I have a girlfriend or not? Why do you care if I'm married or not? What does it have to do with you? TSK. You're starting to get agitated when it hurts. Gun Yinji walked to the bedroom with a towel and laughed. Then don't worry about me. Don't blame me for stabbing you a few more times. In Shixiang was defeated. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't win against Gun Yinji. He could only stand up and call out to the bedroom. I'm going downstairs. Come down for dinner when you're done. Gun Yinji didn't hear the buzzing of the hairdryer in the bedroom. However, she didn't need to be so polite with In Shixiang. He could come and go as he pleased. He didn't need to greet her. After drying her hair, she came out of the bedroom and saw that there was no one in the living room outside. She didn't care, knowing that they must have gone out. She went back to the bedroom to apply a facial mask and turned on the computer. She happened to see her roommates were there, so they happily video chatted. It was past 7, and the reunion dinner was almost ready. The chef at the official residence called Hua Xiaoheng to report to the chief that the reunion dinner would be ready in half an hour. Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone and rubbed his eyes. He reread the assignment for next year and reorganized the personnel that needed to be adjusted. Then, he called Zhao Yangzi over the intercom. How's the investigation going? Zhao Yangzi searched the National Household Registration and Identification System for more than an hour before he finished searching the entire database. He looked at the list of names in front of him with some trepidation. When Hua Xiaoheng's inquiry came in, he was doing further investigation. Hua Xiao, the preliminary investigation is complete. There are a total of 1,823 Gu Xiangwens still alive in the country. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. There were actually so many. What about the list of people who died in the past 10 years? Have you checked? Hua Xiaoheng asked again. This was the only way to make it complete and not miss any clues. Zhao Yangzi shook his head. We haven't searched the database of the deceased yet. Do you want to search it first? Yes, let's do it. Hua Xiaoheng leaned back in his chair and thought as he said, search for people over 35 years old. The possibility of people under 35 is too low. Yes, Chief. Zhao Yangzi accepted the suggestion and logged into another database to start searching. Since there are so many people, it won't be easy to find them in a short time. Let's go back for dinner first. Zhao Yangzi thought it made sense. After setting up the automatic search, he left the office with Hua Xiaoheng. Zhao Yangzi and In Shixiang both had their own houses at the Special Operations Forces headquarters, but they also had their own rooms at Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. When they needed to be on duty, they would stay in their own rooms. Most of the time, they stayed with Hua Xiaoheng at his official residence. There was still Shosu A after dinner, so he definitely wouldn't go back. Therefore, he went directly to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence with him. It was getting late. When they came out of the office, they saw the bright lights of the official residence in the distance. It was especially eye-catching in the night sky. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly. It seemed like In Shixiang had given his all to come up with this idea. Hello, Chief. The guard at the door saluted Hua Xiaoheng and stood straight. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly. Happy New Year. Have you eaten? Yes. The guard was very excited. There's supper after the shift change. Zhao Yangzi couldn't help but laugh. He patted the guard's shoulder and walked into the living room with a smiling Hua Xiaoheng. In Shixiang sat alone in the living room, wiping his gun with a thin piece of velvet. Seeing that they had finally returned, In Shixiang quickly put his gun back on his waist and stood up with a smile. Hua Xiaoheng, are you done? Hua Xiaoheng looked around. Is a reunion dinner ready? It's almost ready. In Shixiang walked over and pointed to the dining room. Dinner will be ready in half an hour. Did you inform them? Hua Xiaoheng looked upstairs. In Shixiang knew Hua Xiaoheng was asking about Song Jining and Gun Yinji. He quickly said, I just called the internal line to inform them. Mrs. Song said she would be coming down soon. Nianji didn't get through. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I'll go change. He then walked upstairs. His room was opposite Gu Nianji's. When he got back, he first went to Gu Nianji's door and knocked. No one answered, so he opened the door himself with the key. Gu Nianji happened to be in her bedroom having a video chat with her 3 former roommates. She didn't hear the internal line ring. She had just finished the conversation when Hua Xiaoheng came in. Oh, Hua Xiaoheng, why are you here? Gu Nianji took off her headset and turned around. Is the dinner ready? Yeah. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her, his eyes lingering on her smooth wrist. Big Xiong said he called you on the internal line, but you didn't pick up? I was having a video chat with someone. Gu Nianji explained with a smile. It was my roommates from university. It's the new year. They're all greeting me. Hua Xiaoheng didn't care. That's good. I'll go take a shower and change. Gu Nianji couldn't help wanting to follow Hua Xiaoheng when she heard he was going to shower. She rubbed against Hua Xiaoheng and smiled. Hua Xiaoheng, what are you going to wear today? Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her and turned to leave. He said dryly, there are so many clothes. Just wear whatever you want. That's not good. Hua Xiaoheng, let me help you pick something. Gu Nianji caught up to Hua Xiaoheng and grabbed his arm. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Come if you want. Hua Xiaoheng didn't object. He allowed Gu Nianji to grab his arm and walk him back to his suite. After he went in, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. It was almost time for dinner, so he couldn't take a long shower. He hurriedly washed his hair and body. It took him less than 20 minutes to get out of the bathroom. Gu Nianji had already found him a new set of clothes and put it on the bed. However, Gu Nianji didn't wait in the bedroom. Instead, she played with her phone in the living room. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the clothes Gu Nianji had found for him. It wasn't a military uniform, but a casual one. A dark red cashmere turtleneck and black slim-fit wool trousers. He then thought about the red checkered cashmere sweater and black crop pants that Gu Nianji was wearing today. Her intentions were obvious. He rubbed the clothes for a while and thought about it. He changed into them and took out a small box from his closet. He walked to the living room and tapped Gu Nianji's shoulder. Gu Nianji turned around and saw that Hua Xiaoheng was wearing the clothes she had picked out for him. It was the exact same color and style as hers. Her eyes curved into crescents as she deliberately said in an exaggerated tone, Huh? Where did this handsome guy come from? Did you come to the wrong door? Hua Xiaoheng was so irritated by Gu Nianji calling him handsome guy that he replied calmly, If you call me that again, I won't give you the present. There's a present. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. Her large, bright eyes were practically glowing. Let me see it. Let me see it. Hua Xiaoheng smiled, but didn't say anything. He allowed her to think of ways to beg him for a long time before he finally took out the small box. I'll put it on for you. It turned out to be a wristwatch, a Bulgari women's watch. It had a simple yet elegant mechanical dial and a rose gold strap. Most importantly, it matched the Bulgari men's mechanical watch on his wrist. It was a couple's watch. Gu Nianji was shocked as she watched Hua Xiaoheng put it on her wrist. Her delicate, snow-white skin was a stark contrast to the cold, hard mechanical watch. It had an indescribable sense of seductive beauty. Gu Nianji looked at it again and again, then carefully scrutinized Hua Xiaoheng's watch. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, Hua Xiao, where did you get a watch like this? I don't remember there being a model like this. Even the tips of her ears were flushed when she said this. That was because she had exposed her hidden thoughts. Gu Nianji had secretly wanted to buy a watch a year ago. She wanted the same style as Hua Xiaoheng's watch, but she couldn't find it anywhere. She even called Bulgari's customer service, but they told her that not every men's watch came with a matching women's watch. Hua Xiaoheng's watch wasn't a couple's watch series, so it wasn't available at all. She didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to actually get it. Hua Xiaoheng nodded without batting an eyelid. Yes, there isn't. Then where did you get it? Gu Nianji was suspicious. She caressed the couple's watch on her wrist reluctantly. I had them custom make it. Hua Xiaoheng stood up nonchalantly. Let's go eat. This was the first watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday. Especially recommendation votes. Dear friends, the second watch will be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. P.S. Exploding chapter on the 23rd is to reward Moon Palace Master. I am Master Rashi. Circle Fish Zero, Fish G, Light Smile Like Gauze, and other leaders with Immortal Sword Fate, Spirit Pet Fate. Monthly ticket red envelope, and the additional monthly ticket for this month's double. Oh, and no. Moi. Chapter 323. I'm going to do it. Gun Yinji almost knelt down. Looking at Hua Xiaoheng's tall and imposing figure, she was extremely touched. She quickly walked over and hugged him from behind. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she leaned her face against his broad back and closed her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she was filled with his scent, the scent that intoxicated her the most. Hua Xiao, how did you know? How did you know? How did he know that she wanted a watch, and a couple's watch like his? Hua Xiaoheng stopped his tracks and held Gun Yinji's arms that were wrapped around his waist. He rubbed the watch on her wrist and said quietly, "You called Bulgari's customer service. You knew that too?" Gun Yinji felt even more embarrassed. Fortunately, she was hugging Hua Xiaoheng from behind, so she didn't have to face his deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through all her thoughts. She stammered, I actually liked your watch at that time." Hua Xiaoheng patted her hand and interrupted her. "Do you like this watch?" "I like it. Of course I like it." Gun Yinji retracted her arms and held her wrist to take a closer look. It was the watch of her dreams. Even the details of the strap were exactly the same. "I'm glad you like it." Hua Xiaoheng turned around and looked down at her. "What do you want? Just tell me. No need to explain." Gun Yinji felt like her heart had been hit hard by something. Her internal organs shifted positions, but she didn't feel any pain at all. She was so excited that she wanted to go out for a run. She was overflowing with joy, but when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say anything. She could only stare at him blankly. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "Let's go for New Year's dinner." Gun Yinji nodded fiercely and followed him downstairs. As soon as they left the bedroom, Hua Xiaoheng distanced himself from Gun Yinji and walked leisurely in front. Gun Yinji didn't mind. She kept glancing at her watch as she walked. Although she tried her best to hide her smile, the joy in the corners of her eyes revealed her true feelings. The two of them arrived at the dining room on the first floor. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi froze as soon as they entered. Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji were wearing the same color and style of clothing. Hua Xiaoheng was wearing a dark red cashmere sweater and black slim-fit trousers. Gun Yinji was wearing a bright red checkered cashmere sweater and black crop trousers. A rose gold watch was the only decoration on her snow-white wrist. Yin Shixiang looked at Hua Xiaoheng, then at Gun Yinji. He swallowed the words, "couple's outfit," and wished he was blind. He quickly pulled out a chair and said to them, "You're a little early. Come and sit." The dining table was rectangular. Hua Xiaoheng was supposed to sit at the head of the table, but he didn't. Instead, he sat at the first seat on the lower left. Gun Yinji sat next to him at the second seat on the lower left. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi happened to be sitting in the first and second seats on the right side of the main seat. Where will Mrs. Song sit?" Yin Shixiang mumbled. He had thought that Hua Xiaoheng would sit at the head of the table. "Of course Annie Song will sit at the head of the table." Gun Yinji smiled. She was very satisfied with the arrangements. Yin Shixiang wanted to say more, but Zhao Liangzi kicked him under the table. He didn't say anything else. Several orderlies began to serve the dishes. The first dishes were cold cuts with cheese, grilled potato slices, tofu wraps, fried squid rings, beef with broccoli sauce, crystal pork knuckle slices, fried golden rice cake with frosted sugar, cucumber with garlic sauce, salad, and 2 bowls of purple potato and white fungus soup. The 2 bowls of purple potato and white fungus soup were obviously prepared for Gun Yinji and Song Jining. However, Song Jining hadn't come down yet. Hua Xiaoheng saw this and stood up. "I'll go take a look." Hua Xiaoheng went upstairs to find Song Jining. The remaining 3 people in the dining room began to drink and chat as they ate the cold cuts. The central air conditioning in the official residence could be set to different temperature zones. Each person's room was warmer, and the hall outside was cooler. This was because there weren't many people, so it saved energy. However, it was New Year's Eve tonight, so everyone was downstairs. The temperature on the first floor was set to 23 degrees. It felt like spring. Gun Yinji was wearing a thin, cashmere sweater. After drinking a glass of wine, she felt a bit hot. She pulled her collar up and fanned herself with her hand. She raised her wrist, and the watch on her wrist emitted a warm golden glow under the chandelier in the dining room. It attracted the attention of the two people across from her. Is this your new watch? In Shixiang had never seen Gun Yinji wear a watch like this. It looked exquisite and a bit androgynous, but the rose gold band softened the androgynous toughness. It matched Gun Yinji's temperament. Gun Yinji smiled and used a spoon to stir the purple potato and white fungus soup. She took a sip from time to time. The sweetness of the purple potato and the softness of the white fungus blended together. The taste was very sweet, but not to the point of being nauseating. Even her stomach was soothed after a spoonful. It's delicious. Gun Yinji couldn't stop praising it. There's more in the kitchen. You can have more after you finish. In Shixiang saw that Gun Yinji didn't take it seriously, so he didn't ask further. He joked with Zhao Liangzi, and Gun Yinji occasionally chimed in. The dining room was full of laughter, and the atmosphere was very lively. At that moment, the home manor in the middle of the imperial capital was unusually quiet. It didn't look like it was New Year's at all. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie hid in their rooms and didn't dare to come out. They could only text each other. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang were waiting in Grandfather Hua's study. One of them served him tea, while the other stood respectfully behind an attractive woman. The woman was over 60 years old. She wore a traditional Huaxia-style jacket with peacock buttons and custom-made slim-fit wool trousers. Even in the room, she wore a pair of black leather shoes with pointed toes. Her face was fair and clear, and she looked a bit older. The dense crow's feet at the corners of her eyes couldn't be hidden no matter how much foundation or concealer she used. Her eyebrows were all plucked and carefully drawn with an eyebrow pencil. Her large eyes were tattooed with eyeliner to set off the contours of her eyes. She had long eyebrows, thin eyes, a straight nose, and small cherry lips. Although she was old, it was obvious she was a pretty girl from a humble family when she was younger. She sat next to Grandfather Hua and softly said, "Elder Hua, this is the first year Xiaoheng is spending New Year's at his official residence. It's understandable. Don't be angry. The New Year's Eve dinner is ready. Let's go eat." Little Zhang, don't always put in good words for him. Grandfather Hua angrily pounded the table. He hasn't been home for the New Year in 6 years. I used to think he was on a mission and didn't blame him. But this year, he's in the imperial capital this year, but he doesn't even show his face. Does he not want this family anymore? Hua Guanxin stood in front of Grandfather Hua and frowned. "Father, don't be angry. Why don't you give him a call?" The woman persuading Grandfather Hua was Grandfather Hua's head nurse, Zhang Fo. She was 8 years younger than Grandfather Hua and was in her 60s this year. However, she took good care of herself and lived like a princess with Grandfather Hua. She looked like she was in her early 50s. Uncle Zhang was her son, Zhang Baoqin. He poured a cup of tea for Grandfather Hua and looked up at Hua Guanxin. Second brother, Xiaoheng, is also in trouble. Second sister-in-law, oh no, Mrs. Song is with him now. It's reasonable for him to leave her behind and come here alone. Grandfather Hua was even angrier at the mention of Song Jinning. He stood up from his seat and yelled at Hua Guanxin. "Look at what you've done. I tried to persuade you not to get a divorce, but you insisted. And now, do you regret it?" Not only did he lose Song Jinning, but he was also engaged to that murderer, Bai Jini. Grandfather Hua had been angry ever since Bai Jini was convicted. If it wasn't for Hua Xiaoheng, the rising star, the Hua family would have become a laughing stock among the upper echelons of the imperial capital. Now that Hua Xiaoheng was here, no one dared to bare their teeth at the Hua family. "Elder Hua, you promised to be nice. Your blood pressure is rising again because of your anger. Did you take your blood pressure medication today?" Zhang Feng pulled grandfather Hua to sit down and gently soothed his chest. Hua Guanchen didn't even look up. He said coldly, "I'll call Xiaoheng." He turned to leave, but when he opened the study door, he saw Hua Jialan standing at the door with a suitcase. She was wearing a coat and a mink fur hat. "Second uncle." Hua Jialan nodded at him. Her voice was choked. "Eldest cousin isn't going home because of me. I'll leave now. Call eldest cousin and tell him I've left. He can come back for the new year." It was the second watch. Let me remind you about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially the recommendation votes. Chapter 324. Hua Jialan's words made everyone in the study feel awkward. Indeed, it would be strange if Hua Xiaoheng saw eye to eye with the way Hua Jialan treated Song Jining. She hadn't been back for so many years. Although she said she had a mission, the Hua family was a military family. How could they not know the reason? It would be acceptable if she had a mission once or twice, but something was definitely fishy if she had a mission 5 or 6 times. However, grandfather Hua and Hua Guanchen kept these thoughts to themselves and never said them out loud. It wasn't until Bai Genie's case came out that he understood what was going on. It was all because of his mother. Hua Jialan glanced at the faces of the people in the study and tightened her grip on her suitcase. She lowered her head and said remorsefully, "I misunderstood Bai Genie's words and treated Mrs. Song badly. It's my fault. I stayed in this house to take this opportunity to personally apologize to Mrs. Song. But eldest cousin brother actually didn't even return home because of me. I feel even more sorry in my heart. That's not entirely your fault." Grandfather Hua was silent for a moment and shook his head. Who knew? Bai Genie was too good at faking it. No one could tell she was up to no good. It wasn't that no one could tell, for example Hua Xiaoheng, but no one else could. If grandfather Hua and Hua Guanchen couldn't tell, how could they expect a girl like Hua Jialan to? Hua Jialan immediately burst into tears and knelt down in front of the study door. She kowtowed profusely as she said, "Grandfather and second uncle raised me, and I have no way to repay you. I can only kowtow to you. In my next life, I'll repay you for your great kindness." She continued, "Eldest cousin isn't coming home. These are my kowtows to Mrs. Song. I've wronged her. I hope she'll be magnanimous and not stoop to my level. I'll kowtow to her, burn incense, and pray to Buddha for a long life." Hua Guanchen jumped in shock and hurried over to help her up. "Jialan, what are you doing? Get up, get up." Grandfather Hua also quickly walked over and stood beside Hua Guanchen. He comforted the sobbing Hua Jialan. "Jialan, don't say that. Although you're not of the Hua family's bloodline, you're a daughter of the Hua family. You're the daughter of my eldest son, which means you're my granddaughter. If anyone dares to not treat you as a member of the Hua family, let them talk to me." "Grandfather." Hua Jialan was grateful and sad at the same time. She broke free from Hua Guanchen's hand and fell to her knees in front of Hua Xiuenom again. She hugged his legs and cried until she almost passed out. All right. Get up and go back to your room to tidy up." Grandfather Hua also made up his mind when he saw Hua Jialan crying so hard. "Since Xiaoheng isn't coming back, it's okay. We'll go to his place for the new year." Besides, his new official residence had just been completed, and he needed to warm it up. "Let's all go. Let's celebrate the new year in a lively manner. If there's anything, let's talk about it clearly and don't hide it. We're all one family. You can't write 2 characters in one stroke." We're going to Xiaoheng's place for the new year." Hua Guanchen frowned. "It's already past 7. Will we make it in time?" "Why not?" Grandfather Hua glared at him. "Hurry up and make a call to prepare the car. Our Hua family will be spending the new year at Xiaoheng's place today. We'll send all the prepared New Year's Eve dinner over. We'll eat there together. It'll be more intimate." Hua Guanchen began to think that grandfather Hua was daydreaming. It was already 7 o'clock on New Year's Eve, and he still wanted to go out. But on further thought, if they went to Xiaoheng's place, he would be able to see Song Jining. After so many years of misunderstanding, he wanted to have a good talk with her. Hua Guanchen changed his mind and no longer objected. His eyes flashed. Then I'll go make the call. Xiaoheng's place is the Special Operations Forces. Without a special pass, we won't be able to get in. Luckily, Dad and I both have passes. Let's go directly. Fortunately, Dad and I both have passes. Let's go directly. He knew his son quite well. If they were notified in advance, he was sure that they wouldn't be able to enter his house. Grandfather Hua's eyes darted around. He understood his son's intentions. He knew Xiaoheng even better than Hua Guanchen, so he nodded without batting an eyelid. That's a good idea. We don't have much time. Hurry up and prepare the car. We'll leave immediately. As he spoke, he turned to Zhang Baochen's wife, Qian Shui. Go tell the kitchen to pack the New Year's Eve dinner and send it to the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Qian Shui didn't know what to do with the father and son pair. She couldn't help but look at the head nurse, Zhang Feng, who was standing diagonally behind Grandfather Hua, and asked for help. Mom, what do you think? I'll listen to Elder Hua. Zhang Feng smiled at her and nodded. She turned to Grandfather Hua. Elder Hua, just bring Wen Na and Wen Jie over. They're young and easy to get along with. Bao Chun, Shui, and I won't be going. We'll stay home and look after the house. How can we do that? Grandfather Hua's frown deepened. It's New Year's Eve. Isn't it good for the whole family to be together? How can we be separated from one family to another? It's inauspicious. Grandfather Hua was getting on in years and an old-fashioned person. He was especially particular about family reunions during the New Year. This was the most important New Year, and the Hua family had not been together for 6 years. How could they be separated from each other again this year? It wasn't easy for everyone to be together in the imperial capital. Couldn't they even be together for one night? Grandfather Hua looked at Zhang Feng darkly. This woman who had been with him for almost 40 years smiled at him without any complaints. She came over to help him and said to the people in the room, Hurry up and get ready. We're going out soon. I need to talk to Elder Hua. Hua Guanchen didn't even look back. He left Grandfather Hua's study first to find someone to prepare the car and get ready to leave. Hua Jialan thought about it and also took her suitcase back to her room. She washed her face and changed her clothes. Zhang Baochen and Qian Shui quickly went to find their son and daughter, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie. Just as head nurse Zhang Feng had said, it didn't matter if they went or not. It was fine as long as Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie could maintain a good relationship with Hua Xiaoheng. It would be a pity if they became estranged from each other's blood cousins. Everyone in the study quickly left. It had been bustling just a moment ago, but now it was just the two of them. After all these years, Zhang Feng was the only one who had been by his side. Grandfather Hua walked to the fireplace in the study and stared at the 4 photos on the edge of the fireplace in a daze. The photos were old but well preserved. They were framed in mahogany and showed no signs of fading. The first photo was of a dignified and elegant woman who was as beautiful as the Queen of Flowers. She was wearing a capable black riding outfit and riding a red horse. Her smile was incomparably resplendent under the sunlight. The second photo was a wedding photo of the woman and a handsome young military officer. The military officer was Grandfather Hua Shiwenong. More than 50 years had passed. The young and handsome military officer was already wearing the highest military rank in the empire. The woman who had stood beside him with a smile on her face had passed away many years ago. The third photo was of the woman holding a baby. The last photo was of a family of 4. However, in an inconspicuous corner of the photo, there was the silhouette of a young female nurse standing diagonally behind Hua Xiwenong. That year, Hua Xiwenong was promoted to Major General and had his own personal secretary and personal nurse. Hua Xiwenong looked at the photos and sighed. He murmured, Xiaoheng's grandmother passed away when he was 10. It's been hard on you all these years. I'll let you down. Hua Xiwenong turned to look at Zhang Feng with pity in his eyes. This woman had been by his side silently for the rest of her life. She had even given birth to a son for him without telling him. She had gritted her teeth and raised him in her parents' home all by herself. After something happened to his eldest son, Hua Xiwenong was on the verge of breaking down. It was Zhang Feng who had been by his side the whole time. Not only did she use her excellent nursing knowledge to take care of his body, But she also told him that although he had lost a son, he still had another son. He even had grandchildren. This was the first watch. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 p.m., the next watch. P.S. Thank you to Hui Xuan Mai for tipping Heshabi yesterday. Moi. Oh, and for an O. Chapter 325. 16 years ago, Hui Xuanong was shocked when he found out. He never thought that when he got drunk on a business trip when he was young, he mistook Zhang Feng as his wife and had a night with her. She actually had a child. She had been his nurse for so many years, from a junior nurse to head nurse. She had never mentioned a word about it. That year, you suddenly took a year off to go home and have a child. Then you secretly raised the child with your parents. You must have been under a lot of pressure, right? Grandfather Hua looked at Zhang Feng sympathetically and smoothed her hair. He used to have a head of black hair, but now there were silver strands. Zhang Feng held Grandfather Hua's arm and helped him to a chair. She took out the blood pressure monitor and stethoscope to check Hua Xuanong's body. I had no choice. You and Mrs. Hu were deeply in love. How could I ruin your marriage and family? Besides, it was my fault. You didn't know anything, but I secretly gave birth to the child without your knowledge. Of course, I have to bear all the blame. If it wasn't for Big Brother's accident, would you have never said a word? Grandfather would pitted Zhang Feng even more. Yes. Zhang Feng skillfully wrapped the blood pressure monitor around Grandfather Hua's arm. She looked at the blood pressure monitor and said quietly, "You were too sad at the time. I was worried about your health. I know that a bad mood can affect your health. As your head nurse, my career has been your health for so many years. I will only be well if you are well." Actually, that was not the only reason. Grandfather Hua knew that if Zhang Feng had exposed the incident, not only would his family be destroyed, but everything he had in the military would also be destroyed. Forget about being promoted to general. He would probably be fired on the spot and be demobilized immediately. He knew how intolerant his wife was. His wife's family would never let him off the hook. Grandfather Hua had mixed feelings when he thought about this. However, as soon as he thought of his wife's behavior, Grandfather Hua suddenly exclaimed softly, but quickly fell silent. Zhang Feng glanced at Grandfather Hua. "Elder Hua, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. Back then, you went home to give birth to a child. Fortunately, your family treated you well." Grandfather Hua sighed. "Your relatives, don't think about them. You've helped them enough over the years." Zhang Feng calmly put the blood pressure monitor back into the box. "I see that your blood pressure is fine. Every time you get angry, my heart jumps to my throat." Old Master Hua patted her hand. "I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you or Baochen's family." "I know." Zhang Feng looked at Grandfather Hua's old but handsome face, her eyes filled with reverence. For the first time, she took the initiative to hold Grandfather Hua's hand and said softly, "Elder Hua, Xuanong, I'll only say this once. I've never blamed you. I was willing to bear your child." Grandfather Hua's entire body trembled. He instinctively grabbed her hand tightly. His lips opened and closed for a long time before he said, "Feng, wait a little longer. I'll think of a way to change the surname of the two children to Hua." Zhang Feng shook her head. "No need, Elder Hua. It's good enough that our family knows about this. If we change the surname publicly, it'll be a joke to others. But Grandfather Hua always wanted his grandchildren to have the surname Hua. He had even tolerated Hua Jialan, who wasn't even his granddaughter. How could he bear for his own grandchildren to have someone else's surname? Aren't you thinking of Xiaoheng? You're retired, but Guanxin and Xiaoheng are still in the military. How can they be human?" Zhang Feng tried her best to persuade Grandfather Hua. "This won't do. When I first moved in, there was already a storm." Grandfather Hua's expression darkened. When Zhang Baochen and Qian Shui moved in with Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie, Hua Xiao was the one who reacted the most violently. But at that time, no one cared about him. He didn't have the power to persuade others to listen to him. From then on, he became even more reticent, and even treated Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie very badly. Xiaoheng is very close to his grandmother. His mother is busy with experiments. His father is focused on the military, and you are also very busy. Xiaoheng was practically raised by his grandmother, so I can completely understand his reaction at that time. Please don't be angry at him. Zhang Feng looked at grandfather Hua's expression and knew what he was thinking. She wasn't in a hurry and softly explained the situation to him. Grandfather was said coldly, "That won't do. You're his elder. He can't disrespect you. Forget it. It's the new year today. Take it easy. Don't say anything today." Zhang Feng sighed. "If you really want to make a fuss, I'll have to take Bao Chen and his family and leave the Hua family. You're not allowed to leave." Grandfather Hua quickly grabbed Zhang Feng's arm. "This is an order." Zhang Feng was stunned and slowly nodded. "Yes, Chief. Okay, go pack up. Come with me to Xiaoheng's official residence for the new year. Just as a nurse, tell him that I'm not feeling well and that you have to take care of me." Grandfather Hua thought about it again and again. This was the only way to deal with someone as stubborn as Xiaoheng. Zhang Feng understood Grandfather Hua's intentions and was very touched. She held his hand and sat for a while before going out to pack up and change. After changing, she called Zhang Baoqin and Qian Shihui to come to her room through the intercom. "Mom, what's up? Are we really going together?" Zhang Baoqin asked uneasily. "Xiaoheng doesn't like us to begin with. That's why he's not coming back for the new year." Zhang Feng looked up at her son's timid expression and sighed again. She was wrong to have given birth to him without raising him in the right place. Although her family treated her son well, they didn't give him a decent environment. The Zhang family couldn't compare to the Hua family at all. Their families were different, so the children they raised were naturally different. "It's not because of us that Xiaoheng isn't coming back for the new year," Zhang Feng said calmly as she put on a pearl earring. "It's because his mother divorced his father, and he's coming back for the new year." "What about his mother?" "You're a fool if you can't even think about this." Zhang Baoqin's face turned red at being scolded by his mother in front of his wife. Qian Shihui felt bad for her husband and quickly said, "Mom, Baoqian is right. Although it's mainly because of his mother and father, he doesn't really like us." "Huh? If he doesn't like us, can't you think of a way to change his mind?" Zhang Feng put down the comb and turned to look at her son and son-in-law. "Don't you understand? Wenna and Wenjia are smarter than you." Zhang Baoqian pursed his lips and didn't speak. His stubborn expression was quite similar to Grandfather Hua's. Looking at her son's expression, Zhang Feng's heart softened again, and she said gently, "Actually, Xiaoheng isn't that cruel. In the past, I thought the same as you. I felt that my relationship with him couldn't be repaired. But this time, when he came back, I heard that he took good care of that orphan girl. I knew that he wasn't really a cold-hearted person." "Are you talking about Gunyinji?" Qian Shihui couldn't help but pout. "That little girl has a glib tongue. She can even coax a bird from the sky. How can we compare to her? You guys can't, but Wenna and Wenjia can." Zhang Feng stood up. "No matter how wrong I am, I'm still his grandmother. Xiaoheng can blame me and you guys, but he definitely won't blame Wenna and Wenjia. You two better not affect Wenna and Wenjia. In this lifetime, I only want my 2 grandchildren to not have to worry about anything and be like real young masters and daughters of aristocratic families." Zhang Baoqin and Qian Shihui looked at each other in confusion. They didn't quite understand Zhang Feng's words. When it came to money, their family didn't lack it. Qian Shihui's family were businessmen, and she was their only daughter. All the money in the Qian family would belong to Qian Shihui and her 2 children in the future. "Mom, Wenna and Wenjia can always live happily without having to worry about anything." Qian Shihui smiled as she helped Zhang Feng put on her jacket. "Don't worry about it. Isn't it better for us to live happily as a family? Why? Why would they want to be slapped in the face?" Zhang Feng looked at Qian Shihui's smug expression and shook her head. "Shihui, I don't want to criticize you, but you've been in the Hua family for so many years. Do you know which family Xiaoheng's grandmother is from?" "You mean Xiaoheng's grandmother? What's her name?" Qian Shihui was even more curious now. "Is she more powerful than the Hua family?" "Her surname is Xie, and her name is Zian. I don't know if the Xie family is more powerful than the Hua family, but the Xie family was in charge of the nation's first stock exchange. Zhang Feng looked at Qian Shi like she was looking at an idiot. Now you know, she's the daughter of the Xie family, the only daughter of the older generation. It was the second watch, a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, and for no. Chapter 326. Which CF family? Zhang Baoqian watched as his wife and mother exchanged questions and answers. They seemed to know what they were talking about, but he didn't understand at all. Do we know each other? Qian Shihui's family was also a small businessman. After she married Zhang Baoqian, the Qians indirectly connected to the Huas. Zhang Feng used her position as the head nurse of the military to secretly help the Qians. The Qian family had developed rapidly in the past 20 years, and they were one of the rising stars in D City, where her maiden family was located. So she knew a little about that CF family. It's actually them. Qian Shihui almost choked on her breath, her face turning purple from holding it in. Zhang Feng patted her back lightly and nodded with a smile. Shihui knows a lot. It's that CF family. When Xiezian married the general, she brought half of the Swiss bank shares as her dowry. Half of the Swiss bank shares. Zhang Baoqian couldn't speak anymore. Qian Shihui was even more shocked. Her family had a Swiss bank account and had saved a few million euros for her 2 children. She thought it was already impressive, but old Madame Hua's dowry made her kneel. Do you understand now? In their circle, having tens of millions in savings is nothing. Zhang Feng said nonchalantly as she took a cashmere shawl and wrapped it around her shoulders. Don't be so short-sighted. Don't think you can disregard them just because you have money. Qian Shihui was convinced. Mom is really far-sighted. Baoqian and I are not as thoughtful as you. Zhang Feng lowered her head and put on a pair of UGG calfskin high heels. She said softly, after Xiezian passed away, she set up a few trust funds with all her assets under her name. The Xies sent professionals to take care of them. Every month, the profits from the funds will be automatically transferred to Xiaoheng and Jialan's bank accounts. Trust funds? Zhang Baoqian was more familiar with this. He studied finance in university and had worked in finance companies for a few years after graduation. That means Xiezian's assets are all in trust funds? Then does Dad have a share? Zhang Baoqian blushed and couldn't help but ask. If that was the case, then they really had to plan carefully. I don't really understand. Zhang Feng glanced at her son with a half-smile. When Xiezian's was announced, I was there with the chief, so I heard everything. All I know is that all of her inheritance is in the trust fund. Your father, your eldest brother, second brother, Xiaoheng, and Jialan all have a share. Xiaoheng's share is the largest, and the rest is split equally between your father, your eldest brother, and your second brother. What Jialan is holding right now is actually your eldest brother's share. Hua Jialan isn't Big Brother's biological daughter. Why does she have to claim the trust fund? Zhang Baoqian objected immediately. I'm very familiar with trust funds. There are conditions attached to their terms, and they can be amended when the situation permits. Mom, leave this one to me. Zhang Feng nodded. You didn't like to study finance, but I forced you to. Do you understand now? Mom, you should have told me earlier. I would have studied harder. Zhang Baoqian smiled bitterly. Otherwise, I'd be even better than I am now. Sigh. Man proposes, God disposes. I didn't think so much back then. When you were in university, your father didn't even know he had a son like you. Zhang Feng sighed and shook her head. I just hope that you're not worse than your eldest brother and a second brother. They're both like your father, want to go to military school since they were young. Your auntie wanted them to study finance, but they refused. Although Mom didn't want to target Annie, this is the truth. It's God's will. Qian Shihui was overjoyed. She was even more respectful towards her mother-in-law. Mom, are we really going to Xiaoheng's place for the new year? Yes, your father said everyone is going. You guys go get Winna, and Wenjie had to pack up. You guys can follow your father with me. After some thought, Zhang Feng didn't tell them the truth. She was afraid that they would reveal something and be seen through by someone as powerful as Hua Xiaoheng. She only said, "Your father was very angry today, and he's not feeling well." I tried to talk him out of it, but he didn't listen. I had no choice but to go with him with my medical kit. Huh? Dad's sick? Zhang Baochan was very nervous. Then should we not go? This son of his was indeed a fool. Zhang Feng didn't know whether to be angry or amused, but she also felt gratified. At least her son was filial. To a mother, a filial son would make her happier than a successful one. Moreover, with their family situation, they didn't need her son to be successful. As long as he was filial, that would be enough. Zhang Feng patted his hand in satisfaction. Then take good care of your father later. I will, Zhang Baochan said as he watched Zhang Feng walk out of the room and go to grandfather's room. Qian Shui quickly said, "Hurry up and tell Wenna and Wenjie to get changed. I'll go down after I wash my face and change." Zhang Baochan agreed and went to Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie's rooms to inform them. "We're going to your eldest cousin's new official residence for the new year. Hurry up and pack up. We'll be waiting in the car in half an hour." Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie couldn't believe their ears at first, but Zhang Baochan didn't have time to explain. He said impatiently, "Your grandfather said so. Hurry up and pack up. We can't delay any longer." The whole manor was bustling with activity again. Half an hour later, the 8 members of the Hua family were already seated in Hua Xiwenong's large van that could seat 9 people. They were heading towards the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Behind the van was a food truck delivering the New Year's Eve dinner. It had chefs and orderlies along with a truck full of food, following behind the van. In front was a military vehicle belonging to the security company, with Grandfather Hua's van in the middle. Hua Guanxin sat in the front passenger seat, with Grandfather Hua's orderly driver driving beside him. Zhang Feng and Zhang Baochan sat on Grandfather Hua's left and right in the second row. Qian Shihui sat alone on the right side of the second row by the window, separated from the 3 rows of seats on the left by an aisle. Hua Jialan, Zhang Wenna, and Zhang Wenjie sat in the third row. Hua Jialan had been the head of the Hua family for 4 to 5 years, and was usually very arrogant toward Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie. She didn't even look them in the eye. Now that the lawsuit was over and it was revealed that she wasn't her uncle's biological daughter, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie immediately despised her and didn't even want to talk to her. Hua Jialan didn't want to talk to the Zhang family either. Her face was as beautiful as a peony and looked even better with makeup. But now, her face was as beautiful as a chrysanthemum in autumn. She wore a pea-green cashmere coat and a white turtleneck cashmere sweater underneath. Her face was pale and even a little haggard. She sat alone by the window on the right, looking at the night view outside the window in silence. On the night of New Year's Eve, there was almost no traffic on the streets of the imperial capital. The military vehicle in the front drove as fast as lightning, and no traffic police dared to stop them. If any traffic police saw them, they would only flash their lights to clear the way for them. Therefore, they arrived in less than half the usual time. It was only 7:30 p.m. when they arrived at the entrance inspection of the Special Operations Forces base. "Pass, thank you." The sentry on duty came over and saluted. Grandfather Hua's driver lowered the window and showed him Grandfather Hua and Hua Guanxin's passes. "These are Mr. Hua's family. Mr. Hua's grandfather, father, and relatives are here to celebrate the new year with Mr. Hua." The sentry took the passes back to his post to check, and another sentry stood motionless at the door with a gun slung over his back, watching them warily. Hua Guanxin had been here once and sat in the front passenger seat with his arms crossed. His face was dark, and he didn't say a word. It was Grandfather Hua's first time here. He thought about it and stood up from his seat. "I'm going out for a walk. Old Hua, it's cold outside. Can your body take it?" Zhang Feng quickly stood up and held Grandfather Hua's arm. "Let's sit down and wait." It's fine. I've survived all the cold weather in the past. What's this?" Grandfather Hua snorted and lightly kicked Zhang Baochan, who was sitting next to him. "Move, I'm going down." This was the first watch. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 p.m. on the second watch. P.S. Thank you to Guanghan Palace Master for the Heshabi yesterday. Moi. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh. Chapter 327. He didn't feel in the car, but once he got out, a gust of cold wind hit him in the face. Although he was wearing a thick leather coat, Grandfather Hua could still feel the cold wind blowing into his collar. He immediately shrank back. Elder Hua, come put the scarf on. Zhang Feng ran out of the car with a light gray cashmere scarf in her hand. She stood on her tiptoes and wrapped it around Grandfather Hua's neck. Grandfather Hua's body warmed up instantly. He smiled at Zhang Feng and said gently, "Go back to the car, it's cold outside." Zhang Feng shook her head and held onto Grandfather Hua's arm. She glanced around. "It's okay, I'm wearing a lot, so I'm not cold." The Special Forces headquarters was located in an inconspicuous area south of the 4th Ring Road. It used to be the location of a factory, but after the factory closed, the land was reclaimed by the government and given to the Special Forces headquarters. Because it had been abandoned for a long time, the trees were overgrown with weeds. The reason it was requisitioned by the government as the Special Forces headquarters was partly because they needed this kind of landscape to camouflage and cover the buildings. Therefore, the entire headquarters was planned according to the local conditions, and all sorts of buildings were built without changing the landscape. From the outside, it still looked like a piece of abandoned woodland, but it was a completely different world inside. Even a high-altitude reconnaissance satellite couldn't get a full view of this place. Compared to the residential area where the Hua family lived, this place didn't look as luxurious. However, the security and concealment of this place were much better than the Hua family's. Zhang Feng was only Grandfather Hua's head nurse. Although she had some knowledge of the upper echelons of the military, that knowledge was limited to the families of the military leaders. She didn't know much about other things. As for the newly built Special Forces headquarters, she knew even less about it. So when she saw the ruins that looked like a wild woodland, she was very disappointed. "Elder Hua, let's go back. There are many trees here, and the wind is even colder." Zhang Feng didn't want to look anymore and held on to Grandfather Hua's arm to return to the car. "You should go back. I'll take a look." Grandfather Hua was an expert, and he could tell that there was something special about the decorations here. He was enjoying the view, but impatient with Zhang Feng. He waved his hand and continued to walk around without looking back. Zhang Feng had no choice but to gather her coat and follow Grandfather Hua. The sentinel checked the pass and confirmed that there was no mistake. Old Master Hua's pass was of the highest security level, and he could bring 5 people in. Hua Guanshan's pass had a lower security clearance, so he could bring 2 people in, which was just enough for everyone in the car. The sentinel came to the front of the car and said to Hua Guanshan, "Sir, are all of you going in?" "Yes, everyone. Mine grandfather's passes should be able to bring us in," Hua Guanshan said calmly. The number of people they could bring with them was originally reserved for their personal secretaries and orderlies. However, today was the new year, so he had to bring his family with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to Old Master Hua's sudden request. "Yes, Chief." The sentry saluted again and said, "Those who don't have a pass but want to follow us and will have their fingerprints taken. At the same time, we will take a blood sample and an iris scan." Hua Guanshan was stunned. "What? Those who don't have a pass but are brought in for the first time will have to have their fingerprints taken, blood samples, and iris scans taken?" The sentry repeated. Zhang Wenjie, who was in the car, heard this and asked in surprise, "We have to take a blood sample? No way. Do they have to be so strict?" Zhang Wen bit her lip and whispered, "Hua Xiao is our eldest cousin brother. Why don't you call him and ask if we need to take a blood test?" The sentry scratched his head. "This is the rule. Even if we call the chief, we can't break the rule. You can call him first. If my eldest cousin brother also wants us to have our fingerprints taken and blood samples taken, then I'll accept it." Zhang Wen was very insistent. Hua Guanshan looked up and his expression darkened. "If you don't want to have your fingerprints taken, blood samples, and iris scans taken, then don't go in." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the faces of the 5 people in the car. If anyone doesn't want to, say it now. It's not too late to go back immediately. This was the first time Hua Guanchen had said such serious words in front of the Zhang family, and he had even refuted Zhang Wenna in front of her. Zhang Wenna's face immediately flushed red. She was too embarrassed to look up. Zhang Wenjia muttered a few times, but did not dare to argue with Hua Guanchen, his second uncle. He could only lower his head and sit beside Zhang Wenna in silence. Hua Jialan stood up. "I'll go." She gathered her hood and got out of the car. She followed the sentry into the outpost and quickly took her fingerprints. The sentry took a small tube that looked like a stamp and poked Hua Jialan's finger. He sucked a few drops of blood and dripped it onto a piece of test paper. He placed it into a portable blood test machine and did a simple analysis. Then he pasted her name on it and sealed it in a freezer. Finally, the iris scan was taken and a sample was saved with the fingerprint. It was sent to the central control system in the cloud. "Okay, wait a moment. We'll let you in after we ask the lieutenant colonel on duty." The sentry very politely sent Hua Jialan out. Hua Jialan had just come out of the outpost when she saw Zhang Wenna, Zhang Wenjia, Qian Shirui, and Zhang Baochen were all there. She smiled and sat in the car alone. Grandfather Hua walked around outside before returning to the car. He saw Zhang Wenna, Zhang Wenjia, Qian Shirui, and Zhang Baochen returning. He couldn't help asking, "Where did you go?" "We just want to take our fingerprints." Zhang Baochen hurriedly replied, "I heard that those who can enter with someone else's pass without a pass have to take fingerprints, blood samples, and iris scans." Zhang Feng didn't mind. She helped Grandfather Hua up and asked, "It's all done. Let's go in. It's pretty cold outside." Grandfather Hua nodded. "It's about time. Let's get in the car." They returned to the car and waited for the sentry to let them in. Unexpectedly, the sentry refused to lift the bar. He pointed to Zhang Feng in the car. "She hasn't been tested yet. Does she have a pass?" Zhang Feng pointed to herself in shock. "I have to be tested too?" "You don't have to if you have a pass." The sentry replied politely and patiently. This was because those people had already taken their fingerprints, blood samples, and iris scans when they applied for the pass. The people who were brought in with the special pass also had to go through the same procedure. It was actually a quick search process. After the sentry had taken Hua Jialan's and the others' fingerprints, blood samples, and iris scans, the data was uploaded to the central system in the cloud. The internal personnel on duty began to verify their identities. "Elder Hua." Zhang Feng looked at Grandfather Hua hesitantly, her expression uncertain. It wasn't that she was afraid of the ID check, but she didn't expect that she, the head nurse of the military's highest-ranking official, Hua Xiwenong, would have to go through such security procedures before she could enter. Although Hua Xiwenong had retired, he still held the rank of general. Grandfather Hua nodded. "Go and have your ID checked." Since Grandfather Hua had spoken, Zhang Feng had no choice but to follow the sentry to be checked. Because Zhang Feng was the last person to be checked, another sentry called Hua Xiaoheng's official residence to ask if they could let these people in. The person who answered the phone didn't dare to make the decision himself. He hurried to the dining room to look for Hua Xiaoheng, but only saw Yin Shi Xiang, Zhao Liangzi, and Gun Yinji chatting happily. "Where's Hua Xiao?" the person asked anxiously. The sentry at the gate called and said Grandfather Hua brought his family here for the new year. "What? Say that again. Who brought who here?" Yin Shi Xiang jumped up. "What's going on? Can't they let us celebrate the new year in peace?" Zhao Liangzi narrowed his eyes and slowly stood up. He turned on his Bluetooth headset and said to the operator, "Put the sentry through." The operator quickly connected the call to the sentry at the gate. Zhao Liangzi listened for a while and nodded. "Got it. Wait a little longer. I'll have to ask Hua Xiao about this." The sentry at the gate took the order and refused to let them in. He only said that they were still checking their identities. Gun Yinji was speechless in the dining room. Seriously, they couldn't even let people celebrate the new year in peace. Zhao Liangzi said, "I can't get through to Hua Xiao's phone. I don't know if it's off or if he doesn't have it with him. Then I'll go see Hua Xiao and ask him what to do." Gun Yinji stood up and went to the third floor to look for Hua Xiaoheng. Grandfather Hua waited for a long time, but the sentry didn't let them in. They only said that they were still checking. His face darkened. He knew that Hua Xiaoheng didn't want them to go in. When can we go in? I'm hungry, Zhang Wenjie grumbled. Because of the delicious New Year's dinner, he hadn't eaten anything since noon. It was almost 8 p.m., and he still hadn't eaten anything. He couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Feng glanced at him. I have some biscuits here. Take them and fill your stomach. I'm not eating. Zhang Wenjie saw that the biscuits were for old people like Grandfather Hua and immediately shook his head. He wouldn't eat them no matter what. Elder Hua, it's already past 8 p.m. Why don't we go back? Zhang Feng couldn't bear it anymore. You haven't eaten all night either. Grandfather Hua had been walking around outside for a long time, and his body was cold from the cold wind. Then, he entered the very warm carriage. Under the alternating cold and heat, he quickly couldn't take it anymore. He rubbed his forehead and couldn't speak. Zhang Feng quickly felt Grandfather Hua's forehead with the back of her hand and was shocked. Elder Hua has a fever. We have to get treatment quickly. She then turned to the sentry and said sternly, The chief suddenly fell ill, and you still won't let us in. Are you going to be responsible for all the consequences? Every military headquarters base had a complete set of hospitals and military doctors. The Special Operations Forces base must have one as well. This was Zhang Feng's line of work, and she knew it very well. It was the second watch, a reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 328. Grandfather Hua wasn't an ordinary senior official. Although he had retired, he used to be the second in command of the Supreme Military Council. His health wasn't something a sentinel could be responsible for. The sentinel was taken aback. The other sentinel immediately said, Since the senior official is ill, we can let them in immediately. This was a special situation. It was fine even if they didn't have permission from the lieutenant colonel on duty. Moreover, they had already gone through all the necessary procedures. It would be against the rules to stop these people here. The two sentinels made a decision in an instant. They returned to the sentry post at the entrance. One called the official residence to inform them that they had let them in. The other went to press the button to raise the bar. Soon, the thick and heavy crossbar that blocked the entrance of the Special Operations Forces headquarters was raised. Grandfather Hua's driver immediately stepped on the gas and sped inside. Gun Yinji had just arrived at Song Jinning's store on the third floor when Zhao Yangzi received the call that the Huas had already entered. She didn't know what Hua Xiaoheng was talking to Song Jinning inside. She couldn't just barge in. She only knocked on the door and asked through the intercom, Annie Song, is Hua Xiao inside? There's something I need to inform him about at the entrance of the headquarters. Hua Xiaoheng was listening to Song Jinning talk about the mysterious text message data on Uncle Hua Guanyuan's private phone. Song Jinning even turned on the computer to show him the pictures when she got to the part where she got excited. Hua Xiaoheng was also stunned. He began talking with Song Jinning, and time passed without him noticing. It wasn't until he heard Gun Yinji's voice through the intercom that Hua Xiaoheng remembered he hadn't brought his earphones or phone. They were preparing for New Year's Eve dinner and had just changed. Zhao Yangzi was by his side, so Hua Xiaoheng didn't bring these things. Song Jinning looked up from the computer and said to Hua Xiaoheng, Is that Yinji's voice? Is there something? There should be. Hua Xiaoheng walked to the door and opened it to let Gun Yinji in. He asked her what's wrong? What happened at the entrance? Gun Yinji saw Song Jinning look up at her and panicked. However, she still had to say what needed to be said. If she hid it now, it would be truly embarrassing if Song Jinning was caught off guard. It's Grandfather Hua who brought his family here for New Year's Eve dinner. Gun Yinji blurted out everything in one breath. They're already at the main entrance. The sentry over there asked if they should be let in. Hua Xiaoheng's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. He took his left hand out of his trouser pocket and pressed his thumb against his index finger. He folded his hand behind his back and said dryly, Not just anyone can come in here. Song Jinning understood Gun Yinji's words and immediately realized that Hua Guanchen was coming. Although she was unhappy and didn't want to see him, Grandfather Hua was Hua Xiaoheng's grandfather, and Hua Guanchen was Hua Xiaoheng's father. If they wanted to spend the new year with him, it was completely reasonable. Hua Xiaoheng had no reason to stop them. Therefore, she immediately stood up and patted Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder to remind him, "Xiaoheng, it's New Year's Eve. It's just a reunion dinner. I'm not so weak that I can't even bear to see them." Hua Xiaoheng turned around to look at Song Jining carefully. He couldn't see any reluctance on her face, so he nodded. "I know what I'm doing." He and Gu Ninji left Song Jining's suite together and walked downstairs. Just as they came down the spiral staircase, they saw a group of people rush in from the door. Leading the group was Hua Guanchen. He carried Grandfather Hua on his back as he strode into the living room and placed him on the sofa. Zhang Feng followed beside him and hurriedly took out a thermometer from the medical kit to take Grandfather Hua's temperature. Hua Jialan followed beside Hua Guanchen and looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Ninji standing in front of the stairs. The two of them were wearing cashmere sweaters of the same color and pants of the same color and style. They actually looked like a couple's outfit. The corners of Hua Jialan's mouth twitched. She quickly lowered her head and stood quietly to the side. Zhang Baochen and Qian Sherui stood on either side of Zhang Feng and took care of Grandfather Hua, who was lying on the sofa. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjia stood far away at the entrance to the living room. They didn't dare approach. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze swept across the uninvited guests in the living room. He looked at Yin Shixiang, who was the last to enter. He asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Yin Shixiang quickly said, "Grandfather was suddenly fell ill, so the guards at the door let them in." He continued, "I met them at the door and already called Dr. Chun. He's on his way here." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and slowly walked over from the stairs. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and said slowly, "Grandfather and father stay. The rest of you leave immediately." Hua Guanchen didn't say anything, but Grandfather Hua couldn't take it anymore. He sat up from the sofa and said angrily, "Xiaoheng, it's the new year. What are you doing?" "Grandfather has recovered?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "Don't be angry, but don't make things difficult for me." As he spoke, he looked at the Zhang family and Hua Jialan. He said calmly, "Please leave. This is not a place for you to be." Zhang Feng didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to be so ruthless. They had already come in, but he still wanted them to leave. She didn't say anything and stood beside Grandfather while holding his arm. She gave her son and daughter-in-law a look to ask them to stand beside her. Zhang Baochen and Qian Sherui were honestly terrified by Hua Xiaoheng's look. They weren't familiar with Hua Xiaoheng and were already afraid of him. Now that he was saying this, it was like they were going to fall out. They felt even more uneasy. Why can't they come? Grandfather Hua's face darkened. Hua Xiaoheng was not giving him face at all. He had been a soldier all his life and finally climbed to the position of second in command of the Supreme Military Council. No one dared to give him any face. This is your home, and also the home of the Hua family. You want to chase them away? This is the official residence of the Deputy Commander of the Special Operations Forces. It's not the home of the Hua family. Hua Xiaoheng bowed slightly to Grandfather. "This is a special situation. I apologize." He turned to face the door and ordered, "Guards." A few soldiers with loaded guns ran in and saluted him. "Chief." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and extended his arm. He pointed from Zhang Feng to Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjia at the door. "Arrest all of these people." "Yes, sir." The soldiers were well trained. They immediately took the ropes from their backs and tied up Zhang Feng, Zhang Baochen, and Qian Sherui. Just as they were about to tie Hua Jialan up, her face paled. "Cousin brother, I'm here to apologize to Second Aunt. Let me see Second Aunt and kowtow to her. I'll leave after that." Gu Ninji couldn't help laughing coldly. She walked to Hua Xiaoheng's side and raised an eyebrow at Hua Jialan. "You abused Mrs. Song for 10 years, and you think a kowtow is enough? Don't you think you're too calculative?" "I didn't mean it." Hua Jialan burst into tears. Her knees buckled and she knelt on the ground. "I really didn't mean it. I was tricked by Bai Genie." She was crying her heart out. Her tears flowed down her face like a broken necklace. Her expression was mournful, but she looked beautiful when she cried. There was no snot or tears everywhere. Gunyanji looked at her coldly for a while. All right, I said kowtowing and crying won't help. Hua Jialan, don't think you'll be fine just because you weren't convicted in court. I'm telling you, after the Lunar New Year, I'm going to sue you for hurting Mrs. Song. Hua Jialan didn't expect to sue her. She trembled and looked at Hua Guanchen pleadingly. Second uncle, I really didn't know I was tricked. Second uncle, my father is gone. Shut up. Gun Yinji was slightly angry. She stopped Hua Jialan. What do you mean by mentioning your father? Are you saying you can abuse Mrs. Song now that Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan is gone? I don't understand that logic either. I told you, don't come crying to us on New Year's Eve. Go home, eat and drink, and wait for the court summons for the civil lawsuit. Hua Jialan was not criminally guilty of mental abuse, but a civil lawsuit was entirely possible. Losing a civil lawsuit wouldn't put her in jail, but could make her bankrupt. Hua Jialan sat on the ground, her face pale. Before she could recover, Hua Xiaoheng spoke. Since you're not Uncle's biological daughter, according to the trust terms, Uncle's share of the fund's profits can no longer be transferred to you. I've already called the trust's administrator. This was the first watch. Remind me about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch was 1 in the afternoon. Moi. Chapter 329. Hua Jialan, who had just been heartbroken, was now completely dumbfounded. She leaned back and sat on her kneeling feet. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng in a daze, as if she hadn't heard what he had just said. Hua Xiaoheng didn't waste any more words. He turned to stand beside Grandfather Hua and glanced at his guards indifferently. The guards didn't need Hua Xiaoheng to say anything else. They had already taken out ropes and tied Hua Jialan up. At the entrance, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie had already raised their hands in fright. Don't tie us up. We're leaving right now. Right now. With that, the siblings turned and ran out of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Gun Yinji couldn't help but laugh. This was the Special Operations Forces base, not the military's residential area. How could they be allowed to run around? As expected, not long after, the guards at the entrance dragged in 2 unconscious people. They said to Hua Xiaoheng, Chief, these 2 didn't listen and ran around outside. Qian Shihui's hands were tied behind her back. When she saw her son and daughter unconscious on the ground, she immediately screamed, Nana, Jie, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Mommy. She regretted coming here. She didn't want to come in the first place. She was tempted by Zhang Feng and followed them. Now she was humiliating herself. Grandfather Hua glared at Hua Xiaoheng when he saw his grandson and granddaughter unconscious. He couldn't reprimand him because the guard's words reminded him. This place was indeed different from the military residential area they lived in. Although it was also heavily guarded, that was against outsiders. The people living there were still able to move around freely. At least they wouldn't be caught and knocked out by the guards as soon as they ran around. At the end of the day, he still underestimated Hua Xiaoheng's ruthlessness. Grandfather Hua frowned at Hua Xiaoheng. His emotions were complicated. Hua Xiaoheng was decisive and unbiased. He lived up to the expectations of the public. However, he was completely heartless, and Grandfather Hua couldn't bring himself to be happy about it. He originally had 2 sons. The eldest, Hua Guanyin, died, leaving only Hua Guanchen. Fortunately, Zhang Feng gave him another son, Baochen. Ever since he was young, he had never paid any attention to this son of his. In fact, he did not even know of his existence. By the time Zhang Feng brought him to him, Zhang Baochen was already married and had children. He had given up almost nothing, yet he had a son and 2 grandchildren. At that time, Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie were 6 and 4 years old respectively. They were at their most lively and adorable age. Grandfather Hua felt that he hadn't fulfilled his duty as a father. Even now, he still couldn't let his son return his roots. He felt very guilty toward Zhang Baochen and spoiled Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie even more. He sincerely hoped that Hua Xiaoheng would respect Zhang Baochen as his own uncle, love Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie as his own siblings, and take good care of them. From the looks of it, he had not achieved any of his goals. Zhang Feng's hands were tied, and she looked at Grandfather Hua sadly. Grandfather Hua, please let us go home. Wenna and Wenjie must be sent back for a checkup. If anything happens to them, they can be saved immediately. Her words were laced with sarcasm. Hua Xiaoheng ignored her, but Gu Nianji did not like it. She crossed her arms and looked up at the ceiling. She said calmly, "Our guards are all well trained. They were only knocked out to prevent them from running around and screaming. There's no need to make a big deal out of it, right?" Zhang Feng frowned and turned to look at Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie lying on the floor. Wenna and Wenjie have been spoiled since they were young. How could they have experienced something like this? I'm really afraid they'll get sick from the shock. Since they're so fragile and will get sick from the wind, they shouldn't have stayed at home in the dead of winter. It's the new year, but they had to go to someone else's house to get beaten up. Who can they blame? Gu Nianji said unhappily. Zhang Feng was very unhappy that Hua Xiaoheng didn't say a word and allowed Gu Nianji to bicker with her. But she had always had a good temper and never argued with others. But she wasn't a pushover. She couldn't pretend she didn't hear people scolding her. After fuming for a long time, she finally replied, "This family's surname is Hua. May I ask what Miss Gu's surname is?" Gu Nianji giggled. She had a pillow when she wanted to take a nap and a face slap when she wanted to. She raised her eyebrows at Zhang Feng and asked, "You know this family's surname is Hua? May I ask, who are you? What's your surname?" It was Gu Nianji's first time meeting Zhang Feng. She didn't know her status before, but Hua Xiaoheng had introduced her to all the Huas. If he hadn't mentioned her, then she wasn't a Hua. That was why she dared to say it. But her words really stabbed Zhang Feng in the heart. If Zhang Feng had any regrets in life, it would be that she couldn't stand by Grandfather Hua's side openly and take his surname. "Why do you care what my surname is? It's still more legitimate than yours." Zhang Feng finally couldn't take it anymore and replied coldly. Gu Nianji didn't know where this attractive middle-aged woman came from, but seeing that she was close to Grandfather Hua and had a medical kit, Gu Nianji guessed that she might be a doctor too. She wisely kept her mouth shut and didn't say anything else. Hua Xiaoheng looked over and sat down on the sofa. He said calmly, "Your surname is Zhang, and your name is Feng. You're my nurse. May I ask what you mean by legitimate?" "Mom, don't say any more. What's the point of winning an argument with a little girl like that?" Zhang Baochen moved to Zhang Feng's side and lightly nudged her shoe with his foot. Gu Nianji looked at Zhang Baochen, Zhang Wenna, and Zhang Wenjie at the door, and then at Zhang Feng. She suddenly understood and gasped. She had heard Zhang Wenna and Zhang Wenjie call Hua Xiaoheng cousin brother, and occasionally Zhang Baochen call Grandfather Hua dad. Although Hua Xiaoheng only told her to call Zhang Baochen and his wife Qian Sherui Uncle Zhang and Annie Zhang, Gu Nianji was very clear about the relationship between the Zhangs and Grandfather Hua. Now that Zhang Feng had appeared, and she was Zhang Baochen's mother, everything made sense. Zhang Feng, this old nurse, was actually Grandfather Hua's mistress. How dare she say she's legitimate? Haha, Zhang Feng's third wife. Do you really want to argue with a lawyer about legitimate? Yes. May I ask what you mean when you say you're more legitimate than me? Gu Nianji stood behind the sofa where Hua Xiaoheng was sitting. She acted like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. "May I ask how old you are? You still want to compete with me? I'm a pure and innocent girl. I don't dare to compete with you in legitimate." Wasn't she mocking her for not being pure and innocent? Zhang Feng was so angry that the flesh on her face began to tremble. The corners of her lips twitched, and she used all her strength to stop herself from arguing with Gu Nianji. Zhang Baochen was right. What was there to argue with a little orphan girl like Gu Nianji? Head nurse Zhang is already over 60 this year. "Gu Nianji, how old are you? How can you speak to her like that?" Grandfather Hua was displeased and couldn't help but support Zhang Feng when he saw her aggrieved expression. Gu Nianji pouted and said to Zhang Feng unwillingly, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken to you. But you're already so old. Why are you still a nurse? The retirement age for women in our country is 60. Before she could finish, Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "Yes, Nianji is right. Head nurse Zhang is already 64 years old. Based on her age, she should indeed retire. As he spoke, he turned to Zhao Yangzi, who was standing nearby and watching the drama unfold. Remember to go to the military after the new year and ask them to send another head nurse to grandfather. As for head nurse Zhang, you should retire and go home to enjoy the rest of your life. It was a second watch, begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 330. What did you say? Retire. Retire? Zhang Baochen and Qin Shui cried out in unison. Zhang Feng, who had been silent all this while, suddenly looked up, her face full of fear and disbelief. She instinctively grabbed grandfather Hua's arm and held on to him tightly. She looked at him pleadingly, her charming eyes suddenly filled with tears. Zhang Feng shook her head vehemently and sobbed, but did not speak. But her agitated expression and actions made it clear what she meant. She did not want to retire, or rather, she did not want to leave grandfather Hua. Grandfather Hua was also stunned by Hua Xiaoheng's words. He heard Hua Xiaoheng's words, but for a moment, he did not understand what he was saying. In Shixiang glanced at grandfather Hua's pale and flushed face, and was worried that Hua Xiao's words would agitate grandfather Hua. After all, he was already in his 70s. If something happened to him, who knew what the Zhang family would say when they got out? He quickly stepped forward and pointed at Hua Jialan, Zhang Wenna, and Zhang Wenjie. He ordered the guards, take them to the car outside and guard them. Then guard the door. No one is allowed to come in. He thought for a moment, then added, Dr. Chun is an exception. The guards looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing that he was unmoved, they knew he had no objections. They quickly replied, Yes, sir, and carried the three out. Grandfather Hua caught his breath and yelled angrily at Hua Xiaoheng, Retire? How dare you think of that? I know you don't like them, and have always wanted to get rid of them. I'll make it clear to you today, As he spoke, he pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Feng. Even if she retires, she will never leave. Grandfather, head nurse Zhang, is already in her 60s. She has been with you since she was in her 20s. She has worked hard for her entire life. Please don't be so heartless. Hua Xiaoheng took out a cigarette and calmly flicked it between his palms. He spoke as if he did not know the relationship between grandfather Hua and the Zhang family. Grandfather Hua sneered and straightened his back. His expression darkened. Xiaoheng, are you really going to be so ruthless? Grandfather, I'm just following the law. How am I being ruthless? Hua Xiaoheng shrugged and stood up from the sofa. He was so tall and imposing that the moment he stood up, he immediately blocked Gu Nianji, who was standing behind the sofa. His towering figure stood in front of Gu Nianji, giving her a sense of security. However, Gu Nianji could see a trace of loneliness in his unyielding back. Hua Xiao must have always felt lonely in that home. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat as she stared fixedly at Hua Xiaoheng's back. Her gaze was focused and passionate, and her unconcealable love formed a net that densely covered the back view in front of her. Zhao Yangzi was standing diagonally behind Gu Nianji and Hua Xiao. He had been watching the scene lazily with his arms crossed when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Gu Nianji's extremely affectionate gaze. His entire body shook, and he immediately put down his arms and walked towards Gu Nianji, coughing softly. The guards and orderlies had already left. Only the Hua family, the Zhang family, Gu Nianji, In Shixiang, and Zhao Yangzi were left. The guards and orderlies had already left the spacious living room. Only the Hua and Zhang families, as well as Gu Nianji, In Shixiang, and Zhao Yangzi remained. The living room was quiet. Other than Zhang Feng's occasional choking sounds, there were no other sounds. The living room was quiet. Other than Zhang Feng's occasional choking sounds, there were no other sounds. Zhao Yangzi had no choice but to persuade him. Hua Xiao, why don't we talk in the small meeting room? There was a small meeting room on the first floor for Hua Xiaoheng's special use. There were no cameras or recording devices inside. There were also anti-recording and anti-camera interference devices. Even if someone secretly brought a phone or a spy recording device inside, it would not be of any use. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and immediately turned around. Come in then. The group left the living room and went to the small meeting room on the first floor. As soon as the door closed, Grandfather Hua could not take it anymore. He was furious. Zhang Feng's forbearance, all these years of companionship, and his guilt towards his youngest son's family had all transformed into dissatisfaction toward Hua Xiaoheng. I know, Xiaoheng, you're older and your military rank is higher, so you can disregard an old man like me, right? Grandfather Hua enunciated each word slowly, but with emphasis on each word. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets. His posture was still straight. Grandfather, please don't say things out of anger. I never meant to disrespect you. Never meant to disrespect me? Grandfather Hua grabbed Zhang Feng's arm and said, disrespecting her is disrespecting me. How dare you say you never meant to disrespect me? Gun Yinji was furious. She clenched her fists and wanted to argue with Grandfather Hua. However, Hua Xiaoheng quickly raised his hand and pressed it on her shoulder. Gun Yinji could only shut up and look up at Hua Xiaoheng. Her face was full of indignation and anger. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the small face that was defending him. The last trace of indignation in his heart was miraculously soothed. After so many years, he was no longer the lonely youth who was so angry he couldn't speak. He had learned to compromise and balance. He had also learned to plan ahead and forbearance. However, all of this was based on his growing strength, because those who did not have the strength to fight back were not worthy of forbearance. Now was the time for him to fight back. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji comfortingly, then looked up at Grandfather Hua, who was fuming with anger. He said coolly, Grandfather, Head Nurse Zhang has the rank of First Lieutenant, and I have the rank of Major General, so she should be the one to respect me, not the other way around. Personally, she has nothing to do with me. May I ask why you want me to respect her? Personally or professionally, I can't think of a reason why I should respect her. I'm not well-educated and don't understand this logic. Grandfather, please explain. Gun Yinji was overjoyed as she listened. She secretly gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up in her mind. Grandfather Hua laughed coldly. He looked up at the door and said loudly, I know you're close to your great-grandmother, but when your grandmother was alive, I didn't do anything wrong to her. Your grandmother passed away 18 years ago. I've always been single. Even if I have to be a widow, it's enough. I'll make it clear today. I want to marry her. From now on, she will be your step-grandmother. As he spoke, Grandfather Hua looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a dark gaze. Is this reason enough? Shouldn't you respect her? Elder Hua. Zhang Feng was surprised and overjoyed. She almost hugged Grandfather Hua's arm. She never thought that being humiliated by Hua Xiaoheng today would have such an unexpected effect. She thought she would never see this day in her life. Gun Yinji's heart sank. Oh no, had old Master Hua been forced into a corner? So he spoke without thinking? He was really going to marry Zhang Feng? This was going to be troublesome. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and raised his chin slightly. He squinted his eyes and asked, Grandfather, are you really going to marry Head Nurse Zhang? Grandfather Hua regretted his words as soon as he said them. But seeing Hua Xiaoheng's unrelenting attitude, Zhang Feng's tearful smile, and Zhang Baoqin's ecstatic expression, Grandfather Hua couldn't take back his words. He forced himself to say, Yes, so what? Can I? Which law says you can't remarry after you've lost your spouse? Your grandmother passed away 18 years ago. You have to think this through. Hua Guanxin hadn't said a word since he came in. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw his own father and son at odds with each other. Both grandfather and grandson had the same stubborn temperament. Hua Guanxin had no choice but to smooth things over. He said sternly to Hua Xiaoheng, Xiaoheng, don't go overboard. Your grandfather is getting on in years. You need to know your limits. He then advised Grandfather Hua, Dad, don't say things out of anger. It's a new year, why make a fuss? Gun Yinji understood what he meant. Hua Guanxin obviously didn't want Zhang Feng to be his stepmother. Grandfather Hua saw that both his son and grandson objected and couldn't back down. He said stiffly, I'm not saying things out of anger. I'm going to marry her. I've wronged her all my life. Now that I'm old, what's wrong with giving her a status? This was the first watch. I'm looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes at the end of the month. It was 1 in the afternoon. Moi. Oh, intersectioners for intersection, oh. Chapter 331. Just a title? Hua Xiaoheng retorted. He pointed at Zhang Baochen and asked Grandfather Hua, what about him? Everyone thinks he's head nurse Zhang's illegitimate child. What will happen to him if you marry head nurse Zhang? Zhang Baochen's identity was only known to the Hua family, but everyone said he was Zhang Feng's son with someone else and was staying with the Hua family as a housekeeper. Grandfather Hua had never acknowledged Zhang Baochen's identity. This was something he felt particularly guilty about. He was his biological son, but lived like a servant in the Hua family and was constantly bullied by Hua Xiaoheng and Hua Jiaoan. Of course, Baochen will change his surname. Grandfather Hua went all out, just like Jiaoan. She's not related to us by blood, but still has the Hua surname. Baochen changing his surname is the same. Who would dare to make irresponsible remarks? Hua Jiaoan's surname is Hua. Eldest uncle acknowledged her identity and treats her as his biological daughter. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to sit down. His attitude relaxed. Although it's proven that she's not, from the perspective of marriage laws, she's still eldest uncle's legal heir. Yes, it's the same for Baochen and Jiaoan. Grandfather Hua sat down with Zhang Feng's help. I married her, so her son is naturally my son. This situation was not uncommon. Remarried men and women had their own children, and some changed their surnames after marriage. But Zhang Baochen's situation was different. So you're treating everyone like fools? Hua Xiaoheng said slowly, his tone calm to avoid agitating Grandfather Hua. Marry head nurse Zhang, then say your biological son is someone else's son? But change his surname to become your legal heir? This was indeed a hurdle that could not be crossed. Grandfather Hua was stunned by the question, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. He looked at Zhang Feng and saw that she had lowered her head and was silently leaning against him. He then looked at her white hair and sighed, turning back to Hua Xiaoheng. Yes, as long as you and I don't talk about this, no one will think too much about it. You can't say that. Hua Xiaoheng reached out and knocked on the conference table. Grandfather, don't be so serious. There are many things you can do, but you can't say. There are other things you can say, but not do. For example, if you don't marry and don't acknowledge your illegitimate son, no one will know. But when you got married, he changed his surname. So what? Can't I say that he's not my biological son? Grandfather Hua yelled and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Of course not. If he really isn't your biological son, then there's no problem at all with you marrying head nurse Zhang. Zhang Feng's heart sank when she heard this. She couldn't help but grip Grandfather Hua's arm tightly. Their biological son had actually become an obstacle to their marriage. How could there be such a logic in this world? Zhang Feng gritted her teeth in anger. Old Master Hua patted her hand and told her not to be afraid. Hua Xiaoheng continued. But it just so happens that he's your biological son. The DNA test has already been done, and we just took a fresh blood sample so we can do it again at any time. You can't hide this even if you want to. Grandfather Hua's gloomy face turned pale. Under these circumstances, you still insisted on getting married. That's announcing to the world that you let down grandmother 40 years ago. Also, Zhang Feng and you were both active duty soldiers at that time. She broke up a military marriage and had a child out of wedlock. That's a political issue. You had an affair and raised an illegitimate child. That's an even more serious mistake. Zhang Baochen, Zhang Wenna, and Zhang Wenjia are the ironclad evidence of your affair and her breaking up a military marriage. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his legs and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He glanced at them silently. Zhang Feng, Zhang Baochen, and Qin Shui were petrified. They couldn't say a word. It was as if they had been forced to the top of a cliff. They could either jump to their deaths or wait to be bitten to death by a beast charging up from behind. They would die if they advanced or retreated. There was no way out for them. Zhang Feng couldn't hold it in any longer. She sobbed and buried her head on grandfather Hua's shoulder. Elder Hua, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I secretly gave birth to the child, and you didn't even know. I never had any intention of breaking up your marriage with Mrs. Xie. At the time, Hua Xiwenong really didn't know that Zhang Feng had a child that time. After that, Zhang Feng took a year off. When she came back, she was no different from before. Although she took care of him more diligently than before, Hua Xiwenong's wife, Xie Zian, was still alive at that time. They were very close, and Hua Xiwenong didn't care about Zhang Feng at that time. His feelings for her only deepened after Xie Zian's death and the 18 years they spent together. Although you didn't tell me, I'm still thankful that you gave birth to Baochen. Grandfather Hua held Zhang Feng's hand emotionally. Don't cry. Since it's already come to this, I owe you and your son an explanation. Hua Xiaoheng's expression became even more distant. He straightened his back and looked at the crying Zhang Feng. Head nurse Zhang, do you dare swear that you never had any intention of breaking up my grandfather and grandmother's marriage? Zhang Feng wiped her tears and said seriously, I didn't. I can swear on my military rank. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. Why don't you swear on your son and grandson's health? I'll believe you more. What do you mean? Zhang Feng's expression changed instantly. Xiaoheng, I know you're close to Mrs. Xie. I don't blame you. It's fine if you don't treat me as your step-grandmother, but don't drag my son and grandson down with you. I don't mean anything. Hua Xiaoheng looked towards a window. The night sky was so dark. It was just like the last year of his grandmother's illness. Every day after school, he would stay by his grandmother's bedside to do homework, read to her, and talk to her. But his grandmother always wanted to see his grandfather, but she couldn't at that time. I remember that every time Sister Chong came to see grandfather and asked him to visit grandmother, you wouldn't let her. Hua Xiaoheng raised his head. Right? Head nurse Zhang? Do you still remember Sister Chong? Sister Chong was an old servant that Xie Zian had brought from the Xie family. She had been with her for her entire life, but Zhang Feng was still ahead of Sister Chong. At that time, your grandmother was seriously ill. I was worried about the chief's health. Of course, I couldn't let him visit often. Zhang Feng said nonchalantly, This is my responsibility. What'd I do wrong? What? Zian asked Sister Chong to visit me. Grandfather Hua was shocked. When did this happen? How come I didn't know about this? Hua Xiaoheng spread his hands. The chief was so busy that he probably didn't remember these small things. But I remember. I can still remember the expression on grandmother's face. Grandfather Hua's expression was so agitated that Zhang Feng panicked. No way. After 18 years, he still remembered Xie Zian. Zhang Feng's eyes drifted to the corner of the wall. Her heart was pounding. Grandfather would turn to stare at Zhang Feng for a while before looking away. He calmed down and said coldly, During the last year of your grandmother's illness, I wanted to see her, but she wouldn't. So you can't blame Zhang Feng for this. Zhang Feng sighed softly. She was finally relieved. Gun Yinji couldn't stand it anymore and said, Old General Hua, you can't say things like that. You have to think about the cause and effect between the two. Was it head nurse Zhang who hid the news first and didn't let you see Mrs. Xie? Or was it Mrs. Xie who didn't want to see you first? As soon as she said that, everyone understood. Xie Zian had clearly asked Sister Chong to see Hua Xiwenong, but because of Zhang Feng's obstruction, Hua Xiwenong didn't go see Xie Zian. Xie Zian was furious and refused to see Hua Xiwenong. This was the normal cause and effect relationship. But grandfather Hua said that Xie Zian didn't want to see him in the first place, so Zhang Feng wasn't wrong to stop him. She was completely distorting the truth. Gun Yinji was disgusted, but didn't say anything else. Hua Xiaoheng's expression gradually turned cold. His tone became more businesslike. Fine, if you insist on having your way, then your name will have to be removed from the trust fund. Grandmother's trust fund clearly states that if you remarry, you won't have the right to inherit. Also, once you remarry, The truth of what happened that year will definitely be exposed. The organization will investigate the mistakes you made in the first place. I can guarantee that the punishment you will face will be a demotion in rank, because the number of generals was fixed. Every carrot had its own hole. If you didn't leave, others wouldn't be able to. Grandfather Hua made such a huge mistake and even gave away his weakness. It would be strange if others didn't take it. So, have you thought about the consequences? Consequences? Grandfather Hua murmured, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Yes. First, your rank will definitely be general. As to what rank, I don't know. You probably won't be able to live in the house in the military headquarters. Second, you won't have a share in the trust fund. Your share will be transferred to me according to grandmother's will. Grandfather Hua really didn't care about the trust fund. He immediately said, "You can remove my name from the trust fund. That's your grandmother's dowry. I didn't want it in the first place." But the issue of military rank and treatment had to be carefully considered. He had been a soldier all his life and had fought many battles. He had always been a victorious general on the battlefield, but now he was facing a situation where he couldn't even protect his honor. If he wasn't a general anymore, he wouldn't be able to live in the military headquarters. There wouldn't be so many orderlies and secretaries. There wouldn't be so many people visiting him during the holidays. He wouldn't have the opportunity to participate in the high-level meetings of the empire. His treatment would plummet. Was he ready to accept all of this? Grandfather couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng lowered her eyes. She was thinking about more things than Grandfather Hua. First was Xie Xian's inheritance. Although it was a dowry, Zhang Feng had always believed that since they hadn't signed a prenuptial agreement, Grandfather Hua should get half of Xie Xian's inheritance. The other half would be split equally between Grandfather Hua, Huan Yuan, and Hua Guanchen. Hua Xiaoheng should only receive Hua Guanchen's inheritance. But somehow, Hua Xiaoheng actually inherited most of Xie Xian's inheritance. He had the meat, and others could only drink the soup. But when it came to her son and grandson, there were only leftovers. They were all Hua Xuanong's biological son and grandson. Why? But hearing Hua Xiaoheng's words, Zhang Feng found herself in a dilemma. If she didn't marry Grandfather Hua, she wouldn't be able to inherit a portion of Xie Xian's inheritance according to the marriage law. But if she married, Xie Xian's will clearly stated that Grandfather Hua didn't have a share. She still wouldn't be able to inherit Xie Xian's inheritance. Was such a will even written by a human? Was there really no problem? It was the second watch. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.